What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused? To respect the rules? To be the quickest? To make a difference? Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
Buenos dias, mi amigos. It has been a rough and rocky road to get here, but we are ready for the FIA Karting World Championship 2021 for the OK Junior and OK categories. Boy, are we in for a brilliant show here at Karting Center Campillos in Spain. The first ever visit for an FIA event to this fabulous facility, and we are already falling head over heels in love with it. I'm Jake Sanson. Beside me is Guillaume Alvarez. And are we in for a good show? You bet your bottom dollar we are.
Buenos dias a todos, amigos and amigas. Welcome to the new center of the karting world, Campillos, for the first time hosting the FIA Karting World Championship for direct drive classes. And as you said, Jake, this is the pinnacle of karting races all over the world, as we have more than 170 drivers from all four corners of the globe showing up here. And as you can see, the conditions are slightly different than what we've been used to for the past few days for the preparation race as well. And this week it's been raining overnight, and we should expect rain some more today and especially tomorrow. So let's see what's going to happen, but the show will be fantastic. So thanks for tuning in and stay with us until the end of the day. This is going to be mega.
Yes, indeed. Hello to all those of you who are watching via motorsport.tv, or whether you're watching via the YouTube or Facebook streams. Great to be with you wherever you're tuning in from around the world. And we have a quick message before we get started into the heat of the action to our dear friend and colleague Martin Bean, who's not very well and was supposed to be here in race control for us this week. Get well soon, mate. We wish you all the best. It isn't the same without you, and we can't wait till we see you back in the paddock once again. Get well, buddy. Right, let's focus in on the action. The warm-up sessions are just coming up to a close. So let's hear from our pole position sitters. David Walter in the junior category, and a real shock in the senior category in his second ever FIA karting weekend, Gabriel Gomez of Brazil.
I had a pretty good lap there, but also on the slipstream I had a good position, and I was really focusing because the World Championship means a lot. But yeah, I was so focused on one lap, fast lap. I mean, I learned a lot last week. I learned a lot, but especially gonna be harder this week. I learned to overtake the good places last week, and I'm feeling good in this position right now.
I make a sensational lap. That's perfect, and the chassis is very good. The engine is perfect. Today is a brilliant day of my life. We have a good pace for the Ritz, and that's brilliant. We fight for the world champion. Tomorrow we have rain on forecast, and for me the rain is not perfect because in the drive we are so faster, but we possible to make so many good reads to fight for the title in the final. We need a good pace and go push.
Very impressive displays from David Walter, who has been on pole position before, of course, in an FIA karting event. So great to see him do a fantastic job. But for Gabriel Gomez, his second ever appearance in the FIA karting paddock. For those scratching their heads and thinking, how on earth did he get pole position? Well, he's an incredible talent, is Gabriel Gomez, for the CRG Racing Factory team. He's been a multiple South American and Sao Paulo champion back home in Brazil. He's also raced in the American categories and, of course, won the famous trophy Ayrton Senna. So the kid definitely knows what he's doing, and he's come to the FIA karting paddock to put on a show.
Yeah, it's a bit reminiscent of the story of young Ayrton Senna back in the 70s, isn't it? To have a young Brazilian coming from particularly Norway, crossing the Atlantic and really being on the pace and showing the other drivers in Europe, how the job is done. But Gabriel Gomez has done an incredible job as well. David Walter, of course, to be underlined, will be one of the strongest forces in the junior category. The junior is the class we're going to be starting with. As you can see, the drivers are getting ready on the pre-grid. One last talk with the mechanics, as in a couple of seconds at 10:45 European time here in Spain, we're going to be ready to get started for the first of 25 qualifying heats, 20 today, so a busy program ahead of us, and 25 races in total. That's what the OK and the junior drivers are going to need to make their way through the final on Sunday.
Great opportunity to see the drivers getting ready for their first heat of this very important week of qualifying, this weekend of the World Championship, of course. These qualifying heats are going to give the drivers the best possible chance of working their way to the front of the grid. Interesting to see the new Tony Kart livery, which is going to be prominent for 2022. A nice retro vibe for the Tony Kart factory team these days. You can see the three drivers, Arthur Dorisson, Harley Keeble and Enzo Tonvanichkul, one of the newest members of the team who has joined for the World Championship, and expect to see him in the junior category for a full-time campaign in 2022. But the two drivers that will line up on the front row of the grid for this one have been at each other's throats all season long. Freddie Slater and Matias Ferreira, the Brit and the Brazilian, they're going to be on the front row of the starting grid for the first heat of the weekend. Talk about setting up an incredible show. The second row of the grid is filled with two new faces to the FIA paddock. René Lammers, the Dutch sensation and son of the great sports car and Formula One driver Jan Lammers, who is there in third position on the starting grid, alongside the very talented American convert Matías Orjuela, who is actually racing under the American license, but he is, of course, from South America, racing over in the North American Championships. Arthur Dorisson and Akshay Bora will be together on that third row of the starting grid with another Singaporean star, Dion Gowda. You can see him to the left of your screen in the 122, the Ricky Flynn Motorsport kart, and alongside him, the very talented Jens Truer, the Dutchman. Another great performance from the KSM official driver. And it really is going to be interesting. You've got so many top drivers up at the sharp end of the field, but some big names really struggled in the qualifying session yesterday. Several sessions, again, saw the 8 minutes only really being optimized for 4 of them, which meant that drivers were desperately trying to find a good bit of clean air and a good lap, and a lot of them were left wanting.
Yeah, absolutely. Tricky exercise it was in qualifying for everybody here, even though disputed in dry conditions. But you could see differences between from one group to the other, and that makes it even more entertaining and exciting and unpredictable for us neutral viewers. In the rest of the grid, Andres Cardenas and Nicolas Rus will be alongside each other on row number 5. We're going to have Harley Keeble, a winner in this year's European Championship, with Edgar Ampilogov by his side. Gabriel De Moura and Kai Sorensen will be on row 7. Row number 8, we'll see Rashid Al-Daheri and Enzo Tarvanishkul. Rashid Al-Daheri competing in his first FIA Karting World Championship under his new color of Car Republic after competing for Paulin for the past few months. Then we have Jarzim Skulanov and Alberto Hurtado Gonzalez on row 9. Row 10, we'll see Alma Sismavara and Tobias Clausen. Then we have the young sensation from Sri Lanka, Yevan David and Adria Gill on row number 11, followed by Alexander Bondarev, David Odeker, Griffin Peebles, Edu Robinson, Mark Dubinsky, Ethan Nobles on row 14. Then at the back end of the grid, Valentin Klus. Then we have Eric Enachi, Jules Roussel, Sébastien Engie, Louis Levaux, and Matthias De Faria. 34 drivers onto the track, ready to tackle the World Championship. There's going to be a busy schedule ahead of us, boys. But let's have fun on track. Now the rain has stopped, by the look of it. At least the wind has picked up in pace ever since we got here this morning. But as you can see, this is tires for a wet race, so wet conditions as for now. But let's hope for the drivers that the conditions will be improving.
Absolutely. It's not actually raining at this point on the circuit, but it has been raining overnight, and there are wet tires on pretty much every kart out there. There's not a massive amount of spray on the circuit as well when they're out there on track. This is going to be the difficulty, and this is the toughest conditions really for any racing driver to face. When it's not completely dry and it's not completely wet, they have a little bit of a fine line to dance with in between. 7-lap races in the junior category, 17 degrees Celsius air temperature. The marshals out on the circuit, the Blanco Armada we are calling them this weekend. Normally they're the Orange Army, but here in this part of the world they generally tend to wear all white, the marshals here. But they're going to work and making sure the track is clear. Just a couple of places on the circuit from the previous warm-ups where parts of the circuit need to be cleared So that is why we've had a slight delay this morning. And that's to be expected, of course, in greasy, tricky conditions like these. You're always going to have a couple of races that will be held up as a result of drivers spewing off the circuit. But as you can see, they're being sent out onto the road now for qualifying heat B versus D, the first of our World Championship qualifying heats in the OK Junior category. So it's time to go to battle. And for the first time this weekend, Freddie Slater and Matthias Ferreira will meet on the front row of the starting grid. Then it will be René Lammers and Matthias Orwela, Arthur Dorisson and Akshay Bora from Dion Gauda and Jens Truer. Then it will be Andres Cardenas, Nicolas Roos, Harley Keeble, Edgar Pidigov, Gabriel Mora, Kai Sorensen, Enzo Tarvanitschkel, Rashid Aldeheri, Gerasim Skudanov and Alberto Hurtado.
Then on row 10, Alvarez Mevara, Tobias Klaasen, followed by Jevan David, Adria Gill, Alexander Bondarev, David Adeke, Griffin Peebles, Edu Robinson, Mark Nubinski, Ethan Nobles, Valentin Klus, Eric Enachi, Jules Roussel, Sébastien Engie, Louis Levaux, and Matthias De Faria. Do we have everybody on track out on the pre-grid? 7 laps. This will be the distance for all the qualifying heats in the junior class, and 9 laps for the senior. 10 laps, my apologies, for the seniors, so roughly 15 kilometers on this 1.5 beautiful layout of Campillos, 16 corners and a lot of challenges, as you can see, with actually it's not something that's particularly obvious on camera, but the elevation changes on this track is among certainly the biggest that we have seen in FIA Karting history. There's up to a 3% difference in terms of climbing from the bottom to the top of the track. So it's really some sort of a little Spa-Francorchamps of karting that we have here in Campillos, and especially on the slippery tarmac as it is right now, this will be even more difficult for the drivers to keep the right line.
Already becoming a very popular venue, this one. There's already talks about a return to Campillos in future years. Obviously, we know the calendar for 2022, and sadly, it will not include the Campillos circuit. But considering that 4 weeks ago, we didn't really know what the venue was going to be for the World Championship after the announcement from the FIA that unfortunately, due to various complications, a lot of them logistic, a lot of them due to the COVID pandemic, and a lot of them for various other reasons too technical to go into here, that we wouldn't be able to race at Speed Park Uruguay. And we do send a really sorry message of disappointment and sadness that we couldn't compete in Brazil. We were all really looking forward to it, but circumstances beyond our control means that we were not able to race in Brazil. However, we came up with a solution, we came up with a plan, and the FIA, incredibly in collaboration with Karting Centre Campillos, in 4 weeks have been able to turn this into a World Championship event. And I have to say, it is absolutely phenomenal. This is a great facility, and I can't wait to come back here time and time again. I mean, from a purely lover's point of view of the sport, they even have floodlights here. They do endurance races that go through the night. So, you know, one day, you never know, maybe 23, 24, who's to say we couldn't do night races here? Could be very, very exciting for the future. But here come the drivers round. Slater and Ferreira on the front row of the grid. They obviously went for an additional formation lap in the tricky and greasy conditions. Are we going to get off to a good start? Looks as though they're pretty much formed up in the tram lines. Are we going to go racing? No, we're not. So it is another formation lap that they will go round for a third time of asking. And that is obviously because not everybody in the tail end of the field was neatly in position.
Yes, indeed, there was a bit of training at the back end of the grid, but 2 laps in total to get the engine and tires up to temperatures, to get a grid of the slippery conditions and to find the right line. But the length of the races remained the same, according to Nigel Edwards, our race director. But he just decided that no, the formation of the grid was not good enough, young gentlemen. Let's go for another try. And we might see a couple of them maybe throughout the morning, as long as the conditions remain as they are. But we had a bit of a delay starting to this event due to those conditions actually that made the last warm-up sessions a bit trickier than usual for the drivers. So a bit of washing up on the track was deemed necessary. We saw a couple of drivers getting out in the third sector of this layout in turn number 14. We're going to get ourselves to one of the spots to keep an eye on. There's so many overtaking opportunities on this racing track, up to 10 I've counted for the past few days, and we've seen that in the preparation race as well. The drivers know how to overtake here. They have found the spots, and let's see if those slippery conditions are going to help them even more.
So now are we going to get the clean start? This time it's up to Freddie Slater and Matthias Ferreira at the front of the grid to dictate the pace as they come through the final corners of the lap. And obviously they'll need to be in the tram lines. They need to stay in position before the lights go out. Then when they go out, we'll be able to go racing. Now we're green, 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 and up to the first corner. Good start from Slater. Good launch as well from René Lammers into second position. Ferreira's found grip right round the outside and actually bangs wheels with Slater to take the lead. Round the outside in turn 2. Slater's coming straight back on the inside. Has to bail out of it, but now comes back onto the inside line. Gets the position in the hairpin. As up into third place comes Arthur Dorisson. So Dorisson has worked his way through into third place in the Tony Kart as the field works its way. A little bit greasy, a little bit slippery, but everybody's got through without too much drama as everybody gets into a decent position through the braking zone for the top of the hill. Now they're going to start to plunge down. Good move from one of the Forzas in the middle there as we have the S's, and Slater is just hanging on here in front of Matthias Ferreira. The battle for third position is well joined, and as they continue to work their way forward, it is Dorisson who runs in third position in front of Lammers. Now trying to figure out who that is a little further down the field. Oh, a big slide through as 107 gets his run. That's Akshay Bora trying to come in round the outside of one of the Ricky Flynn drivers. I'm guessing Dion Gouda. So Bora has come through and up into P5.
Yeah, you could see actually Arthur Dorisson going around the outside of the hairpin, trying to find some grip and to have a bit of exit. On your picture, this is Freddie Slater, who was able to fight back, but what a start and what a first move it was for Matthias Ferreira. It had to be on the line, but you can see that now the British driver has been able to find a bit of pace and build himself a gap up to a 7/10 of a second almost for Slater in front of Ferreira. Dorisson, good start for the young Frenchman, up to third in front of Lammers, Gouda. Then we have Akshay Bora in front of Kai Sorensen, Orwella. 9th place at the moment for Tan van Ischkull and Harley Keeble. Good first lap as well for Tan van Ischkull. He climbed 6 places up to 9 as it stands, but you can see the drivers battling to find the grip on the inside line. Actually, the racing line is not quite drying up just yet. Up into turn number 8, you can see the drivers. This is a third sector of the track here, all the way down to hairpin number 10. This is a particularly tricky part of the track where overtaking is quite difficult, but once you can actually have a good exit and keep the throttle on in the return straight, this particular spot here, turn number 11, is really a corner to keep an eye on. But Freddie Slater is having a good exit, keeping the momentum as the battle is raging with René Lammers, with the Parolin. Oh, around the inside, this is Dion Gouda against Kai Sorensen, Akshay Bora as well. This is Akshay Bora, my apologies, now battling with Kai Sorensen for 6th place. There was a good move over there as we have Arthur Dorisson still under pressure from René Lammers. This is a battle for 3rd place, and there won't be much time for those drivers. Actually, this is already the end of lap 2 out of 7, so not a lot of time in their hand to try to make the difference.
And it's always very tricky in these greasy conditions to try and find a little bit of extra momentum, a little bit of extra pace. So it's always going to be a little bit technical, a little bit tricky. But Freddie Slater leading the way out in front of Matthias Ferreira. He's got a second, and this is where he can be pretty comfortable. Just run his race, not be too stressed. But that's a great battle for third, as now we've got Lammers up the inside of Arthur Dorisson. But is he going to run wide on the exit? Yes, he does. Dorisson's going to come straight back. Lammers will be there for the undercut for the next right-hander. So they swap positions 3 times in as many corners. But is Dorisson going to get his bid down the hill as they come into the S's, into the hairpin? But Dorisson is being caught now by Dion Gouda, so Gouda's in the mix. Then Kai Sorensen, the young man from the United States, as he now climbs up into the top 6. Keeble has fought his way up into 7th position. So a very tricky start to things, but up the inside comes Dion Gouda. He gets the run there on Arthur Dorisson. So up into 3rd comes Lammers, up into 4th comes Gouda, and up into 5th potentially comes Kai Sorensen. He hasn't quite got the traction out of the bend to accelerate up and find the faster line. So Dorisson is bouncing back. Now he slides into the braking zone. Watch, Sorensen will dive for the inside line. Dorisson will cut back and take the position back again on the exit. But Sorensen keeps his card on the inside line and is able to hold on to that 5th position. Watch on the exit because Dorisson will get a good run as Sorensen will slide out. But Sorensen has actually been able to hold it. So well done to the American.
Yeah, good pace indeed from Kai Sorensen, who stays in front of the Frenchman. Side by side, all of them. This is lap number 4 out of 7. Freddie Slater improving his gap lap after lap, the fastest for the British driver. This is a 1.16, of course, very far from what we've seen in qualifying. And look at the battle with Kai Sorensen on the inside, trying to shut the door to Dion Gouda. He goes ahead, the young American, upper place into 4th, as Kai Sorensen was able to stay in front of Arthur Dorisson, wasn't able to get into the open door. And you can see the driver sliding. It's very difficult to get the racing line right. Coming to turn number 10, down the hairpin, a very heavy braking point where you can easily slide as well on the outside and go cross-country between the 2 straights. Hasn't happened quite yet, but Kai Sorensen with the white crash helmet doing a good job at the moment. And further back, we have the move from Akshay Bora, wasn't it? who just went ahead. This is the 106 on. This is Harley Keeble on your screen, battling with Arthur Dorisson. This is a battle for 6, and Rachid Al-Daheri in the meantime. This was him actually doing a fantastic job. Al-Daheri, the 108, climbing 9th place up to 7. He was the one who got ahead of Arthur Dorisson just before in the corner. We're back here with Dorisson under the pressure now of Harley Keeble. Didn't have the best of luck last weekend coming to the preparation race. Even though he's a European Championship winner, he has the pace. Let's see what he can do. He needs to get past the Frenchman, who shuts the door in turn number 1. This is lap number 5 here, and Freddie Slater up in the lead has nothing to worry about so far. 3 seconds of a gap in front of Matheus Ferreira.
Well, this is where Freddie Slater can really command his race. He can just settle into a nice rhythm up front. Ferreira in second place, getting well clear of René Lammers. This is generally the form you get in the greasy conditions. Once you settle into a nice rhythm, you hold station just by the momentum of being out in front. So these two having a very good squabble at the moment, an inter-team squabble. They've got to be careful of that because obviously you don't want to cause friction within the awning. But Keeble versus Dorisson, they're going well together at the moment. 7th and 8th place. Dorisson checks over his shoulder to see how close actually Bora is. Not close enough to be a threat is the answer. But up to 3rd has come Kai Sorensen, past René Lammers. So now it is Sorensen in 3rd from Lammers, Gouda and Al-Daheri. So Al-Daheri in the back of this little group is going to be very interesting to watch as he battles away for position. It's going to be a very exciting battle for the contenders as they run in fluidity at this moment in time. Up into the sharp end of the field and diving up the inside, that's Gouda, takes on René Lammers, so he gets through and onto the main straight. Now this is all going to be about where Gouda places the cart. He has a look, Lammers is going to go for the inside line and he's going to get some assistance from Rachid Al-Daheri. He gets through to the inside line, Al-Daheri's not quite able to make it, and round the outside, Dion Gouda defends the position. Nicely handled. Al-Daheri takes the move on the inside line to try and get his way up in front of René Lammers, and that's a nice move from the Emirati.
Yeah, another good news for Lammers indeed, as he lost position in turn number 5. Dion Gouda was going defensive indeed outside of turn number 1, but you could see sliding on the edge of the track on the curb, so it wasn't easy to keep it together. And Arthur Dorisson might want to try to fight back at the moment on Harley Keeble, coming down to turn number 10. Here's the battle with the 122. Dion Gouda being chased now by Rachid Al-Daheri. This is the penultimate lap of this race as Gouda is looking over his shoulder. Al-Daheri goes for it as well. But it's going to go wide, I'm afraid, as Gouda fights back. Oh, and we have a retirement for the 102. This is Matheus Ferreira. Matheus Ferreira is going to have to retire of this first qualifying heat. What on earth happened to the young Brazilian? Mechanical trouble by the look of it. But Matheus Ferreira was in second position in front of Kai Sorensen on his way to a first strong result to get his World Championship started. And now another disappointment. He had this as well last weekend. This is the most atrocious way to get your weekend going this way.
I mean, it's the worst possible situation in the first heat of the weekend. It's way too early in proceedings to say that the championship is over for Matheus Ferreira, but it's certainly going to be made 10 times harder. You cannot afford in a field of 101 drivers to take one DNF. That is absolutely heartbreaking for Matheus Ferreira, especially when it's quite clear that it's not of his own making. He was on his own and clearly something amiss. But Freddie Slater is absolutely loving this. It could not be going better for the young Brit, who is already a world champion. He won at Portimao last year. He's a European champion. He sealed that at Zuera earlier this season. And now he could become, it's certainly looking that way at the moment, but this is way early days. But he's on the march to become the first, as far as I'm concerned, back-to-back junior world champion. An amazing opportunity for him, but he really has taken command of this race. He's not really got himself in a hot water, just controlled the pace of the tyres, made sure that he hasn't undone himself at any point in the race, just cruised his way through, and it's a much easier task now for Freddie Slater as he comes out of the final turn. Job done in race 1, flawless.
Flawless indeed, as Freddie Slater wins the first race of the day. Beautiful performance from the young British driver, 6 seconds fully in front of Kai Sorensen. Rachid Al-Daheri coming across in 3rd place in front of Dion Gouda. René Lammers is 5th. Harley Keeble crossing the line in 6th. Arthur Dorisson is 7th from Akshay Bora. Alexander Bondarev, Enzo Tarvanishkul. Good recovery effort from Bondarev, 14 places up to the top 10. Andres Cardenas crossing in 11 from Edgar Pilogov. Matthias Orwella, Jens Streur and Jevan David in 15.
What an absolutely sensational drive from Freddie Slater out in the front end of the field. Excellent display, excellent performance. Really has been majestic for the British talent as he is now ready in position up at the front end of the field, and that looked pretty plain sailing for him. There's Matias Ferreira's kart in the background. So agonizing for the Brazilian driver. And that really does put one of the big title favourites for this World Championship down the order in the worst possible fashion. So Freddie Slater cleans up in race 1. He takes the win in front of Kai Sorensen and Rashid Aldeheri, Dion Gauder and René Lammers, Harley Keeble, Artur Dorisson, Akshay Bora and Alexander Bondarev, with Enzo Tanvanichkul in the top 10. Then Andres Cadenas and Edgar Anpiligov, Matthias Orhuela and Jens Trua, Yevon David and Valentin Klus from Gerasim Skudenov and Gabriel Mora. 19th position, it is Jules Champigny-Roussel from Douai de Decker and Adrian Mustienis, Nicolas Roos and Alva Simasvara from Sebastian NG of Panama and Mark Dubnitsky of Estonia. Then Tobias Clausen. Behind him, it is Ethan Nobels from Matthias Callejas, Eric Enash of Romania, Griffin Peebles, Edward Robinson, Alberto Hurtado, and Louis Laveau. The one retirement from the race, the Brazilian sensation Matias Ferreira, with mechanical problems that have completely ruined his chances of starting towards the front end of the field in the final on Sunday. It's not over for him by any stretch, but certainly it's made a lot harder, as the Brazilian was the only retirement in that race as well, so he will be classified as 34th and dead last. Well, what a difficult situation that is for him. So let's go straight over to Guillaume Alvarez. Guillaume Alvarez has been able to have a conversation with the American star in the senior category, Hugo Chukwu.
Yes, indeed, Jake. I'm here with last year's European champion in the junior class, Hugo Chukwu. Good to see you. You're in OK now. So can you talk us through the start of the weekend here in Campillos? A new track, a new challenge for most of you. How was it from your perspective?
Yeah, a very positive start. I went first in my group in quali, 4th overall, so it's a very good starting position for the heats. But it seems, the conditions are very changeable, just as we saw in Portimao last year. So it's important to stay very consistent, and we will do our best.
What do you think of the track and so far? What kind of setup do you need?
It's a very nice track. I mean, it's like long, but also very twisty, so it's a great challenge. And we'll see who comes out on top.
All right, thanks very much for coming, Hugo Chukwu, and the best of luck to you during this weekend. Thank you.
Good stuff. Great to hear from one of the favourites for the senior category, Hugo Chukwu, and definitely with a great chance to bring America a World Championship title. We'll see how he gets on a little later. For now, though, it is qualifying heat C versus F, as we will put the OK Juniors back on track, and Max Popov will be on the front row of the starting grid alongside the American James Igotzi. Then it will be Thomas Stolchemanis of Latvia and Alex Powell of Jamaica. Then Miguel Costa and Maciek Gledij. Then it is Aaron Garcia and Jonathan Waywat from Tigran Bonatian, Maxim Orlov, Artemay Trotsky and Ian Eichmans. From Anatoly Kavalkin and Nathan Tai. Then on row 8 it is Eric Genet and Enea Frey. In front of them is, behind them, is Freya Norman and Carol Schultz.
Then we have on row 10, Guillaume Bouzard and Jan Puchu, Stepan Antonov and Louis Samdula, Chu Donozzo and Simone Bianco. On row number 13, Renaud Frankot and Anton Laxonen, Josh Hoffman and Livari Tumelito, then Adrian Malirosune, Nico Lehalati, Johan Oresti, Caleb Campbell and Kaius Tovinen. There's 33 drivers onto the track. Do we have everybody in? I think we do. Good to catch up with young Hugo Chukwu, of course, from Car Republic, the driver backed by McLaren Racing Formula One team, of course, as last year's sensation in Portimao, winning the at the end of the season, of course, but winning the European Championship as well in the junior class. First year in OK, and certainly a name to keep an eye on for the years to come. We're going to have, of course, throughout the rest of the weekend, a couple of those interviews to try to get you guys in contact and more in touch with the players, the top players, as well as the contenders of both classes, the OK and the junior class. As now the drivers onto the track. This is qualifying heat C against F, about to conclude the second warm-up lap. Maximilian Popov, James Segolzi on the front row. Maximilian Popov that we have seen having a good pace in last weekend preparation race. So let's see what the young wall racing driver will be able to see. James Segolzi, same chassis, different team though for the young American. Alex Powell, a strong force to be reckoned with as well. Thomas Stoltzemanis as well, who was one of the fastest in this morning's warm-up session. Watch out for the Energy Corset driver, the 111 on your picture, with Powell behind, and the rest of the grid getting ready.
So the competitors now putting themselves into their positions. If you want to send us some comments or questions, please do so via our Facebook feed. You can watch live there, of course, as well. FIA Karting's Championship Facebook page. Keep the comments and questions pleasant, and we'll be more than happy to share them out to the world. But Max Popov and James Zagotzi on that front row of the grid. Thomas Stolchemanis and Alex Powell, Miguel Costa and Maciej Gladys. Are we going racing? No, we're not. That is a false start. Too many drivers at the tail of the field, not quite queued up. Little bit of pressure there on the shoulders of Max Popov and James Zagotzi. They've been at the front of races before, of course, but in a World Championship, that really does take the pressure cooker a little bit higher.
Yeah, there's always a bit more pressure, you know. And talking to some of the team managers as we had the chance throughout the weekend, they all say, you know, they all tell us that basically it's like a race, like, you know, there's so many that they have throughout the season. So it's just another race from the team manager's perspective. And they try to actually, you know, share that point of view, share that spirit to the drivers in order for them to not feel the pressure. But, you know, unconsciously, most of the drivers, especially the young ones, actually keep repeating themselves, this is a world championship, I need to be on top of my game, I need to perform. And that comes with a bit of pressure on the shoulder that sometimes is not necessary, but they can help it. And that's why actually the teams and the mechanics and the guys surrounding those drivers, I try to, you know, explain to them just to make them cool down. But that's part of the game, isn't it?
That's right. We were speaking yesterday evening to Lorenzo Traversanuto, the two-time world champion, and of course this year's KZ2 Super Cup winner back in Kristianstad last month. He's also driver coaching these days at Paralin Motorsport, and he's looking after the likes of Enzo Deligny, Matthias Orweiler and Jessica Rascado in the seniors. And he was telling us, you know, it's worth telling these drivers, you know, it's still just another race weekend. They've got it into their heads. It's a world championship. I've got to be at my absolute best. But from a learning perspective, they need to keep making that development. They need to keep putting on the progress. And they can't do that if they're putting too much pressure on themselves. So they come out of the final turn this time, and it's going to be a fast start. And it is green. Away we go. Popov gets a good start from Stolchemanis. Stolchemanis is going to get through to second place. Zagotzi's going to try and get back in round the outside. Up into third place, Stolchemanis tried his best to cut in there on Popov and has not been able to make the overtaking move. Zagotzi and Powell are lining up behind further back. Then in fifth position, that is Maciej Gladys, who is in the Forza Motorsport kart with those special all-end colours. And up the inside, now comes Zagotzi as he gets through on Stolchemanis in a second position. Now up the climb, in through the toughest corner on the circuit in terms of the elevation change. They sweep up and then they drop down the hill as Alex Powell closes up on Thomas Stolchemanis, while out in front, Max Popov in the Ward Racing Tony kart has things very much his own way on lap one. Stolchemanis now getting up alongside Zagotzi. Zagotzi trying to squeeze him to the braking zone. Stolchemanis will not be backed up, and he's going to get the run into second position. Watch for Alex Powell as well. Here comes Zagotzi, back for more on the inside line, and he's there as Powell tries to drift right round the outside of them and just has to bail out of the throttle. But it's perfect for Popov. He's going to get well clear as these three continue to jockey for position. And round the outside, Powell is going to try and out-drag Stolchemanis as coming into the battle now is the 135. That's Jonathan Waywat, who has suddenly crept onto the scene there. Excellent to see Jonathan Waywat back up at the sharp end.
And here we go, one lap concluded here, and the battle is raging at the advantage of James Zagotzi. You could see that Stolchemanis had a good start on the inside, but had a bit of a difficulty to get the throttle going, the engine, and the momentum going into the climb. That's why actually it was a bit slow following Maxim Popov into the opening lap, and is about maybe to do some more ground, even though he's fighting with Alex Powell at the moment, still in third place. Powell having the pressure of Jonathan Waywat, as you said. Great start indeed from the driver from Denmark. And he showed some good things as well, some good ambitions a couple of days ago with one win in the qualifying heat. So he's very much there, the RS competition driver. Let's see what he can do in those conditions as the racing line is getting drier and drier by the minute as long as the race goes on. Stolchemanis on your picture, the young standard bearer from Energy Corsi, still in third place. Half of a second behind James Zagotzi. Popov is really cruising away, 1.1 second. And the battle is on with Maciej Gladys against Jonathan Waywat. Gladys was going around the inside with those new colors on his Forza Racing chassis. Oh, and the 150 is going to have to retire. I'm afraid this is 150. Renault Franca seems to be missing as well. Who is that? 150 is Nathaniel Tai. Nathaniel Tai from Sodicart, actually, who was on the side of the track. So another retirement after what happened to Matheus Ferreira in the opening race. But right now, another lap completed and 1 full second between Popov and James Zagotzi under the pressure of those young two drivers, Stolchemanis and Powell.
Yeah, disaster for Renault Franco, the Tony Kart factory driver, out of the race, as is the Sony Kart factory driver Nathan Tai. So both their races end on the second lap of competition. And there's still this great little tussle. This is part of the RSC competition squad, the new team. Jonathan Waywat now hustling Maciek Ledij, the Polish driver who recently won the FIA Karting Academy trophy. Very talented young Polish star, and very much coming through the same sort of mould as Timotis Kucharczyk, who is now, of course, one of the stars in the OK senior category. And I'm sure it's not going to be too long before those two Polish megastars are going to be climbing up the ranks of motorsport. Treble one, though. Tomasz Stolczymanis still trying to gain traction and ground. Now, interestingly, Max Popov has not been able to do what Freddie Slater did and pull away. Oh, and wide there, that is Waywat, I think, getting squeezed out there by Anatoly Kavalkin of the Paralin team. So Anatoly Kavalkin able to move his way up a position, and it won't be too long before Ian Eijkmans, the Belgian, is having a look at the Danish driver in front. So Ian Eijkmans is really starting to make his play in this race now, still firmly in the top 10. And having a very solid effort here in front of Eric Genet, the nephew of Marc Genet, Formula One driver for Ferrari, of course. And Max Orlov has managed to get past him on that last lap. So the Paralin driver now up into 9th place past Genet. And then in 11th position, Aaron Garcia still doing a fair job as he runs in front of Stepan Antonov. But this is a great battle for the lead, starting to step up and build up. Popov has not been able to pull away in the same manner that Freddie Slater did. So expect James Zagotsi to go for it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting on the topmost part of the track down to the hairpin number 10, as Popov actually went for 1.1 second to a 3/10 advantage on James Egorzi, really doing a good job at catching up the leader. Popov, Egorzi, the battle is taking shape for the win in his second qualifying heat of the day. Stolczymanis is still very much in third with half of a second delay. Then we have Alex Powell, Gladys, Kavalkin going up a place in front of Waywat. And watch out, because now it's going to be very interesting indeed, as Maximilian Popov is trying to go a bit around the outside of each turn to try to get some more grip. You can see them sliding on the way to turn number 14. Very heavy braking point over there. You can actually easily make a difference. And there he goes into turn number 15. James Egorzi actually had a bit of a better momentum, but watch out for the fight back on Maximilian Popov, who takes the lead again. Here they come across. And this is the end of lap number 4. Lap number 5 it is, out of 7. And we saw the first attack of James Egorzi around the inside of turn number 15, the last chicane before the start-finish straight. But Maximilian Popov was quick to respond, and that could actually open the door. And they keep on fighting. Turn number 5. Oh, almost a touch over there. But James Egorzi is going to have to fight again. There was another attempt, and I was going to say that could open the door to Stolczymanis just behind, as the energy driver is getting close to Egorzi in second. And that could actually provide another opportunity for Popov to extend his gap and get the deal done.
So important at this phase of the race to have track position, and obviously James Egorzi wants it as they go down the back straight and up towards the hairpin, in through the left. You've got to be so careful when you get back on the power. The back end of the car wants to overtake the front. You just got to balance it out. Two different approaches to the racing line there, as well as Egorzi manages to slice up the inside briefly of Max Popov, but it's down in the braking zone where everything's really going to count. You'll see the two drivers have two different interpretations of the line. There goes Egorzi, but he's going to get passed immediately back from Max Popov. Again, Egorzi does for the inside, but from the outside line, the wet karting line, Popov will retake it, so they're going to swap positions a couple of times. It's going to need to be the forceful final move that will take the lead away, and Stolczymanis is giving James Egorzi a hurry up. Come on, man, if you're going to overtake him, you need to shut the door on the exit. Otherwise, it's going to be my turn to have a look at him, and I think Stolczymanis is pretty much now starting to feel that if I could get past Egorzi, I could make this move, and this time Egorzi gets the move. That's lovely. He needed to make that one count, and that's going to give Stolczymanis the run. He gets up in a second position, and watch out for Alex Powell. He might sense that Max Popov is vulnerable too. So this is brilliant racecraft from James Egorzi. He's stolen the lead in fine fashion.
Yeah, unfortunately, Maximilian Popov didn't have enough speed carried on outside of the two right-handers over there, and that opened the door quite brilliantly for Tomasz Stolczymanis, who just went for it. And Alex Powell in fourth with the Car Republic colors might try to do the same. The young Mercedes junior driver, going around the outside. Unfortunately, Popov is losing 2 positions to Powell, as well as Anatoly Kavalkin from Paralin, who goes through as well. So disaster, I'm afraid, for Popov, who went from 1st to 5th place with a bit more than a lap to go before the checkered flag. Down to turn number 14, Powell trying to get the line into the last chicane. And look at Kavalkin, actually, who was going to fight and go against Powell. There's a bit of a wheel touching over there, but Powell manages to stay ahead. That was very close indeed, and he's not particularly happy about it. Powell is looking over his shoulder to see where the Paralin driver is. He's just on his tail in the final lap of this race. And James Igolzi on his way to potentially the victory with 0.4 of a second in front of Stoltzemanis. But those two, Powell and Kavalkin, still have something to say.
You've got to feel sorry for Max Popov, just faded away in the closing stages and has now dropped to 5th position just in front of Maciej Gledizh. But there's Adrian Maliero. He's our on-board cameraman over the course of the weekend. We'll bring you that on-board lap later this afternoon. But he's just gone fastest in 12th position, tucked up behind his countryman Eric Genet. But James Igolzi for the Tony Kart Factory team doing a fabulous job here in the greasy conditions. Still wet tyres galore, because it's obviously very, very tricky, and it certainly wouldn't have any grip at all on slicks at this point, but you can see there's no spray coming off the tyres at all, so this is going to get very tricky. Stoltzemanis again trying to line up a move, and that is Kavalkin having got past Powell. So Kavalkin in 3rd position now, having overtaken Alex Powell, the Jamaican. So Powell finds himself in 4th position. There's going to be one last chance to make that move count as Igolzi runs in front of Stoltzemanis, and they're going to come through at the end of a brilliant and thrilling race battle. But James Igolzi is going to chalk one up alongside Freddie Slater's win earlier on. Now James Igolzi has one as well. The American dances to the flag after a gutsy and determined drive in 1st position, and he's happy with that.
He must be happy with that indeed. It wasn't an easy victory to go catch up, but he just did that brilliantly, James Igolzi. First win of the weekend for the young American. 2nd place for Thomas Stoltzemanis, Anatoly Kavalkin in 3rd, with a great recovery as well from the Paralympic driver. 10 places up to 3rd. Alex Powell crossing the line in 4th, that's where he started, in front of Maximilian Popov, Maciej Gledizh, Jonathan Waymat. Then we have Ian Aikmans, Maxim Orlov, Karel Schultz, and Adrian Malero, climbing 18 positions in those conditions up to 11. That's one of the recoveries already of the weekend, and something to talk about definitely. Eric Genet down in 12 in front of Jan Puchu. Then we have Aaron Garcia Lopez and Josh Herfan in 15.
Exciting stuff here in this OK Junior Heat, qualifying for Groups C versus F. And for James Igolzi, the young man from the United States, it definitely couldn't have started any better than that. He's having a terrific time of it out in the sharp end of the dais. A really exciting run. So the battle is going to be well and truly joined with the other competitors as they run in formation together. But we will see an absolutely spectacular run and a great battle for the competitors as they run in formation together. But it's James Igolzi who wins from Thomas Stoltzemanis and Anatoly Kavalkin, Alex Powell and Max Popov, Maciej Gledizh and Jonathan Waywatt, Ian Aikmans, Maxim Orlov and Karel Schultz. Then Adrian Maliero and Eric Genet, Jan Puchu and Aaron Garcia. Josh Herfan lines up 15th in front of Stefan Antonov, Shudazono and Miguel Costa. Next up behind them is Artemy Trotsky from Guillaume Bouzard and Tigran Bonatian. Freya Norman did a good job to run in 22nd. She was ahead of Juan Aluja. Then Kars Torvinen, Anton Laksonen, Luvuwe Sambudla of South Africa, Enea Frey, Nicola Nalati, Caleb Campbell, Simone Bianco, Ivari Tuimaletto. And then, of course, we finish up with our 2 retirements, Nathan Tai and Renault Franco. Not the way they wanted their World Championship weekends to start, and it's definitely a bit of a hammer blow for them from now on in. So the sun is trying to come out and give us a little bit more excitement out onto the circuit, and we're definitely looking like we're going to do that as the drivers are getting ready for the next heat. We're going to bring you one of our recorded interviews first of all, and then we will have another driver with Guillaume. So let's talk to one of the stars who'll be lining up at the front row of this particular starting grid, and is definitely one of the top contenders for the title here this weekend after an excellent display a week ago in the warm-up race. He'll start from P4, the Frenchman for Paralympic Motorsport, Enzo Deligny.
It feels good, you know. It's my first World Championship in 2021. I feel like I have the speed to do a good result, so yeah, it's a good feeling. It was a solid championship. I missed a couple of rounds, but overall we had all right speed in the top 10 most of the time. But I think for this race we have a good chance to do something even better. Obviously last weekend was a really good weekend for us. We had a really solid pace all weekend, and we managed to find something even more on the setup, but I'll keep pushing for this weekend, but I'm feeling pretty good. It's a really good track, it's really fun, it's one of my favorite tracks. The elevation is really high, it goes up and down, especially in Sector 1. It's like an endless climb, and it's really fun to drive. It's one of my favorite tracks. It would probably just be racing against the others, because everyone is, for this race, is really just giving it all, because it's the World Championship. So you have to really be focused on everything and try to nail everything. So yeah, we'll try to not make any mistakes, and if we nail it, we'll have a good chance.
He's definitely a great star to watch out for, is Enzo Deligny. A fabulous performance so far in his young career. And what an exceptional display he has given us over last week in the warm-up race. Now we're going to talk to another of the drivers who's definitely going to be a contender in the senior category in OK, the fabulous Swedish talent for Ward Racing. Guillaume has found Oscar Pedersen.
Yes, indeed, guys, as we are here with Oscar Pedersen in person. Good to see you, Oscar. Here's one of the revelations from yesterday's qualifying. Can you talk us through how it went as you put out together what a fastest lap?
Good to see you too. It was a pretty good lap. I saw that I was 10th down on my second best lap, so I pushed all I had, and the result was pretty good.
All right, so you're starting at the front in your qualifying heats. Mixed conditions for now. Is getting dry. What kind of conditions do you prefer most?
I prefer dry, but wet works good as well. As I was fastest on the first practice today, I think it can go pretty good.
Yeah, because this is a rather challenging and technical track. You know, this is one of the first times for everybody here. So what did you think so far of the layout, and where can you make a difference here?
I like it. It's one of my favorite tracks I ever driven, and I think I have pretty good speed in the second sector. The first one I'm losing a little bit, but we will see.
We will see indeed. The best of luck to you, Oscar Pedersen, and to the entire World Racing team. Thank you, guys.
He's definitely one who'll be a challenge for this World Championship. Great to have Oscar Pedersen fighting for the title. Great to have all of you watching along from wherever you are in the world, particularly to Kelly Pereira Barbosa, who's watching all the way from Bermuda. Fabulous to have your company as well. There's the grid for the OK Junior Qualifying Heat A versus E. David Walter and Dmitry Matveev on the front row of the starting grid. Then it is Marcus Seiter and Enzo Deligny from Kirill Dezitiev and Keanu Alazadi. Then it is German Fativ and Lucas Samalisto, Kia Nakamura Berta and Jimmy Helias, Maxime Rem, Oscar Wurtz, Kirill Kutskov, Augustin Bernier, Juan Coto Alonso, Artur Poulain, Konstantin Grapin and Daniel Wahlberg.
Then we have on row number 10, Jan Pierzonski and Clément Outron, followed on row number 11 by Jules Carentin and Fionn McCarklin. Row number 12, Salim Hanna and Mika Abrams. Then Hugo Erin and Jaden Teen. Number 14, Nacho Tunan and Luca Fluccia. Row 15, Kimi Tanin and Heitor Farias. Darius Babayona and Bradley Mahaman on row number 16, followed on the last row by Denis Curavalli and Jan Peral. 34 drivers onto the track, everybody in, 2 laps to get the tires up to temperatures. I didn't spot if any of the drivers out there is going to go for the dry compound yet. Still very slippery by the look of it on the circuit, even though the racing line in some of the spots, especially in front of us in the 2 right-handers after on the entry of the second number 3, it seems to be getting drier by the minute, but I don't think that it's quite dry enough to go for that kind of bet.
Well, all it's going to take is one driver to throw the dice and make the gamble and it work, and then it will all of a sudden become very apparent. But the sun is coming out on the circuit here, and oh well, I think that's going to be a false start, isn't it? There's no way that that's a correct start. I think they threw that one somehow. I think that one was planned and scheduled. But that front row of the starting grid, certainly for David Walter and Dmitry Matveev, we're going to see an interesting battle from them. Now, looking out onto the circuit, I see the 160 that's taking up residence toward the back of the grid. The Brazilian driver, Heitor Delagnol, on the Praga. He is going for slick tyres, so he clearly feels that it's worth the gamble. The thing is, you're going to see quite a few drivers at this point who are towards the back of the field. They'll put slicks on because, well, why not? You may as well just give it a go. You never know what's going to happen. And if you're at the back of the field anyway, there isn't a massive amount to lose, but there's a heck of a lot to gain.
Yeah, absolutely. They have nothing to lose indeed. And, you know, considering the conditions that everybody found themselves in, so that's a good gamble. Let's see if it's going to pay off. But as for now, one of the names that we're all going to keep a focus on throughout the weekend is David Walter. And he's going to have one of his teammates close by him on the first and on the first row of the grid, Dmitry Matveev. So it's going to be a full Koski Motorsport first row on the grid. So very interesting to see what's going to happen between those two, as David Walter, the 127, will be starting on the right side of the track, left side of the picture, is a teammate Dmitry Matveev by his side. But watch out for Marcus Seiter and Enzo Deligny. As we said, Deligny, we just saw him at the interview. It was very strong indeed a couple of days ago on this very track. Can he confirm his progress for his reappearance at the top of the field? Let's see what's going to happen. Here they come.
Well, let's see if the gamble's going to work for young Delagnol. For everybody else, it's going to be a very exciting battle as they run onto the main straight. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are. Up to the first corner. Good start from Walter, who holds the line on the inside line, followed in by Marcus Saita. As they run through the hairpin, looks as though everybody's pretty much there and thereabouts. A couple of moves being made in the mid-pack as a few drivers find a little bit of excess grip. I think I saw a Birolak going into the back of one of the Tony karts in the middle of the field there. Just a little bit of a rub. Hopefully it's nothing too difficult. And there's yellow flags in the middle of the course because we've got 1 or 2 drivers off the road. We've got 2 karts over the top of each other in the middle of the pack. So that's caused 3-4 karts to come off the road together. 4 karts are out of it, and 2 of them are the Zitiev and Fotiv. So there they are, the 165, Kirill the Zitiev and German Fotiv on the factory Tony kart. And the other 2 involved are Finn McLaughlin, the Irishman, and Salim Hanna. There they are. So 4 karts together off in the same corner. And that just shows you how tight it is. You've actually got Fotiv's kart. He's jammed on top of Kirill Dzitiev's machine. Finn McLaughlin and Salim Hanna are desperately trying to restart. As round the outside, that is a bold lunge from one of the Paralympics to come through. That's the 125 of Enzo Deligny, who was so strong last week in the warm-up race. And now he's got a great chance here to do it once again. Up on the inside, but he's going to lose ground initially to Dmitry Matveev, teammate to Walter, and he squeezes Deligny with absolutely no room for negotiation. And up the inside is going to come the Forza Racing of Kia Nakamura Berta, the Japanese driver. Nakamura Berta will come through, tucks up behind Dmitry Matveev. A very exciting opening lap.
And watch out because Kenny Lazari from Car Republic is on the back of Enzo Deligny. Can actually go around the inside of the Frenchman into turn number 5. Further back as well. Good work from Maxime Rem actually going around the inside of Lucas Amelisto. This is a battle for 7th place. They go side by side on in turn number 7 and the top of the track. Good battle happening at every step of the field right now, but Enzo Deligny lost a bit of momentum in the process as Kin Nakamura just went on his inside in turn number 1, so the door was fully open as well for Samalista and Maxime Rem to put him under pressure. But David Walter in the meantime as well, like we've seen before, there's nothing to worry about. He's taking advantage of the conditions and is pulling away literally 1.2 seconds in front of Marcus Sater as further back Deligny and Kin Nakamura keeps on battling into turn number 12. The 2 right-handers on the opening of 3rd sector going uphill, very difficult to trick. But you can see around the inside of 136, Nakamura Berta with the white crash helmet, very much like Kai Sorensen, actually, his teammate at Forza Racing. But now you can see Deligny is going to try to catch up a little bit because that's what he needs to do, the Frenchman, the Paralympic driver. You can see them side by side, glued together, coming down to turn number 1. This is lap number 3. As David Walter is extending his lead, 1.7 seconds at the moment, with Marcus Sater on his own as well, on his own planet, as Deligny goes around the inside of Kin Nakamura in turn number 5. It was beautifully made. He made that stick, Deligny, and he was able to carry the momentum. Oh, I've spoken too soon, because Nakamura is fighting back and takes the position. This is for 4th.
Now, the pendulum may just be about to swing in the favour of the slick tyres. And, of course, there's only one man who's doing so at the moment, Heitor Delagnol, the Brazilian on the Praga. But his sector time in the 3rd sector was equal to that of the drivers on wets. He's just gone through about 9/10 of a second away from the 1st sector pace. So that is going very quickly. It was 2 seconds a lap slower before that. So now I think we may be about to see the transition, and it won't be too long before the Brazilian makes up some places, and that could be the real catalyst for change. But here is Nakamura Berta defending from Deligny. Deligny trying to get through on the inside, and as a result of their hesitation, Lucas Samalisto is going to try and split them. No chance. In comes Keanu Alazari. Alazari's trying to get good traction off the turn. Cuts back in for a good move off the final turn, and Keanu Alazari is going to get the move on Lucas Samalisto with a little bit of assistance from Maxime Rem. Rem is going to get through as well. Good move from Alazari, and a great 1-2 to follow in behind from Maxime Rem. So that is at the expense of Lucas Samalisto, who's going to lose 2 places. But for David Walter and Dmitry Matveev, it is a Koski 1-2 with Marcus Saita trying to close up on them. And in 4th place, Kia Nakamura Berta trying to shake off Enzo Deligny.
Yeah, we just seen the move happening, and around the inside is going Deligny as well. But Kia Nakamura Berta fights back and cuts him on turn number 8. What a beautiful battle that is for 4th place, as we've just seen the move as well from Dmitry Matveev, my apologies, in front of Marcus Sater. It was a battle for 2nd, and now it was won by the Forza Racing driver. But as for now, we have Kin Nakamura Berta in front of the Cosmic Racing driver, my apologies, as Kin Nakamura Berta is in front of Enzo Deligny, but he's being stuck with just behind Alazari, actually. is going to try to catch up as
Oh,
well.
we've had a spin, sorry, right in front of our commentary position, Guillaume. We've had a spin from one of the Tony karts. I think that is going to be, now I can't quite make out which of the drivers it is. I think that's Oscar Wirtz, in fact, the Austrian. So Oscar Wirtz, I'm afraid, has hurtled off the road on the end of the back straight. So the Tony kart driver is spun out and off the road. So that is very unfortunate for him. Now, Heitor de Lagnol just went fastest of all in the third sector on his previous lap, and he's 0.2 of a second quicker than the race leader in the second sector. So now it looks as though that gamble for the Praga Racing team, it's going to be a couple of laps too late to do anything spectacular, because we've only got 3 laps to go, but certainly that would give an indication to the others that maybe slick tyres could be possible for the next heat. But interesting that the team, Praga Racing and Heitor de Lagnol, who is coached, of course, by the talented KZ2 racer Hannah Lang, might get an opportunity here to move his way forward up the field and showcase to everybody that slicks are the way to go for the next heat. Here's the move from Al-Azhari up the inside, getting his run on Enzo De Ligny. That puts him into 5th position. Great run from Keanu Al-Azhari. He really is picking them off one by one, and he's still got time to move up into the top 3.
And Luca was there for the taking as well. Maxime Rem, who just went ahead of Enzo De Ligny in the open door, but the Frenchman is going to go around the outside, at least trying to attack the Rookie Flynn Motorsport driver in turn number 14. A good momentum carried out into the last chicane, but De Ligny is forced on the outside, but he's going to have plenty of other opportunities entering lap number 6. This will be the last lap, my apologies. No, lap number 6 it is. So Al-Azhari in front, trying to put the pressure on Marcus Sater right now. They're glued together, the 1, 2, 3. Into the climbing of the first sector. Here comes the first hairpin of the track and the first good opportunity for Marcus Sater. And he made that stick beautifully. Al-Azhari in front of Sater. Now in turn number 5 is going up a place in 4th as it is.
And there goes Maxime Rem. He picks off the place from Marcus Sater as well. So Al-Azhari is now up into 4th place as he tries to close up on Kian Nakamura Berta. 2 laps to go, and he has plenty of chances still to creep up into the top 3. So Keanu Al-Azhari making good work of things at the moment from the 2 Koski Motorsport drivers. Then it is Kian Nakamura Berta and this very talented German young star, Keanu Al-Azhari. Of course, his dual nationality. He has worn the United Arab Emirates flag in days gone by, but now he is wearing the German colours. And I can tell you that Heitor de Lagnol has actually made up his first 2 places, so he is gunning his way through the field. He could end up in the top 15 here. He's got time to do it with a lap and a half to go. He's just got to be sensible and place his kart in the right places while everybody else squabbles away. But David Walter and Dimitri Matveev have completely checked out from the rest of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. 2.3 seconds entering the final lap for young David Walter. Was being pole sitter last week, is once again on top of the field in qualifying, leading the way with no worries in the world for the young Danish driver from Koski Motorsport. We had Jan Koski talking to us. You'll get to see that throughout the weekend. David Walter as well, if you can see his reaction posted on social media. But he's confirming again and again his pace here and the strong ambitions of his entire team of Koski Motorsport. And this is the fastest lap for one of the Brazilian drivers, a 160. This is Heitor Daniels Faria, done in 26. But on your picture, David Walter is going to lead the 1-2 for Koski in front of Dimitri Matveev. Kian Nakamura Berta doing a good job up in 3rd. As these are the last corners for young David Walter on his way to his first victory in the junior class. So certainly a contender. He will be starting all of his heats from the top position on the grid. So if he can manage actually to shut the door in turn number 1 and extend his lead every single time, there's no one stopping him basically.
He would have been disappointed with anything less than a win after his pole position in time qualifying yesterday, but the Danish driver comes through. David Walter takes the checkered flag in front of his teammate Dimitri Matveev. 3rd place is Kian Nakamura Berta in front of the superstar drive of Keanu Al-Azhari, fighting his way back into the top 5. Maxime Rem in 5th position from Marcus Saeta and Luca Samalisto. Enzo De Ligny, Daniel Valberg and Jaden Tian. What a drive from him to storm up from 26th on the grid to P10. Very impressive stuff. In terms of the performances from the drivers on the slicks, well, De Lagnol worked his way up to 23rd in the end, and he actually got the fastest lap until the last lap of the race. So it does look to me, in fact, the person who did get the fastest lap of the race in the end was Keanu Al-Azhari on the very last lap, a 1:14.5. So again, showcasing that the Tony Kart package in the hands of Keanu Al-Azhari, very fast indeed, and he's definitely one to watch out for over the course of this weekend. So an exceptional performance and a great display thus far from the drivers. They really have put on an exceptional performance up to this point. So what a sensational drive it has been from David Walter and his teammate, Dmitry Matveev. Koski Motorsport, definitely a force to be reckoned with now. 1 and 2, Kia Nakamura Berta in third from Keanu Alazzari, Maxim Rem, Marcus Saita, Luca Samalisto, Enzo Deligny from Daniel Wahlberg, Jaden Tien, Jimmy Helias, Alto Polane, Dennis Curivali, Juan Coto Alonso, and Jules Caranta.
Then down in 16, Augustin Bernier in front of Jan Peral, who did one hell of a job with 17 positions gain in front of Lucas Fluccia. Then Kuznetsov in 19, Clément Outreau in P20 in front of Konstantin Krapin, Jan Perezowski, Heitor de la Nesvariol, Nacho Tunon, Darius Babayona, Hugo Erorin, Kimi Tani, Mika Abrahams and Bradley Machman, the last driver to see the checkered flag. Salim Hanna, Fionn McCaughlin, German Fortiv, as well as Kirill Ditiev and Oscar Wurz were among the drivers who had to retire from this third qualifying heat of the day of the junior class. Now, as the drivers just made their way to the Parc Fermé for the usual scale scrutineering, we're going to switch our attention to the OK category.
So the senior category getting themselves ready for their World Championship push, and this is definitely what everybody has been waiting for in the FIA Karting world. For those who are wanting to tune in to see Andrea Kimi Antonelli go for the double in 2021, well, we have to report that he is not in action this weekend. He is in Formula 4 over in Monza in Italy, and we wish him all the very best for his future career. However, it is time now to continue on our battles in the world of karting and take a look at the drivers who will be starting on the front row of the grid for the World Championships opening heat in the OK Senior category. And it's two of the biggest names and two of the favourites for this World Championship. The Bulgarian sensation Nikola Tsolov will be in pole position after his excellent display a week ago in the warm-up race prior to this. But the man alongside him is a man who everybody is talking about over in Brazil and even over here in Europe as well. A very splendid race driver and an incredible young talent. His kart is actually coming to the grid now. We caught up with him over the course of the build-up to the race battle. We spoke to the Brazilian charge, Rafael Camara.
For sure, it's a really important race, the World Champion. So like we do like all the races to prepare for, I think, for this one. And then the most important race. So I'm like really excited, and I think we will rain, and then we see what's going to happen this weekend. No, I think it's a great season. Sometimes I have not so good races, but I think it's normal in motorsport. It's normal. Like sometimes you go not so good, sometimes you go really good, and then it's race. So we have the speed, so I'm confident. I think it's have some parts it's really tricky because also this track you cannot push very hard because you overheat the tires. You have to manage a lot in the race. Normal, I'm good with managing the tires, so for me it's normal. No one knows, it's a new track, so it's difficult for everybody. You have to learn the track fast to be fast. I like to drive the rain, so I'm confident, and then we see for the races.
Fantastic opportunity for Rafael Camara to get a victory in the World Championship in front of an incredible audience of Brazilian fans who I'm sure will be watching. It's a shame he couldn't race on home soil, but he will still race for the pride of Brazil from the front row of this starting grid. Now, looking down into the paddock, I can see that many people have gone for slick tyres. One man who can tell us how quickly the track is drying is a competitor who's just been out on the circuit, the junior racer for Kart Republic. Singapore's Akshay Bora was out earlier this morning. He's with Guillaume.
Yes, indeed, guys. Akshay Bora, good to see you. So talk us through the conditions as it was this morning. It's been progressing by the look of it. The sun is back. So tell us a bit.
It's definitely an interesting turn of events because last week and Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday this week, have been completely dry. So for it to suddenly rain is definitely gonna spice things up. It looks to be drying pretty rapidly now, especially with the sun, and even in some cases the elevation just helps move the water out of the racing line. So yeah, I think for now, these next OK races, it's gonna look like a gamble to go in slicks or wets. But I think later in the day, if it continues to stay dry with the sun, I think it'll be back to slicks.
So if we get back to slicks, how confident are you with your pace so far coming to this circuit for the first time for the most of you?
Yeah, I think yesterday I felt pretty confident. You know, the chassis was working really well, the engine's working really well also. So yeah, of course I'm confident and I'm in a pretty good position. I'm in the front, so I'm just gonna, drive my best, and I believe that we can, get to the top 5, top 3, and maybe even win heats.
All right, let's hope for that. The best of luck to you and Car Republic, Akshay Bora. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks to Guillaume and thanks to Akshay Bora. Here's the grid for qualifying Heat C versus E. Nicola Soloff and Rafael Camara will be on the front row with Luigi Coluccio and the talented Italian Nicolo Kuman alongside. Then Karol Pazovic and Joe Turney, Marcus Kayak and Olin Gali, August Terbeau and Evan Gilter, Christian Bertuca and Ivan Dominguez. Then we will have Mark Kastelich alongside Jesse Carrasquedo. And then on row 8, Gustav Wisniewski and Matias Morgato of Brazil.
Then we're going to have on row 9 Dario Isodo, Verrazzo, Noah Milel, and you might be actually surprised to see the KZ World Champion with us. He's back in OK, and let's see what he can do in Campillos. Arthur Ronjon and Ella Stevens will be on row number 10. Row number 11, Alexander Kubenko and Jose Gomez Gutierrez. Jaime Torrijos and Matthias Jacobson on row 12. Row 13, Daniel Lopez and GC Lacey. Hugo Besson and Andrea Fibritante on row number 14. Then we have Maximilian Angela on row 15.
It's very interesting to see the kind of drivers that are pushing up towards the front, and what a story it is for the Swedish talent Noah Milel to be returning to the world of OK. It's been a long time since he raced OK, and it's kind of been a week of discovery again for him to remember how to drive the OKs, because they're very different to KZs. But he has a unique opportunity down the order. He's 18th on the grid for pretty much every heat he takes part in. Certainly he'll be on the 8th row of every heat, 9th row even of the heat he takes part in. But he has a unique chance to do something that hasn't been done for 5 seasons. Someone to win the World Championship in both KZ and OK categories in the same year.
And to give you a glimpse of how different this is actually for Noah Milel coming back to direct drive classes, he was telling me, actually talking to him to the paddock, that coming down to turn number 1, coming to the first practices, he had a reflex of actually trying to getting the gears down, actually coming to the braking point. But there's no gear, here this weekend, so there's no point trying to do that. But this is a reflex that's so, implemented in his mind for the past few seasons that he was ready to go, with the gearing and trying to increase the speed or gearing down, but there was nothing there. There was no stick. So he had to actually get used to that once again. So funny story about Noah Milel, who has been, getting into the pace, progressing to the ranks. But that's a big challenge, definitely, for the Tony Kart driver.
Now, for the man on pole position, this is pretty much do what you did last week, but that's easier said than done, obviously, for Nikola Soloff. He lines up on the front row of the starting grid for each of his heats, but he'll be on pole for some of them, but then he'll be on the outside row for some of the others. So it's a very tricky situation for Nikola Soloff, the Bulgarian. It's damage limitation, and we know how close he's come to winning the European Championship this year. Had he been able to start that final heat in SA where he had an injury, goodness knows what he would have been able to do. Green, and we are away. Up to the first corner, great start from Coluccio. He jumps Kamara, so Tsolov is into the lead, and a couple of drivers running wide, and a spinner. That's Ella Stevens. Ella Stevens has gone around at turn 1. So I'm afraid the Richard Mill Talent Academy driver has spun off there on the Birillard. So Ella Stevens just with nowhere to go in turn 1. So the British driver is out very early on. But of course, there's another couple of drivers involved as well as they're trying to get used to these slick tyres. They're not perfect yet. That's the 68 recovering. That is Dario Vazzaro, the Argentine, on the Magic Racing machine. So unfortunate for him, but Tsolov has got clear. Kamara is now back into second place. Third is the 26, so Coluccio's down the order, and he's about to lose another place. So Marcus Kayak gets into third, and is that Nicolo Kuman, I think, in the CRG getting through? No, my apologies, that is Olin Gali.
Yeah.
So Olin Gali, the Brazilian, now finds himself up into 4th position. Kuman has tumbled down the order as well. The 2 Ward Racing teammates have come through. They are together on track now. That's August Terbeau and his teammate. I think that's Karol Pazovic
Yeah, and watch out for Christian Bertucca from Birelart. Actually, he was trying to get his way through. This is lap number 2 completed already. Lap number 1, here we go. Nicolas Solov, 0.6 of a second in front of Rafael Camara, Marcus Kayak. Then we have Olin Gali, Coluccio, and your battle on your screen. Let's see what Bertucca can do. Oh, and a bit of a trouble, I'm afraid, for Augusto Terbo, the number 18, who dropped a couple of positions. Was it a mechanical trouble, or did he completely lose it in braking point? But he was able to actually find himself in front of the DPK Racing driver just behind him. But there was trouble for Augusto Terbo. Actually, he dropped a couple of positions in the process.
See, everybody was watching the sector times of Hayter Delanyol in the previous heat, and they thought, well, it's clearly good enough for dry, so it's a dry circuit. But it's not as easy as that. There are still going to be parts of the circuit where there is still some damp patches, and look at how quickly Kamara has got onto the toe of Nicolas Solov. These two are going to be the implacable rivals of the week, or at least two of the most implacable rivals of the week. Nicolas Solov almost back to podium in the European Championship. Now he's going to lose ground to Rafael Kamara. So Rafael Kamara comes up into the lead. Solov will not accept defeat. Look at Olin Gali. He is chasing them down. The CRG package has been so strong this week in the hands of Gabriel Gomez. They got pole position for the senior category. And now Olin Gali, his Brazilian colleague in the CRG team, is right on the back bumper of these two. Maybe we will get a Brazilian world champion after all.
Yeah, watch out for the Brazilians indeed, with a sense of revenge. And there he goes through the CRG driver for second place. Nicolas Solov is losing a bit of momentum outside of turn number 7. And that's all actually what Olin Gali was expected for. And now he's going to go for the attack on Rafael Camara. Look at the battle between the two fellow countrymen, with the Car Republic driver in front of the CRG, with the dry tires on. Turn number 11, another good opportunity, but now it's all about getting close for Olin Gali in second with Nicolas Solov. If he wants to win that one, he needs to get stuck as well, glued as much as possible to the top two drivers in front of him, but that's not going to be an easy task at all, as we're about to conclude lap number 3 in turn number 14. Very strong hairpin down to the track, but look at the pace that the CRG driver has been able to pull out. He just climbed 5 positions up to second now, and maybe there's going to be one more on the inside. This is quite of a tricky move that is, but he didn't make that stick quite yet.
Be careful, boys. Don't get this into the gravel this early. But I tell you what, this kind of race is always fascinating to watch. It comes down to one thing and one thing alone: tyre pressures. If you get the pressures spot on in these cool conditions when the track is drying out, then you are going to be one of the drivers to fly. Look at Evan Gilte, he's just on a 103.6, so we're still a good couple of seconds off the paces. Into the pits comes Gustav Wisniewski, so the Sauber driver unfortunately has retired from the race. There is Christian Bertucca still dueling away with Luigi Coluccio, the two Italian stars trying to close up and make their ground on Marcus Kayak, who has overtaken them and stormed away. So they are losing time. It's all down to tyre pressures, this kind of race, because you can just go for something safe and sound. But if you get a little bit smarter in terms of tyre pressures, you get the chance. Coluccio on the inside of Bertucca makes the sliding pass. Excellently done. And Joe Turney, I think, managed to get the move on Augusto Terbo just behind them as well. So watch out for Joe Turney, the captain of the Tony Kart Factory team, pushing his weight around. Here he comes up the inside. Oh, Christian Bertucca! That was cheeky. He was trying to pull out on Coluccio. He didn't realize that Turney was getting alongside him. That could have been a monumental accident.
Yeah, we came close to a big crash over there, but Joe Turney was able to stay onto the track and for the back as well. Beautiful battle between Matheus Morgato and Augusto Terbo. Round down to turn number 5, the side by side. Oh, there was a bit of a front fairing clipping over there, I'm afraid, for the World Racing driver, and Terbo is losing ground as Bertucca is being warned by the officials. This is warning flag for the Birelart driver.
Well, that was pretty quick. Well spotted by Nigel Edwards and Pasquale Lupoli. They've obviously seen that and gone, right, they need a warning flag for that straight away. So well done to the officials keeping an eye on things. But you've got to feel for Augusto Terbo. He's just plummeted out of what was originally P4 at one stage and has fallen out of the top 10 now. You've got Bertucca trying to get away from Joe Turney. Turney's got great straight line speed. And Gubenko has walked his way up into the top 10 now, just in front of Karol Pazovic. Now, here we go. These two are going to try and stretch away. This is Gali, who's lost ground again to Nicolas Solov. So Solov has been able to get back into second place past Gali, and they are dropping time to Kamara. This is what we said. It's all about tyre pressures. If you've got it right, then this race is going to come to you. If you've got it slightly wrong, or if it starts to fade away in the middle part of the race, then it's going to be counterproductive. Look at how much time Galli has dropped to Nikola Tsolov all of a sudden. Now, either he's got a mechanical problem or the tyres came good in the first couple of laps, but now he's really struggling to make those pressures work as the race continues.
Absolutely. We're about to conclude lap number 6 out of 10, and you can see that in those really half and half sort of track conditions, this is really going to the way of the leader, actually. But Rafael Camara, look at him, actually. Nikola Tsolov was just on the back of Rafael Camara from 0.2 of a second. We thought at some point that Camara had an extended lead, quite good enough for him to stay ahead. But Nikola Tsolov is coming back and is going to go for the lead on the inside of turn number 15. Can Camara fight back? Not quite yet. He's going to have to wait past turn number 1. Otherwise, it's going to be way too tricky for him. No, he's going to go for it, the Brazilian, run the inside of the DPK driver. What a move that is from Camara. We've seen him numerous times going for tricky maneuvers like that, but he made that stick beautifully, and Nikola Tsolov is going to have to fight back all over again.
That was an essential overtake for Camara. The kind of pace that Tsolov's got, Camara had to fight back and get into the lead. Otherwise, Tsolov would just disappeared into the distance. Essentially, every time Tsolov makes a sniff of a move on the inside of Camara, the Brazilian is going to have to fight back instantaneously to thwart Tsolov's charge. Down the back straight, Tsolov might make a move here into the left, but Camara's got him held up. It's going to have to be the same move, I think, in the same place, unless Tsolov can hoodwink Camara in a decent part of the braking zone. You may look at this and think, well, why doesn't he just chuck it up the inside? But the problem is you come off the dry line onto the wet patch, and it's not easy to get the kart stopped as you travel back to the middle of the apex. Here's the move again from Tsolov, as it was on the previous attempt, but watch Camara into turn 1. He's going to try to get that position back again. He looks back to make sure that Galli's there. Tsolov looks, he moves to cover this time. He holds Camara at bay. That was crucial for Nikola Tsolov because he's got good one-lap pace. He lulls Camara to work with him for a fraction of a second, and now he's got clear track. Tsolov might disappear.
Yeah, he was just turning to Camara saying, don't try to attack just me just yet. Actually, let's try to stay together until the end. At least we can fight each other, but not too soon, because they could be actually coming back from Holland Galli, even though they have quite of a good gap at the moment with, as it stands, 1.3 seconds, those two on Holland Galli in third place. But that was a tricky move indeed from Rafael Camara. I'm not sure that Tsolov saw this coming, actually, but he's smart. And further back, we have a move as well from 39. This is a good battle. This is happening. This is Holland Galli. Marcus Kayak, actually. Marcus Kayak making his way up to third in front of the CRG driver. We thought at some point that he was going to stay ahead, the Brazilian. But Marcus Kayak having a good pace at the moment. He's been climbing 4 places since the start of this race, taking another one up to third. Galli is going to have to fight back. He has a bit of an advantage, but not so much. Look at Luigi Coluccio as well, taking Christophe Bentuca with him. We still have a bit less than 2 laps to go. Nothing is quite done yet, but Holland Galli has just lost first place.
Yeah, and you've got to look at it from the point of view that Holland Galli, who was battling with Tsolov and Camara for the lead at one stage, he has lost nearly 4 seconds in the space of the last 4 laps. So that really is tough. And again, it comes down to tyre pressures. If you've got it right, then it's perfect. In the first couple of laps, they got it absolutely spot on. But as the track has been drying out, as the circuit temperature has risen, it's gone completely pear-shaped. And here comes Coluccio up on the inside of Galli. He's not going to have anything to be able to fight back with. And Bentuca's going to slide through on the inside as well. You've got to feel for Galli. They got the exact perfect strategy for the first half of this heat. For the second half, he's going backwards, and here comes Joe Turney now up the inside. They are full send on the inside line there from Joe Turney. Now he's going to get alongside Bentuca. I thought he was going to try in the left-hander as well to get another move done, but into the last lap they go. And Tsolov, look, again, they have mastered the tyre pressures. He's checked out ahead of Camara to a second clear.
Yeah, second clear indeed. So there's Tsolov actually. We're witnessing what the pace is going to be. It has been so in qualifying, but Nikola Tsolov, for the second week in a row, is getting his weekend starting on a perfect note. 1.2 seconds. When we thought, actually, when we saw the move pulled together by Rafael Camara, we thought that maybe the Brazilian was going to be able to stay ahead. And watch out for the move from Joe Turney and Christian Bentuca. I think the British driver had a good exit out of turn number 8 on the way down to the hairpin. We haven't seen that yet, but did he make that stick further back? Tsolov is on your picture. Yeah, actually, Joe Turney just made his move up into 5th place in the meantime. But Nikola Tsolov on his way to his first win of the weekend, maybe the first of many to come for the young Bulgarian driver who's been untouchable coming to this event. Can he be again untouchable this weekend? At least he's starting on the right note.
Out of the final turn, Nikola Tsolov is going to take the checkered flag. He opens his account with a win over Rafael Chavez Camara. This is where experience comes into good use for Nikola Tsolov, the Bulgarian. Excellent run for him. He races out in Spain, of course, these days, so he will know the Campillos circuit better than some of his compatriots. And on the Alonso Kart chassis, they really have done the business so far. But this is a very passionate team. This is a very youthful and exuberant outfit. They ran the traditional colours of Fernando Alonso's European Championship winning livery in 1996 at the season opener of the European Championship at Genk this year. Tsolov has looked absolutely astonishing every single weekend that we have watched them battle away. But this is going to be his first major chance to storm the Crows and seal the World Championship. But the man alongside him, Rafael Kamara, is going to give him plenty to do. He's not going to have it all his own way by any stretch of the imagination. But what a stunning and scintillating battle it has been for Nikola Tsolov to take the victory in magnificent fashion. Rafael Kamara in second place. Fair play to Marcus Kayak. Take a bow, third position, fought his way up from 7th on the grid. Then Luigi Coluccio and Joe Turney, Christian Bertucca and the two Brazilians, Olin Galli and Matias Morgato, then Augustebo and Artur Rojon from Alexander Gubenko, Karol Pazovic, and then it is Noah Milel in 13th, so he's made good progress, Ivan Dominguez, and then Evan Gilter.
Then down in 16, we have Jose Gomez Gutierrez in front of Mark Kastelic, Nicola Kuman. Hugo Besson is down in 19 in front of Daniel Lopez. Maita Jacobson follows in 21st from JC Cascaredo, Jaime Santorios, Maximilian Hangara, Adria Fribiante, and JC Lacey, as well as Dario Vezzaro. Two drivers out, as you saw earlier, and Ella Stevens and Gustav Wisniewski. That was the first qualifying heat of the OK class this weekend, the C against the E, and the first beautiful victory indeed for Nikola Tsolov in front of Rafael Kamara. Nikola Tsolov, of course, part of the DPK racing team, competing alongside pretty much as they're coming from the north of the country, from Asturias. And one of the young Spanish drivers from DPK as well is certainly a name to keep an eye on throughout the weekend. We got a chance to talk to him yesterday. Here's from DPK, the young Spaniard, Daniel Briz.
I am very happy to run this race here at home in Spain. And the truth is that I am very happy to compete with DPK, since I feel at home. I have been running for many years with them, and it's really a pleasure to be here racing. Well, the truth is that I was improving every session. We still have a bit to do, but we are in a good rhythm, and we have many possibilities to be in the top 5 or the top 10 in this race. I really like the Campillos track. It has great elevation change and many fast and slow corners, and I'm learning a lot about overtaking here, since in every race and every session there's plenty of overtaking opportunities. The most difficult thing I can foresee in this race is to hold on to a good qualifying lap, not having too many difficulties, and above all, saving the tyres for the final and having a good constant rhythm throughout the weekend.
Good to hear from Daniel Briz from the DPK racing team. As you can see, the drivers are getting ready for the next qualifying heat coming up with the opposing group B against D. Oscar Pedersen, you just heard him during the interviews that we did. Oscar Pedersen from World Racing is going to be starting from pole position for this race. Going to have Hugo Chuku, last year's European Junior champion, by his side. So talking about a strong first row of this grid. Oscar Pedersen, who showed tremendous pace in yesterday's qualifying. We know about the potential, of course, of Hugo Chuku from last year's performance. He's been, competing for the first time in OK this season, climbing to the ranks, even though it hasn't been always easy for the young American, but he's up there, ready to finish the season on a high. But Oscar Pedersen as well, is very much a client in terms of pace, and is going to be looking to confirm that in terms of winning results, hopefully for him.
Yeah, there are a lot of drivers in this top 6 of this grid alone for qualifying heat B versus D who definitely have a chance to go all the way to the top of the World Championship. Oscar Pedersen really pulled out a bit of an exceptional performance in qualifying yesterday to get that top spot, and a really deserved pole position lap it was for him. Hugo Chukwu, obviously very impressive since his transition to the OK Senior category out of junior. He's always been a top 10 runner, always been competing at the sharp end of the field. There's always pressure on a driver when they have backing from from a Formula One outfit to come and be sensational in the first year. But you've got to remember that Yuga Chukwu has not actually been out of the United States that long either, competing in Europe. He did a fantastic job to win the European Junior Championship last season, and he's put on an excellent display to step his way up another rung of the ladder. Daniel Breeze, though, how brilliant was he in qualifying yesterday? Again, to showcase that the local knowledge really does make such a big difference to the driver's composure coming into these races. He's their third position on the grid. On the second row of every heat he will start, which is obviously very exciting from his perspective. He's got a lot he can do from there. Arvid Lindblad, fourth position, the British talent with the Red Bull backing and Kart Republic in his awning. Absolutely fantastic opportunity for Al, as you can see on his helmet there. And of course, he is supported by the Mahindra Formula E driver Oliver Rowland. So there's a lot of big support for Arvid. He's been a talent in British motorsport for a long, long time as a kart racer. Multiple titles and accolades before his switch to European racing a couple of seasons ago. But he really has been an exceptional climber through the ranks. Joel Bergstrom, the number 36 for the Forza Racing team, definitely one to keep an eye on as well. Every single time he's come out onto the circuit, he's put on some exceptional performances. Was on a Cosmic chassis earlier this year and has made the transition across to expert on the Forza Racing team. Man, he has definitely got a chance of a podium in the World Championship if he keeps up this kind of momentum. And then there's Rintaro Sato, the Japanese driver, who is definitely a chip off the old block. Takuma Sato himself is here, the double Indy 500 winner. And Rintaro Sato definitely looks like he could be following in that same mold of ability. So, some incredible drivers in this field. Let's talk you through them. Oscar Pedersen and Yuga Chukwu are the front row of the grid. Daniel Breeze and Arvid Lindblad, Joel Bergstrom and Rintaro Sato. Caspian Hagman and Artem Severukin from Lenny Riet and Juho Valtonen. Norton Andreasen, Giovanni Trentin, Roman Andriolo, Ruben Moya, then Francesco Marenghi, Rafael Modenese.
Then we have Giuliano Olsem and Albani Vivas, row number 10, Pedro Hilbrand and Alfio Spina, followed by Maximilian Hobst, Lawrence Lesatua, Flavio Olivieri, Rasmus Uchimis, Nathan Schaap, then Jere Luque, Sandro Olsem, as well as Kuba Ratsky, Jokubas Bagdanovicius, as well as Alvaro Hernandez Viedma. 30 drivers onto the track right now. Coming out of the pre-grid, this is the second qualifying heat of the senior category, the OK class. As we got a couple of contenders that could follow the steps of Nikola Tsolov. Pole position yesterday, the first victory for the Bulgarian. One of his teammates from DPK, you heard him in the interview, Daniel Breeze, will be on the second row of the grid alongside Arvid Lindblad. Last year's, he missed on 2 occasions the title in the European and the World Championship, but not for much. In this year, he was third overall in the European competition. So he has another chance to seal the deal to get the title under his name. Arvid Lindblad has been climbing through the ranks of international karting for the past few seasons, showing his potential, and now is certainly one of the biggest names on the grid alongside Rafael Camara. Camara ended up in second to Nikola Tsolov on the race before, so Lindblad has already a chance to finish ahead of his strongest rival coming to the battle for the World Championship, as we would have expected, of course, as you know, to have the third biggest man of the season with us this weekend, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who because of other duties in single-seater in Monza couldn't be with us this weekend, and that's quite unfortunate. I was talking to Kimi Antonelli coming to this weekend, and he's so sorry actually for the fans, because he would have liked, as you know, the young Italian, he would have liked to be part of this show, to be part of this great spectacle of karting, and to have a go maybe at the World Championship that he missed last year in Portimao due to the incident that we know about. But this time around, it leaves us with Camara, Lindblad, Tsolov, and some others, and so many others in the OK category that can have a go at the world title this season.
I think he would have been a clear favourite coming into this one as well, had he been able to attend. But one guy I want to pick up on the story, there he is, Pedro Hilbrand, the 23. Ever since Kristianstad, it's really been tricky for him to kind of pick himself up again. And you've got to ask yourself, if things had gone better, oh, well, that's not a formed grid at all, is it? So we're going to go round again. So not even close to a clear start there. But now we've got time to talk about it. For Pedro Hilbrand, obviously, we're always going to wonder, aren't we, what if things hadn't been an issue with the front fairing? He would have taken that penalty, would have been in 6th position in that one heat, and probably would have started the final from the front row of the starting grid at Kristianstad. Could easily have fought for the world title with Noah Milel. Now he's here. They've really struggled in time qualifying. This could easily have been another Pedro Hilbrand season, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could have been indeed. And last weekend for the preparation race, we saw as well the struggle that the Leclerc driver went into. But even though he just kept climbing from the bottom of the grid, and he pulled off actually one of the most sensational moves of the weekend into the last corner on the last lap. Oh, and the 73 is out already. What happened there? This is Yere Vaileluque, actually the Spaniard, who actually was he pushed or did he make a mistake? He was at the back end of the grid, but now he seems to be stuck on the sideline.
Yep, Yere Vaileluque in trouble before the race has even got underway, and he's very hesitant to get out of the car. Now he does. But, well, that's definitely game over for one of the Spanish talents in this race. So he will not take up the start. That's very unfortunate for Yere Vaileluque. So now the rest of the drivers will take their positions up at the start. And it will be Oscar Pedersen on the front row from Hugo Chukwu. Then it'll be Breeze, Lindblad, Bergström and Sato. How's this race going to go? Let's find out, as this time we will go green up to the first corner. And it's a cracking start from pole position, but Hugo Chukwu is going to go right round the outside and hold on to his place. Not a perfect start for Daniel Breeze, but manages to hold on to third position on the way up the hill. And 2, 3, 4 drivers going wide. 2 of them are actually off on the gravel on the far side. So a couple of drivers dropping way down the order, unfortunately. So a bit of a tricky start, and that one of them was Artem Sevryukin. And so Artem Sevryukin has dropped a long way back off the field, and I think the other one might have been Rafael Modanese's dropped back. Giuliano Hodsem has dropped back as well, so 2 of them have gone wide. But now Hugo Chukwu is all over the back of our race leader, Oscar Pedersen. So Pedersen holds it, but Hugo Chukwu is going to have a look on the inside line on the first lap, and Hugo Chukwu is there, so is Daniel Breeze.
And here we go, beautifully made by the 2 with Hugo Chukwu, your new leader, before the end of the opening lap. And watch out for the back, this is the 36 from Forza Racing, Joel Bergström, on his way to 4th, being under pressure right now into the last sector, as we have Daniel Breeze still in 3rd. Second place, my apologies, Hugo Chukwu leading the way, Breeze in 2nd. 3rd place for Oscar Pedersen in front of Bergström. Then we have Arvid Lindblad, who lost the position to Bergström at the end of the opening lap. Norton Andreasen is 7th from Lenny Reed, Roman Andriolo, Juho Valtanen in 10th place. Making their way up into turn number 5. You can see that Hugo Chukwu is really pulling away just a tiny bit, a couple of meters in front of Daniel Breeze and Pedersen, busy fighting with the 2 of them. Then we have Bergström under the pressure from Lindblad, who actually got his place back in front of Rintaro Sato. Still in 5th place. Rintaro Sato trying to put the pressure on the Car Republic driver on their way back. This is turn number 11, and Lawrence Lesatua, the young Belgian from Spain, under investigation as it seems. The number 22, who is right now in 13th place with a good recovery though. 9th position recovered from Lawrence Lesatua. And there comes Oscar Pedersen around the inside of Daniel Breeze, and that opens the door to Joel Bergström as well. Bergström has just made his way through in turn number 14, and that's 2 positions lost, I'm afraid, for Daniel Breeze, who's going to have to fight back, but he has plenty of time to do so.
A very tense battle going on throughout the field, as there's Arvid Lindblad now lining up Daniel Breeze. He's in 5th position at the moment, still got plenty of time to make counter-attacking moves. Here he comes up the hill, trying to get the run on the inside of Daniel Breeze. There it is, and Arvid Lindblad through into 4th position. No worries there at all. Now he's going to tail on to the back of Joel Bergström, but Pedersen's still giving Hugo Chukwu a bit of a run for his money up in the front end of the field, so that's going to help Arvid Lindblad no end, because obviously if those 2 start warring away, then that's going to back them into the rest of the field. So it's a long way still to go in this heat. We are on lap 3, as there's Daniel Breeze trying to chase down Arvid Lindblad, and behind him is Norton Andreasen, the Swedish driver, one of the fastest contenders in the practice sessions leading up to qualifying. Didn't get the lap he wanted, but the Super Swede is looking pretty rapid here at the moment. But Oscar Pedersen, there he is, the 66, all over the back of Hugo Chukwu in the Kart Republic number 7. Hugo Chukwu having to be defensive in the 3rd and final sector as he hangs on here in front of the Swede Oscar Pedersen. His countryman Joel Bergström is now lined up there in 3rd position in the Forza Racing, in front of Arvid Lindblad, who is now trying to chase them down, but he has to be patient. He's got plenty of time to make this move count. He just can't afford to rush things.
3 laps in, lap number 4, and look at how close Joel Bergström has just come to Oscar Pedersen in 2nd. Ruben Moya, the Spaniard, is your fastest on track in 60.9. Where is he currently? Ruben Moya is in a 17th position, as his fellow countryman Pedro Hilbrand is trying to climb through the ranks as well. 4 positions gain, but Ruben Moya the fastest at the moment, in the lead still, but under pressure. Hugo Chukwu down in turn number 11. A very strong spot as well, but the drivers keep observing themselves as for now. Oscar Pedersen, Bergström split by just 1 tiny tenth of a second, so you really have the top 4 drivers glued together pretty much coming down to turn number 14, but the door is shut by, as for now, by Hugo Chukwu. Pedersen is very close. Can we see a move, or at least an attempt in turn number 1, as we have seen for Cameron Solov? That's quite unlikely. It goes so fast down to turn number 1, this particular corner. but Pedersen stays in second place behind for 2/10. Joel Bergström seems to be losing a bit of momentum climbing to turn number 5. That could be an open chance for Arvid Lindblad. You can see him, the Red Bull driver, just in 4th, getting close to the driver in 3rd place from Forza. Ugo Ugochukwu is responding to Pedersen, fastest lap in the race for the young American.
And I'm afraid Laurens de Sertois has pulled into the pits to retire. He's got some kind of mechanical problem with the kart. It's not just down to the investigation. He was losing power through the entirety of that last lap. And now I'm afraid Les Sertois is in the pit repair area. So here's Arvid Lindblad having caught up to the back of Joel Bergström. 3rd position, very much on the cards if he keeps this up. Bergström is trying to claim ground on his countryman. But Oscar Pedersen still running a solid race in P2. Lindblad getting closer and closer, and here comes the move on the inside. No worries there for Arvid Lindblad. Number 3 is now P3 as he gets into the position past Joel Bergström. So Ugochukwu leads the way. Pedersen in 2nd. Lindblad is 3rd. Then Bergström, Andreasen, Sato, Briz, Andriolo, Valtonen, who's just got past Lenny Reed. And then we've got Caspian Hagman 11th in front of Giovanni Trentin. So the retirements are Jere Valo-Luque and Laurens de Sertois, who just pulled off the circuit. So a very difficult race for the Belgian. But the race continues on regardless as Ugo Ugochukwu holds on in front of Oscar Pedersen to the tune of only 0.3 of a second, while Lindblad is slowly starting to drop Bergström as Savrukhin continues his rapid pace. He sets another fastest lap of the race, but having plummeted all the way down to 18th on that opening lap by running wide on the climb up the hill, Savrukhin has really compromised himself for the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, not the best of start to this weekend indeed for Artem Savrukhin, who got caught up in a big crash in the warm-up race last weekend, but doesn't seem to have affected his pace on the Campillos racing track. Looking at what he's doing from 19 on the classification as for now. We're going past halfway through this qualifying heat, the last one before the lunchtime, of course, and we have plenty more to come this afternoon. So stay with us as Ugo Ugochukwu tried to keep that 0.3 of a second advantage on Oscar Pedersen, climbing to turn number 5 into the first sector. That's a never-ending climb into the opening sector of the circuit. And you can see for the back, Joel Bergström under the pressure from Norton Andrensen. This is world racing against CRG into turn up 8, down into 9. Then the heavy braking point of the second hairpin of the circuit, launching the attack on the return straight. And Norton Andrensen is in a good position now. He's going to try to go running inside the Swedish driver. No, he has to stay behind as Bergström is closing the door, the Forza Racing driver. It's going to be a long battle until a checkered flag, I'm afraid, for Joel Bergström, who doesn't seem to have as much space left in him than the World Racing driver just behind. That could actually go the way of Rintaro Sato. Look at the young Japanese driver down in 6. Is getting close as well to those two on your picture. Down into the last sector, last corner, as we have 0.6 of a second now between Ugo Ugochukwu and Pedersen. So it seems like the young American has been able into that last sector. That last lap, 0.2 of a second faster than Pedersen. So he's now increasing his gap, Ugo Ugochukwu. It's been a while actually since we've seen the young American, putting such a good performance and leading a field as for now. But that could be the first sign of many good things to come for the Czech Republic young driver.
Yeah, it's a welcome return to the front end of the field for Ugochukwu after his problems last week, obviously, in the practice race. But now here he is, leading by example. Arvid Lindblad is closing up on Oscar Pedersen to make it a Czech Republic 1-2 if he can get through. But the Swedish driver for Ward Racing is doing a fabulous job at the moment, just keeping Arvid Lindblad at bay. But Lindblad has a great overtaking move coming up if he can get this climb down the hill very nicely. Here he goes. It's the same move he pulled on Bergström, and he gets into second place. Nice maneuver from Arvid Lindblad. That'll put him into second place. Gets a nice little bit of burst of throttle out of the apex as well. So that will cement second position into turn 1. And that gives Lindblad a lot to do. He'll be happy with that. Second position isn't quite enough for a racing driver, but a second position nonetheless will give him very much enough battle and momentum to work with.
That's exactly what Arvid Lindblad needs to do, actually, because last weekend in practice race, he was stuck within the midfield after a very difficult qualifying, and he wasn't able to climb as much as he would have liked in preparation to this event. This time around, better qualifying, that's for sure, but he seems to have the pace and the conditions that go with it, actually, to climb. That's what he's doing. He's now in second place, on equal terms to Rafael Camara on the race before, but Nikola Tsolov has one win in the bag. Ugo Ugochukwu could be one of those young contenders that we didn't see coming, that could actually have his word to say in the battle for the world title. Very hard to put your finger on one name in particular, obviously, as the weekend is only getting started, but we can only look forward to see how it's going to play along. as we're about to come close to the conclusion right now of this qualifying heat. This is the final lap for Hugo Iguchuku, 1.1 second for the young American in front of those two. Harvey Lindblad still, he needs to stay focused, actually, the young British driver, because Oscar Pedersen is just on his tail into turn number 5. Rintaro Sato down in 4th. Then we have Joel Bergström is 5th. 6th place for Jo Valtanen in front of the 51. This is Roman Andriolo. Norton Andreasen down in 8th place. Then we have the 57 of Lenny Reed and Alfio Spina running up the top 10.
It's a win for Solov in the previous heat, but it's looking good for a win in this one for Hugo Iguchuku. Pedersen is still trying to get that second place back again from Arvid Lindblad, and Lindblad is not safe in second place at all. But here is Hugo Iguchuku. Checks over his shoulder, knows that Lindblad and Pedersen are far away. Pedersen is going to have a look at Lindblad. Lindblad will defend and move to cover in the hairpin. But I think that's going to be job done for Arvid Lindblad, as out of the final turn comes Hugo Iguchuku, and he starts his weekend in fantastic style. He takes the win. Lindblad only just holds off Oscar Pedersen at the line by 0.05 of a second, so half a tenth in front of Pedersen for Arvid Lindblad. Sato is in 4th place in front of Bergström, Valtanen, Andriolo and Andreasen. With Spino and Hiltbrand, a good recovery for both drivers. Spino up 11, Hiltbrand up 9. This weekend still has plenty of stings in the tail, the way things are currently shaping up.
Yes, indeed. As outside of the top 10 of this race, 11 for Lenny Reed. That actually saw Pedro Hilbrand getting ahead of him in the last lap. Daniel Breeze falling down to 12, unfortunately, for the young Spaniard who was starting from the row number 2 on the grid. He's finishing ahead of Ruben Moya, his fellow countryman. Then we have Artem Savyukin down in 14, followed by Kasper Hagman, Giovanni Trentin, Nathan Sharp, Rasmus Uchimis, as well as Flavio Oliveri and Giuliano Holzem just in front in 19. 21st place for Albani Vivas from Sandro Holzem, Francesco Marenghi, Jokubas Bogdanavicius, Kuba Reski, Rafael Mondonesi, Maximilian Obst, as well as Alvaro Hernandez Viedma. 2 drivers missing in the classification, Lawrence Lesatua and Very Vaelo Luque, who actually didn't get to take part in this race after mechanical trouble, by the look of it, in the formation lap.
So this is all provisional, of course. You can follow the results as they are categorized through on FIAKarting.com. But it's certainly Iguchuku from Lindblad at the present moment, from Pedersen and Sato, Bergström, Valtanen, Andriolo and Norton Andreasen, Alfio Spina and Pedro Hiltbrand fight back masterfully to get into that top 10. Lenny Reed and Daniel Breeze, then Ruben Moya, Artem Sevrukin, Caspian Hagman sliding away in the end there from Trentin, and then it is Sharp and Yutsimis. Some interesting battles, though, in that midfield. There's still a lot of things to do. You've got Hodsem, Olivieri and Vivas starting to slide away after their good qualifying performances. But Lawrence Lesatua, very unfortunate for him to have that mechanical problem at this phase of the weekend.
Yeah, especially since last weekend he didn't go to plan either for the young Belgian after a very big incident that left us scared for a moment, but he was okay, back behind the wheel in no time, and he still has a lot of ambitions, of course, throughout the weekend, supported by Monaco Competition and LL Key from Belgium and Spain. So it's left to be seen, as we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be back in no time after, of course, a well-deserved lunch break for everybody here. Do the same, and we'll be back for some more action.
Yes, indeed. So while we're taking our lunch break, we'll leave you with some of the highlights of the 2021 FIA Karting season as it has already played out. And we'll return to the airwaves at 1 o'clock local time here at Karting Center Campillos. This year's FIA Karting World Championship sees the paddock return to Kristianstad Karting Club at the Asam in Sweden. 3 years ago, the World Championship for the OK categories were held on this challenging track. But now it's the turn of the gearbox competitors and the Academy Trophy to end their season in balmy breezes and the cool Scandinavian sunshine. With the world's best gearbox racers competing for the World Championship and the KZ2 International Super Cup, the racing will be as tough and intense as ever. And with only 1 weekend to get it right, the pressure is higher than ever before. And after the absence from Kristianstad on last year's calendar due to the world pandemic, it's wonderful to return to one of the sport's most cherished venues.
Well, it means a lot to us as a club, since we work very hard every year to improve our business and our racing, and everything. So it means a lot to us, as I said, and to get the trust from the FIA to host the World Championship is something we appreciate a lot. And since it's the third World Championship in 5 years, so we are very proud, really. We think it's because of the character of the track. We have sections of the track which is very technical, and that combined with all the high-speed straights and the high-speed corners, I think it's a good combination. It's an important part for us to have great shows during the events, such as our great fireworks and all that stuff. We always want to be remembered all over the world for our races. Everyone knows who has been here for a couple of times that we work very hard to improve ourselves. For 8 years now we have had CIK events, 8 years in a row. So that proves that the hard work we're doing it right, for sure, I think. Otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here today.
Victor Gustafsson will guide us around the Asmring. KZ racers drop a gear into turn 1 to carry the speed, then another gear through the chicane, and with the kart already on the limit, then you can brake for turn 4. Once at the apex, you'll get back on the power and prepare for liftoff as the kart leaves the ground for a few millimeters over the crest. Into 5 and the corner opens on exit, so you can accelerate again up to turn 6. Another obvious overtaking point completed, now you head up to the S's, where only the brave will try and overtake into the left, as it leaves you vulnerable on the right, and you're upshifting between corners to hold speed. Now into the final section, and as you dart through the right, you change camber again. Treat the final 2 lefts as one flowing hairpin staying off the curbs, and then into a tight final turn, which actually opens out, so a move or two is more than likely. It's one of the driver's favourite circuits in the world, and offers a unique and exciting challenge to all. The Academy Trophy will see some incredible talents duel for the victory and the title, and with Maciej Gledizh, Alexander Bondarev and David Walter best placed to go for the win at Kristianstad, it could have major ramifications for the championship. Dion Gauda and Yvan David have outside chances to win the final, and there's plenty more stars who could steal it all away. So the drivers will need to keep their wits about them, as anything can happen. On the rolling start, Maciej Gledizh swept across to seal second position behind pole sitter Dion Gauda. And as the field swept through the first few corners, Caleb Gafrara and David Walter drifted onto the grass. But fortunately, both men were able to recover without losing time. So Gauda led from Gledizh, Bondarev, Gafrara and Walter, with Yvan David snapping at his heels. Sadly, Oscar Wirtz would spin out as the field congested, and his season was over, much to the talented Monegasque's frustration. Next time around, Bondarev was now second ahead of Gledizh, but he led them both past Gauda, dropping the Singaporean down to third place. Bondarev was now leading, but Gledizh was in a perfect position to seal the title. Gafrara was eager to make his way past as well, and heading into turn 6, he tried to repeat the overtake. But as his car touched the inside curb, he drifted wide, and now Walter was closer than ever. Walter had been fastest in qualifying and showed his speed again with a beautiful move on Gafrara into turn 1, but the leaders were already well clear. The race then became about the fight for third, and despite resistance from Gauda, the Danish star Walter was able to move up, and so was Gafrara. The loss of momentum from Gauda also allowed Renault Franco through into 5th position, and Darius Babiawana made his way into 6th. Yvan David was next, as the Sri Lankan tried his hardest to move into winning contention. Franco made his bid on Gafrara and ended up hitting the American and spinning out of the race. The man who won at Wackersdorf was now out of the title fight, and despite his best efforts to rejoin, it was a sad end for the talented Dutchman. David was now locked in combat with Gauda, Leon Ochai and Nicolas Ambiado, but their squabble allowed local star Ludwig Fransen to throw himself into the mix. It was a sensational battle, and one of many in the 2021 season where the drivers were racing with great skill and agility. It resulted in a scary moment for Riccardo Iannello, who somehow managed to keep going despite contact with Gauda. Bondarev and Gledizh were now being caught by Walter, who had his heart firmly set on ending 2021 with a win. But the Pole in second had no pressure at all. He just needed to stay where he was to be crowned champion. Stefano Cagnolo and Sal de Colombres were not so lucky, as their days ended together. Walter was the first to pounce, and Gledizh decided to let him through, knowing that the title could still be his. But Walter wasn't finished yet. A lap later, he saw an opening in the final hairpin and made his bid for the lead, and Bondarev was beaten. So Walter was now leading the race, with Gledizh still looking strong for the Academy trophy. Bondarev fought back in turn 1, but to no avail, and it gave Gledizh his second place back again. With Bondarev down to third, Walter was now looking good for the runner-up spot in the season standings. As Bondarev's tyres started to wear, Babiawana became his nearest challenger as he desperately tried to hang on to the final place on the podium, and he began his defensive tactics to try to hold on to his position. It certainly wasn't going to be easy. With 4 laps remaining, Babiawana found his moment and seized third position in turn 4, but it was brief. Bondarev had anticipated the move and claimed it back instantly. A lap later, and the Romanian tried again, and this time it worked. But Bondarev wasn't giving up, and he dived again into the S's, but on the exit, Babiawana returned the favour and took back his place on the rostrum. Then, as he pushed to try and recover the place, Bondarev spun out of 4th position in dramatic fashion, and it was all too much for the young Ukrainian. So, as the race came to its conclusion, there were 2 jubilant men at the finish, David Walter for the win and Maciej Gledizh for the title. They had both ended the season on their terms, and as the top 2 men in the standings, with the pole a very popular winner. After the race, Babiawana was excluded for replacing his front fairing, which elevated Leo Robinson to the podium. David would be 4th ahead of Bart Harrison and Dion Gauda, with Iannello, Ochai, Ambiado and Gafrara completing the top 10. It had been a phenomenal race to end the season, and nothing could wipe the smiles from the faces of Maciej Gledizh and David Walter as the celebrations began.
For the heats, we didn't do so well. We were starting 21st. But then for the final, we managed to make my way through everybody. And then I managed to get to the front, and I really realised I was P4 when I was going on to the last lap. So hopefully in the 2022 season we can do a bit better. For sure I'm so happy because second in the round and win the championship. So I'm so proud of myself. Yeah, the final was really hard for me because in the start I was P2, Bondarev passed me after David cut us and passed me, and after Oleg, after I overtook Bondarev, and I was second.
The race starts and I get a bad start, but I just focus and I just took 1 position after 1. I was P1 and I was so happy with it. And it took 10 laps more. I saw the time. I was just focusing and make the lap done. For sure it's nice, but I'm so proud of myself, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
KZ2 has been dominated by Lorenzo Travasanuto and David Trevelov through the heats, but Senna van Walstein was the fastest in timed qualifying. A crash in his opening heat means he's now on the comeback trail, but starting the final from 11th will make it harder than ever. Samuel Luye is also looking strong for the Tony Kart factory team and could spring a real surprise. Expect the unexpected. KZ2 always delivers action by the bucketful. At the start of the KZ2 Super Cup, Travasanuto, Trevelov and Luye held their positions into turn 1 as the field swarmed into the first sector, trying to stay out of trouble. But one driver would have a dramatic exit from the race. Following a tangle with an opponent in turn 4, Jean Nomblot would scramble from his kart after a roll. He was a little shaken, but was able to walk away. Senna van Walstein was already storming through the field as he overtook Paavo Tonteri to move up to 6th. Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese were the two Italians up ahead. But Trefilov fancied his chances for the win. He dived for the lead on Travasanuto and all looked well, but on the exit he couldn't quite hold on to the advantage. He now had to protect second to avoid losing out to Samuel Luyet. Luyet wasn't about to wait around, and he soon made his bid for second, as behind them Van Walstein moved ahead of Albanese. But resistance from both Trefilov and Albanese tightened up the pack, and in the ensuing fracas, Paavo Tonteri picked up a position on the latter. Then Tonteri tapped the back of Van Walstein's kart and spun. Albanese hit the brakes and Thomas Imborg launched over the back of him. And yet miraculously, they all carried on. There would be front-fairing penalties for Imborg and Albanese, whilst Tonteri rejoined last. Giacomo Polini, however, was out after the new European champion collided with Paralin driver Angelo Lombardo, with both karts too damaged to continue. His teammate Travasanuto was oblivious to it all out in front as he started to pull a gap over Luyet. It's a happy hunting ground for the Italian after he won his first world title here in the OK category 3 years ago. Having worked his way masterfully through the field, Van Walstein then staked his claim on a podium charge with a move on Palomba. But the Birolart driver was refusing to cooperate, and no matter how hard the Dutchman tried, there would be no straightforward manoeuvre, and he was losing valuable time. Eventually Van Walstein made the move, and without retaliation, but it was now going to be tougher to close on the 3 men ahead. Jean Luyet wanted to join his brother on the podium and made his own pass on Palomba into the final hairpin. It allowed Alessio Piccini and Fabrizio Rosati to overtake Palomba as well, which didn't please last year's runner-up. He made his way back past Rosati instantly, but the damage was already done. James Wharton was on the prowl as well, and the Australian was pushing hard. Lorenzo Giannone was the next driver on the sidelines, and as he walked away, that was one less CRG in the running. His teammate, Jorge Pescador, was scrapping closely with Joey van Spunteren, but fortunately, they kept it fair. Hubert Petit took advantage of Danilo Albanese, whose fairing was clearly loose, but the Frenchman would later suffer the same fate. The race for second truly began, and as Luyet defended from Trefilov, Van Walstein had a genuine look on the inside, and that was enough to increase the urgency for Trefilov. He dived in the next bend once more, but Luyet just wouldn't move over. Sadly, he would have no choice on the next lap as his Tony kart spluttered to a halt. It was cruel luck for the young Swiss driver, who was denied his best result in his karting career so far. This was all the motivation that Van Walstein needed, and he made his move on Trefilov, from 11th to 2nd. Not a bad run at all, but would he have time to catch Travasanuto? The answer looked fairly blatant. The Paralin was a country mile ahead. Van Walstein was doing everything he could to catch up, but second would have to do, as Trefilov held off the resurgence of Jean Luyet in his brother's absence. Heading into the final lap, and James Wharton sealed a positive day for Paralin by storming past Piccini to grab a 5th place finish after a tough season in KZ2. As Travasanuto himself said after the race, history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. It was a glorious win for Travasanuto, as he claimed the highest prize for a KZ2 driver. Behind Van Walstein and Trefilov, Jean Luyet headed home Wharton and Rosati after a penalty for Piccini dropped him behind Victor Auberg and Artur Carbonell, whilst Jorge Pescador ran home in 10th. 3 young stars finally fulfilled their potential in KZ2, and it appears we'll likely see all 3 of them step up to KZ in 2022. And who knows how many titles they'll score between them, as the future looks very promising.
definitely this track is a special place for me. I mean, it's been my first FIA success here actually in 2014. I was driving with PCR, so it's always been in my heart, this track. And my schedule as a driver coach is also very crowded, very busy, so I try to make up time when I had to train. Finally, I managed after Vakersdorf, I managed to get a little bit more training. I started to get more confident with the material, and then everything unfolded. So, and when we put all together, it finally paid off. The drivers in KZ are all super good, so but it's going to be exciting for me. There's many drivers that I aspired to in the past, and also drivers that I've been racing with. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'll try to be there.
Obviously, coming out of qualifying, we were really happy with the result. I think putting a pole position in the World Cup is really something you always wanted to do. Coming into the final in 11th place, it's always difficult to come back to the front, but the pace was good, the overtaking was good, so we made it to 2nd place at the end. There are some conversations going on, yeah, of course, but nothing is confirmed yet. Probably going into KZ1 for next year.
Well, the qualify was really good. I was like P7 in total. The heats were very strong, and yeah, I think we lose a bit of pace in the final, but P3, it's a good result for me and the team. 2022, I think I will be driving in KZ1 to replace Fabian Federer.
It's obviously a fantastic feeling to win the International Super Cup. It's the first year in KZ class after some time we were off the class, and to conclude it on the top, it's really amazing for all the team and all the efforts that mechanics, tuners and drivers have put into this season. We have 3 drivers in the top 7 at the end of the event, and it's really a great satisfaction for all of us.
There is no greater accolade in the sport than the World Championship, and the KZ category is the toughest race in the world for a kart racer to win. Matteo Vigano and Noah Milel are best placed to challenge for the win, whilst Fabian Federer and Andrea Kimi Antonelli are next in line to challenge. But with this being the longest and toughest race for the win, victory is a fairy tale and a dream that can only come true for one fortunate driver. Noah Milel made the perfect start to beat Vigano to the first corner, whilst Antonelli fell through the field after a poor getaway. Lorenzo Camplese made his way into 3rd ahead of Fabian Federer, with Victor Gustafsson, Simo Pohaka and Adrien Renaudin igniting the chase behind. All was not well up front, however, and in controversial and dramatic circumstances, the dream ended for Vigano yet again, as his kart gave up the ghost on the opening lap. After dominating the heats, it was cruel luck, not for the first time either, and his heartbreak was felt worldwide with team and fans alike. On the next lap, Federer lost out to Gustafsson as they chased after Camplese. But with the apparent pace of Milel up front, it looked like the win was already gone, and so both Gustafsson and Pohaka elected to increase their defensive strategies. Overtaking moves would be difficult, but not impossible. Former world champion Jorrit Pex would be the man on the move as he started to gain his competitive edge. But his big move came on the 2nd lap in the final bend as he made an audacious pass on Pohaka and left the door wide open for Renaudin to join him, but the ferocious Finn was not willing to comply. Alexei Orlando was also out of the World Championship, and he was happy to put it behind him. And he wouldn't be the only man on the sidelines. Emilion Denner would spin out on his debut for Kart Republic. It had been a frustrating return to karting in 2021 for the Frenchman. Pex versus Pohaka became an interesting spectacle as the Finn pulled off one of the moves of the race. Could he help Tony Kart to another clean sweep of the podium? For Milel up front, he was on course to become the first Swedish gearbox world champion for 33 years, and on the circuit he grew up on. But Pex wanted to join him on the rostrum, and he swept back ahead of Pohaka before the Finn realised what had happened. But there was even more to come as he launched an overtake inside Federer in the S's, and somehow he made it work without contact. Pohaka still had good pace and was able to move ahead of Federer as well, but Federer was still giving SRP and Maranello plenty to smile about.
Gustafsson was on the podium at home until Pex caught him. The Dutchman spoiled the party and moved ahead with his signature move. Then came one of the duels of the weekend. Puhakka tried his own special move on Gustafsson. But the Swede wasn't so willing to lose the place to Puhakka as he had been to Pex. It was tough, but despite a slight brush of the Tony Kart's front fairing, he just held on. Jorrit Pex had driven beautifully to fight through for third position, but he had run out of time to catch Campillos, who had driven his best race yet. But there wasn't a dry eye in sight, as Noah Millel emulated his uncle 25 years before to become world champion. Having literally been born and raised as a part of the Kristianstad Karting Club, the fairy tale couldn't have been sweeter. He hadn't just won at home, he had dominated, and the reception he received was breathtaking. Behind Campillos and Pex, Gustafsson narrowly missed out on his own podium finish ahead of Puhakka and Federer. Paolo Ippolito beat Stan Pex home, with the Birolats of Marijn Kramers and Riccardo Longhi not far behind. The party went long into the night, as Millel became the first homegrown KZ World Champion since Marco Ardigo won at Sarno in 2014. Noah Millel was nothing short of a hero.
I cannot describe the emotions and feelings. I maybe look like similar neutral, but inside I am very happy and grateful for what we achieve, and to win here in my home with all my friends, supporters, family. It's another level of happiness. I'm not sure what will brings me next. But it will open many doors and for the future. And if I can, I am very happy with where I am with Tony Kart and Vortex, and we worked hard for this, and finally we received the result that we should have.
Yes, fantastic job of the team. I start very good, and then overtake Matteo, maybe have the problem. I won't catch Noah, but it's impossible because Noah is very fast. At time, I won't manage my position, don't lose the time with the driver behind me.
It was a really good final for me. I had a good start, take some place in the first lap, and then in the beginning I was not really fast, but after a few laps I took really good pace, and then I could drive very fast to the front and overtake the drivers in front of me really quickly. The end of the race was quite easy for me because I was on third position and behind me was nobody, and the gap to the front was a little bit too big, so the last 9 laps were kind of easy.
Yeah, honestly here the level of the competition is really high. All the drivers are really fast, and all together it was really tough in the end, because finally it's really long race, 25 laps. It's good work for the team. We find a really good setup for the final, and we are really happy that finish first and second, and first and second and fifth. It's great for the team. Great job.
So, Maciek Ledij becomes the new Academy Trophy winner and Poland's latest rising star of karting. Lorenzo Travasanuto wins the International KZ2 Super Cup for his 4th FIA Karting title. And the hometown hero, Noah Millel, becomes the first Swedish world champion since his uncle, Johnny Mistievich, in 1996. It's the beginning of a new era for the sport, and next season we could see yet more exciting races from the new kings of gearbox karting and the new cast of elite talent in the Academy Trophy. Join us in 2022, when the next generation of racing talents will return to fight for glory once again.
The season finale for the 2021 FIA Karting European Championship brings us to scorching Spain on the Circuito Internacional de Zuera, a few miles from the ancient city of Zaragoza. Freddie Slater and Andrea Kimi Antonelli are on the verge of sealing their European crowns they've been fighting for since Genk. But after great races at SA and Sarno, it's time for the gladiators of the direct drive karting fraternity to battle for the junior and OK titles. Let battle commence! Let's lap the Zuera circuit with local star Santiago Valve. Into turn 1 you need the perfect line as you're flat on the throttle and the marbles on the outside can throw you off the road. Into turn 2, firm on the brakes and early back on the power to bring you a strong presence through the left flick. Now into the first big braking zone. The turn 4 hairpin has an exit that opens out, so you need to time the throttle right. Now for one of the toughest corners in karting. Turn 5 demands respect, patience and trust in the balance of the chassis as you need to carefully blend the throttle with gradual turning. Out of the left and into the tight right-hander. Then you're back on the power up to another tight entry for the hairpin at turn 7. But once more the corner opens at the exit, so you can build up the speed progressively through the next right-hander. Now you're approaching a triple right apex. You miss the first, then try to catch the second before keeping the kart solid through the third. Gradually guide the kart into the next 2 left-handers, which are the last braking point on the circuit. You need to be wise in the next right and kiss the curb without actually riding it, as the acceleration can continue to build as the kart storms down the home straight. A whisker over a mile, and in the Spanish heat, it's very hard to tame.
Definitely found the speed that we've got now. The testing's going very well so far. It's still early days. The season's been good. Obviously, Genk was very good. Dominated a little bit. Obviously, it was a tough start at the start of that race, but then managed to bring it back. Sarno was an up and down weekend. Struggled a bit with the kart. A few little incidents, and that didn't really help a lot. But then we managed to bring it back, and one big mistake is what cost us that win. So it's a mistake I'll never make again. I'll learn from it, and then we come into Zuera and
Heading into the final, Freddie Slater has been unbeaten across the 5 heats. But his 2 closest championship rivals, Matías Ferreira and Alex Powell, will start right next to him at the head of the grid. Plus, there are 33 other drivers who want to end their season on a high, at the longest circuit in the European Championship. Freddie Slater grabbed the advantage from pole position, whilst Matías Ferreira would lose ground to Alex Powell, Tomas Stolchamanis and Jan Pesarovsky. Through turn 2, everybody kept it on the road except for Maciej Gledij, who would rejoin at the back of the field. Slater was adopting bold tactics from the outset, attempting to back up the field and force them to battle so he could get clear out front. But he would have to work very hard for the win today. The race would claim its first victim halfway round the opening lap, as Josh Erfen spun out. Back at the head of the pack, the top 4 were already starting to stretch away, but little did the quartet know that only one of them would actually make it to the podium. Powell attempted to take the lead, but Slater was wise to the move. There was enough momentum lost for Stolchamanis to climb to second place, and it would be the young Latvian who would now challenge for the lead. The Belgians were having a great race, as Douwe de Decker made his move on Pesarovsky, and Ian Eichmans was lining up his own overtaking move. So the order was now Slater, Stolchamanis, Powell, de Decker and Pesarovsky. Behind Ferreira, the Paralin teammates Rashid Aldaheri and Maxim Orlov were having a tough duel with James Egozzi. Whilst at the end of the lap, de Decker passed his teammate Powell, moving the Belgian into 3rd position, and on the toughest overtaking spot on the whole circuit too. Powell wasn't about to let the move go, and despite de Decker's protestations, the Jamaican would reclaim the position into turn 4 on lap 3, whilst Eichmans made his move on Pesarovsky. so Powell was now third and Ian Eichmans was up to fifth. De Decker tried again, but Powell wouldn't budge, and the door was left ajar for Eichmans to take away the position instead. De Decker would drop behind Pisodowski, but only for one corner, as the Kart Republic driver found the gap to retaliate, and Parolin's Rashid Al-Daheri overtook as well. But the leaders were slowly edging away. Eichmans could smell a place on the podium, and soon made his move on Powell, only to lose the position on the exit. Behind them, there was pandemonium, and sadly it would take out championship contender Matías Ferreira, along with Jan Puchu, Harley Keeble, Konstantin Krapin and Mark Kastelich. The Brazilians' dreams of winning the championship were officially over. With the pressure off, Slater could now settle down and enjoy his last race. But after having his clean sweep taken away at Essay, the world champion wanted to claim the European title unbeaten at Zuera. However, Stolchemanis was eager to take his first win. David Walter joined the retirement list, which was growing larger all the time. Lucas Samalisto would be the next one to retire, but his incident was more severe, as it also ended the race for William McIntyre, Max Popov and Anatoly Kavalkin. Quick work from the marshals ensured that the race could continue, but with Shudazono and Maxim Rem out too, the list of retirements was incredibly up to 13. At half distance, Stolchemanis decided to take the lead, especially now that the pack had caught him. Eichmans seemed to think it was easy enough to overtake himself, and his move left the door open for Alex Powell too. Just like that, Slater was down to P4, and if he wasn't careful, Al-Daheri would move ahead too. Drivers were starting to get a little nervous with the laps ticking down, and as defensive moves began, James Igotzi fought back past the Emirati to move into fifth. For whatever reason, Al-Daheri was struggling to get back into his rhythm, and so his teammate Maxim Orlov decided to make his own move in the penultimate turn. Into lap 9, and the race lead would change hands again, as Eichmans made the move on Stolchemanis, but the Latvian was refusing to accept it, and was frustrated at dropping back. That gave Eichmans a small gap, which was a solid invitation for Powell to go for second place. Slater tried to capitalise, but he had too much to lose to make a daring move. With the Brit backing down, that held up Igotzi, and Orlov knew there was a chance. He seized it in the same corner as the previous lap. Al-Daheri needed to be strong, with Edgar Anpiligov on his tail and Pisodowski and De Decker right behind. The Emirati had two options, concede or defend. He valiantly chose the latter. It meant that he kept his place and Anpiligov lost positions instead. Powell was now leading the charge to catch Eichmans for victory, whilst Orlov made a great overtaking move into turn 4. Alex Kubenko, Keanu Alazari and Kai Sorensen had joined the midfield squabble and wanted a piece of the action. As they raced each other relentlessly for a chance of the top 10, Akshay Bora was brought into the battle too. But it was not the way he wanted to end the season after his phenomenal drive at Genk at the start of the year. Slater was beginning to sense that he could help Powell catch Eichmans faster, and so overtook Stolchemanis for third. But his best move was yet to come. As the Latvian tried to return the move, he was held at bay and forced to decelerate. That was enough for Orlov to pull out his signature move once more. Stolchemanis wasn't happy and made his move again on Orlov, with Miami superstar James Igotzi finding the space to get past in unison. But thanks to some steely defending from Orlov, Rashid Al-Daheri wasn't going to emulate the move just yet. He tried again halfway round the same lap, but there was no way that the Russian was going to concede to his stablemate. No matter where he looked for an opportunity, the gap disappeared just as quickly. It wasn't until the next lap when a failed overtake on Igotzi backfired and Orlov would lose out to Al-Daheri in turn 2. But there was still reason for Orlov to keep the faith, as Al-Daheri immediately made his bid for Igotzi and left enough room for his teammate to overtake too. He turned rogue later in the lap and squeezed his teammate onto the curb, and Al-Daheri had nowhere to go but onto the grass. Igotzi swept past them both in an embarrassing moment for Parolin. Heading into the last lap, there were 4 men who could realistically win. Powell started the attack, and Eichmans was already trying to back him into Slater. It worked in the sense that Slater could indeed make a move, but as Powell went for Eichmans, the pair drifted wide enough that Slater could make the ultimate slingshot maneuver and grab the lead with a few corners to spare. Stochamanis sensed an opening too and was up to 3rd on the outside. He tried to follow Slater, but banged wheels with Powell. Not once, but twice. Game over. It was agony for Powell and Stochamanis, who had both driven their best races to date and both earned a place on the podium. It was even more costly for Powell, as the points lost dropped him out of the top 3 in the Drivers' Championship. Orlov had managed to squeeze past Degozzi at turn 4 on the final lap, and that put him in the perfect position to capitalise. But try as he might on the last lap, Eichmans couldn't quite overhaul Slater, and so the reigning world champion completed the clean sweep of 5 heat wins, followed by victory in the final with a sensational drive, and thereby clinched the European Championship title. After winning the World Championship last year in Portugal, now Slater had won both titles his way. Ruthless and exceptional. Eichmans bagged a brilliant 2nd place ahead of first-time podium scorer Orlov. Degozzi finished ahead of Aldeheri, with Alizari heading home Sorensen, Bora, De Decker and Anpiligov after a titanic grudge match to the flag. So Slater had triumphed with one of the over 10...
Buenas tardes a todos, bienvenido amigos and amigas, welcome back on the Karting Center Campillos. This is my pleasure, Guillaume Alvarez, to welcome here alongside me as always, the one and only Jake Sanson. The two of us, will be by your side for the entire weekend, as excited as ever for the FIA Karting World Championship OK and OK Junior. This has been an exciting morning already. If you were not with us this morning, well, you'd better tune in because we're going to have a lot of exciting races coming our way, and unlike what we had previously, this is dry conditions as for now.
Yes, indeed. So the day has definitely started in bright sunshine now that it continues into the afternoon. But now we're going to figure out how the day will progress. Let's talk you through this circuit. The first time it's ever been held for an FIA event. Local star Adrian Maliero guides us on a lap of Karting Center Campillos. A reasonably good length of straight this. The first 2 corners easy to get wrong, hard to get right. Some blip the throttle, some get on the brakes, but as long as you keep the car fairly present in the middle of the apexes with a tiny dash of curb on the inside, it's all good. You climb up the hill through 4 and 5 into the tight hairpin, and then you get back on the power. Little dip, but back on change of camber in the middle of the corner in the wet. That's particularly difficult. The highest point on the circuit into the right-hander, and then you drop down a short straight into the next right, but that can spit you out if you're not careful on the next apex. You've got to hold the car, be balanced and present, then in through the left, back onto the back straight. You can really start to make a push for the next left-hand hairpin. It's very tricky, very technical, but you can get a lot of good speed off the turn if you are present on the power. Hug the apex once again, back up the climb, and then you're into the back straight. And this is going to be very fast because you're dropping downhill as you're on acceleration. Careful on the brakes, you don't want to lock up the tyres. Get yourself nice and easy into the inside apex, kiss the curb on the inside of the left, and then you get a good run out of the final turn to finish a very tough lap. Campillos is easily a big challenge.
This is my first year in this OK Junior, and also in Genk was my first race in OK Junior, and I really like to drive in this level because I drive in Rotex all the time, all the years before. Yes, this is the highest level, of course, for me, and I think also in the world this is the highest level, and really appreciate to drive here with these all best drivers. I think this year was quite good for me because it's my first year. I think it was quite okay, and of course next years will be better and better if I of course drive, because in the go-kart I think the most important is the driver, how he drives. I think the most important is the speed, and how do you drive without the mistakes and everything else. And if you have the speed, then everything else is easier. If you drive with no mistakes and have good quality and start in front of the heats and pre-final, then you just have to relax and put in your mind that only go to front, not look back. I have drove here, I think, more than 2,000 laps. We were here in winter training before the grand finals in Portugal. For me, this is one of my favorite tracks because it's up the hill, down the hill, hard corners, not straights, and yes, very good track. It will be hard to change the weather because I see in my phone Saturday, Sunday it's quite possibility high that it will be rain, and it's hard to with no trainings to already in race go to rain, and you just need to fix that fast, not slow, just fix and drive in the rain trajectories. And for me, this will be the toughest. And of course, everyone driver here is very, very good. No one is bad. And if you are even first or 36th, it will be hard to go in front.
A real star of the future, Tomas Stoltemanis, the Latvian. He's going to be in the field for this one as well, so great to hear from him prior to the continuation of his World Championship weekend. Freddie Slater will go back into pole position once again. Alongside him on the front row of that grid will be Max Popov. This is the next race, OK Junior qualifying Heat B versus C. And we'll run you through the starting grid. Freddie Slater and Max Popov on the front row from René Lammers and Tomas Stoltemanis. Then Artur Dorisson and Miguel Costa from Dion Gauda and Aaron Garcia. Andres Cadenas and Tigran Bonatian from Harley Keeble and Artemij Troitsky. Gabriel Mora and Anatoly Kevalkin from Enzo Tanvanitschkul. Eric Genet, Yerazim Skudanov and Freya Norman.
Row number 10, Alvar Sismavara, Guillaume Bouzard, as well as Yevhen David and Stepan Antonov on row number 11. Row number 12, Alexander Bondarev and Jude Nozzo. Row number 13, Griffin Peebles and Ronald Frankert, followed by Mark Dubinsky, Koshko Nerfan, Valentin Klus and Adrian Malherosune on row 15. Row 16, Jules Roussel, Johan Olesti. Then we have Louis Leveau and Kaius Torvinen. 34 drivers onto the track. The first race of the afternoon, the fourth in the junior category, as we have currently in the classification, very logically, our top 3 drivers with 1 win under each of us. David Walter, Freddie Slater and James Egozzi are our first winner of this year's World Championship in the qualifying heats. That will be the man to beat. Let's see if Freddie from Rickyfield Motorsport can make it already 2 in a row and take already his first advantage throughout at the sharp end of the field. But Tomas Stoltemanis, you just heard him in an interview, a lot of ambitions for the young man from Energy Corsi, is currently at the moment in P5 with a second as best result in his previous heat.
And there's absolutely no doubting the tyre choice now, is there? Slick tyres all the way. The track has dried out beautifully over the lunch break. So now it is a bone-dry circuit. Now, I've been talking to my spies down in the pit lane, and they've been telling me that this World Championship is going to be decided on one thing and one thing alone: how drivers look after their tyres from this point onwards. Because let's not forget that the drivers only have 3 slicks on the front and 3 slicks on the back of the kart that they can interchange over the course of the weekend. That takes them from the beginning of qualifying all the way through to the end of the last qualifying heat. So they only get 6 dry tyres, and there's obviously 4 tyres on a kart. So you have to try and figure out when you're going to put that fresh set of tyres on one side of the kart, on the front and rear, because that is all about balance and trying to maintain your tyre. The world champion is going to be the driver who, through the qualifying heats, is able to look after those tyres to their best possible position to get them a good starting point for the final. This could be won and lost on the Saturday afternoon here, because this is all about tyre management. Drivers are coming through to position themselves on the grid, and I have a feeling this could end up being a false start, actually. They come off the final turn. There are still a few drivers out of position, but are we going to go green? We are not. So it is a false start, and the drivers will go round once more.
Yeah, this morning we had a couple of those extra formation laps and to get the tires up to temperatures, but we all know that getting the engine and the tires running at slow speed is not what the drivers like to do. But Nigel Edwards, our race director, is very keen on having all the formation grids done properly. It wasn't the case so much this morning because of the half and half conditions. It was still very much slippery, and there was a bit of a gamble coming to when it comes to the tires. This time around, there's no more room for I would say, false expectations or false choices when it comes to the tires. This is a dry compounds for everybody, and it's down actually to Freddie Slater and Maximilian Popov, especially the pole sitter, to pace everybody down coming to the third sector. Once they cross the red line that you're about to see on your picture, this is the signal for Freddie Slater to really pace everybody in order for especially the drivers at the back end of the grid not to be trailed off. So let's see if it's going to happen the right way this time around. But Freddie Slater, Maximilian Popov, René Lammers, Thomas Stolzemanis, your drivers at the top front of the grid. As you can see, waving a little bit to get the tires up to temperatures. Not excessive waving, of course, as this is a game of consistency, as we said, talking about tire management. But let's see if Freddie Slater can make it 2 in a row, but it's going to have stronger position.
This is going to be a tricky start. Everybody's seeming to get together on the final turn. That looks better. And we are racing. Off we go. Freddie Slater has already got Popov alongside him, trying to go right round the outside. But in comes Lammers into second position. A couple of drivers running wide. 2 or 3 spins in the field as well. So 3 drivers going off at turn 1. But as we continue, and a very, very irritated and irate number 148 going off there. That's Tigran Bunatian. So Bunatian was the one who went wide at the first corner. He was very irate about that. We've got a spinner that's parked up. That's one of the Alonso kart chassis. I think that is already game over for Mark Dubnitsky. The Estonian appears to be out of the race at turn 1, and he is not going any further. The marshals have already pulled his kart off the circuit. So Slater leads the way. Second, it is René Lammers. And here comes Popov to try and take it back. He's got to bail out of it, though, because Lammers is not letting him have it. But this battle is only going to give Freddie Slater a little bit more momentum. Stolzemanis trying to creep through up into third place. And he comes round from the far side. Stolzemanis trying to tuck back in. Here he comes. Third position. That'll do nicely.
That will do nicely indeed. Stolzemanis having a good move on the World Racing driver at the moment. Here we go. 1 lap completed under the commitment of Freddie Slater. Another strong start from the RFM driver, pulling ahead of the rest, 0.4 of a second in front of René Lammers. Those 3 drivers on your picture coming to turn number 5. Lammers, Stolzemanis, Popov, 3rd and 4th respectively, as Popov is still stuck behind the Energy Corsi driver. He needs to stay with him, otherwise the gap will only be extending for the rest of the laps. Lap number 2 in the rest of the classification. Dion Goda just made his way past Miguel Costa for 5th place, as we have Aaron Garcia Lopez down in 7, Arthur Dorezon is 8 in front of Harley Keeble, and Andres Cardenas closing up the top 10 as we speak. Now the top driver is now into turn number 11. This is after the backhand straight. But still no change within the top 4. Freddie Slater trying to extend his gap up to almost 0.4 of a second. That's what he needs to do as further back. Watch out for Stolzemanis going around the inside. Good braking point over there. That could actually go the way to Popov. But the door is shut by René Lammers, who's dropping a place, but no more. But watch out for the World Racing behind him, as he's going to try to have a good exit. Yes, he does. Can he try to have the momentum enough to go around the inside? Yes, he does as well. So another place drop, I'm afraid, for René Lammers. But a good move pulled together by Maximilian Popov, who takes 3rd position back.
That was a very important move for Popov to make at that point as well, because René Lammers could easily have held him up through the entirety of the first sector, and that would have dropped him off the back of Stolzemanis. So well read by Popov to go for the move into turn 1. It's not easy to get that overtaking move done into turn 1 either. You don't have a lot of breathing room on the exit, so he's managed to make good use of that. In the middle of the field, it's still very close indeed. Behind Dion Gauda, there's a little bit of breathing space. And then we've got Aaron Garcia in front of Costa, Dorison, Keeble, Cardenas, Bondarev, and Mora, all very close together. Kavalkin and Simasvara are trying to make up grounds from their particular positions as well. Jovan David is working his way back into the pack as well, making up some good overtaking moves in the midfield. 3 into 1 is brave further down the field. Just saw the 180 of Stepan Antonov trying to go 3 wide into the final right-hander before the big drop down the hill. So managed to get that one working on the inside, but Slater and Stolzemanis are going to renew their battle, and it is going to be tough between these two. Stolzemanis gives as good as he gets.
Yeah, definitely. The young driver from Energy stuck in between right now Slater and Maximilian Popov into turn number 5. You can see Slater was not quite able to pull the gap that he wanted in the first place, so he's still under the threat of Stolzemanis, the fastest in this race in 62.7. The young Danish driver on your picture is Freddie Slater coming to turn number 10, a heavy braking point when you need to carry the momentum quite enough to avoid any overtaking coming your way. Stolzemanis having a good momentum as well, but is not quite able to get past Freddie Slater as for now. This battle for the lead as further back in the classification. We have as well good recovery for Miguel Costa, who went past Aaron Garcia Lopez for 6th place, as well as Andres Cardenas, I'm afraid, losing a position to Alexander Bondarev. This is happening at the edge of the top 10. Drop of position as well for Gabriel Moura against Alvarez Mevara for 13.
Stochamanis really starting to hustle Freddie Slater down the main straight now. This is so important for both of them to get right. 3 laps to go. And Freddie Slater wants to consolidate his position in front of Thomas Stochamanis. From his point of view, he's just got to hold the advantage until he gets to tomorrow's opening heat, when he's going to be alongside David Walter on the front row of the starting grid. That could potentially be his toughest race of the weekend, unless, of course, Thomas Stochamanis continues this rapid pace. A 1 minute 2.72 from Stochamanis that time around to go faster still, but Freddie Slater is the fastest of all in the first sector. So Slater is still trying to pull clear from Thomas Stochamanis, but there's nothing really between the Brit and the Latvian. Very tight battles indeed between these two, and you do get the sense that Stochamanis isn't going to wait around to get his move done on Freddie Slater. They come down the drop once again. Stochamanis checks over his shoulder. He might be going to... I thought he was going to have a look at sending it there, because that's normally a sign. When you look over your shoulder, you see how far the driver behind ends up, and you think, well, maybe it's worth going for it, because he obviously looked over his shoulder, saw where Popov was, and thought, I could probably make that stick without losing a position. So 2 to go, and this is all about Stochamanis now getting a big move on Slater, and I have a feeling it's going to come sooner rather than later. Where is Stochamanis going to throw it up the inside of Freddie Slater? Not through the left-hand hairpin, down the drop, not through the right-hand hairpin, back up the climb, and then he's got a big run up to the S's. He could be brave here as they drop down the hill. This is a very tricky part of the course to go for an overtaking move, but Stochamanis will probably know that Slater isn't going to give him an inch of breathing space. So Stochamanis has got to be very forceful if he wants to get past the reigning world champion.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye as well on Maximilian Popov, but the young Russian is not quite able, by the look of it, to keep up with the pace of those two leaders, as is running in third, 7 tenths down. But it could have been an opportunity for him as well if those two were actually... Watch out for the move coming up. You could feel actually the tension between those two, as Eric Jenny is having a warning flag. The 172 is further down the back of the classification as we enter the last lap of this qualifying heat, and nothing's decided yet. Looking over his shoulder, Freddie Slater coming down to turn number 1 is leading, but will he be the first one to the checkered flag? Stochamanis is just a couple of meters behind. There's one big opportunity coming up in turn number 5, but Slater felt it coming and shuts the door around the inside, so there's no room to go left or right for Stochamanis. He won't have much of opportunity coming down to the braking zone in turn number 10, but that could be actually open door launching into him into the back straight. So let's see what Stochamanis, what he can do in this one particular. This is too tight for him. Watch out for the breaking point, and Freddie Slater can feel it actually coming, but not quite yet.
Yeah, he's going to defend in the inside hairpin. He needs to get a good run off the turn. He needs to box Stochamanis in. That's well read by Slater. Holds to cover the inside line. He's going to lose traction to the Latvian, but crucially, he holds the card on the inside line. He's going to tuck across again in the hairpin. He's going to send Stochamanis round the long way. Watch out for Max Popov. He may get a sniff of something here. Popov might be able to break into the top 2 before the end of the race, but Slater's going to hang on to this right for the death. It's going to be tough to predict, but Slater gets there just in front of Stochamanis and Popov. So ultra smooth in defense there from Freddie Slater. Not easy to hang on in front of Thomas Stochamanis. He really worked hard there to keep the energy course at bay. It was not easy. Stochamanis is one of the most spectacular of drivers to go for an overtaking move. It wasn't on because Slater made sure of it. He boxed him in all the right places, and Freddie Slater keeps his winning record for the moment, 2 out of 2.
Yeah, what a finish that was, and Popov really got close to those two, but he would have needed maybe one extra lap to try to make the difference here, but the two others went defensive all the way through. But what a drive from both Slater and Stochamanis. You could see actually the Latvian driver waving until the very end, crossing the south finish straight in order maybe to get a bit of extra pace and extra momentum outside of the last corner, but it didn't go his way just yet. But watch out for Stochamanis. Is confirming the pace that he's been building on this track since last week. Freddie Slater is getting his weekend on a good run, unlike what happened for the warm-up race. So that's 2 races and 2 wins for the Rugby Motorsport driver. So here's the classification. Freddie Slater from Thomas Stochamanis, Maximilian Popov in 3rd, René Lambers in 4th, Dion Goda down in 5th in front of Harley Keeble, Anatoly Kavalkin. Good recovery for both, as 5th place up for Keeble and 7th place up for Kavalkin. in front of Aaron Garcia Lopez, Miguel Costa. Down in 10 is Arthur Dorison. Giudanozzo is 11 in front of Andres Cardenas, Yevan David, Almasis Mevara, and 15th place for Gabriel Mora.
16th position behind Artemi Troitsky, then Gerasim Skulinov and Renaud Franco, who made up 8 places. Freya Norman and Valentin Klus. Louis Leveau made up 12th to go 21st. Then Josh Erfen and Alexander Bondarev. Adrian Maliero, Eric Genet, Enzo Tanvanichkul, Guillaume Bouzard. And then it is Tigran Bonatian from Kaius Torvinen, Stepan Antonov, Duan Aluja, Griffin Peebles, and Jules Champigny. The only retirement was the one on the first lap, the Estonian driver Mark Dubnitsky for the DPK racing team. He's being recovered by the recovery crew at the moment. But as you can see, his kart there sat on the inside line at turn 1. A rather unfortunate case of events then for Mark Dubnitsky. That's going to keep Freddie Slater on top, 2 races out of 2, and a scintillating win for him. And that's going to turn our attention to the next race after that, which is going to be for qualifying heats D versus E. But a brilliant race weekend so far on this fabulous Karting Centre Campillos circuit. It's a bit of a late decision to come here. Obviously, there was a bit of an incident in terms of having to need to find a new location for the World Championship. But in 4 weeks, the boys and girls at Karting Centre Campillos have turned this into a World Championship, world-class event. We caught up yesterday with the circuit manager, Martin Ruvers, who has been telling us about the task and how exciting it is for his circuit to be a World Championship venue.
For us, it's a great pleasure to have our first FIA event ever. 1 month ago, it was all short time. We got a call from the FIA if we would be interested to host the event, if possibly we could do this event. And my first answer, of course, was no. That's in 1 month we can't do this. After 10 minutes thinking, I called Mr. Geidel back. I was like, yeah, let's do it, let's go for it. So, and here we are, 4 weeks after, 4 weeks of no sleep, of lots of work, of organization and modifying parts, and get the best infrastructure possible for host this event and to make everybody happy during the stay. The main thing that came up as soon we got to know that we should host this event was the worries about the paddock capacity. So our paddock was made in one direction that maybe all the big teams will fit, so as we have done always national races, so the big teams have a little bit different structures, so making a plan and drawing on a piece of paper on how we can fit them all. So we decided to maximize the paddock space, to level the full level of ground in and put some tarmac under the floor because we had a gravel paddock. Well, I have to say I'm very happy to hear that the first comments all were very positive. Even somebody of the FIA, the first day they arrived, was like, it's maybe the first time we got to a paddock where 80% is positive about the track where we are. Of course we have a different track. We always knew that our layout is, well, I've been in karting many years and I think we have a very pretty layout with the level changes, and it's challenging. And now with the new asphalt that we did this year, it makes it even better than it was already. My biggest worry in the past always to not apply it for FIA race was like never felt ready for it. No? I've been always a kart mechanic. People that know me from the paddock side, and you know, when you go to your own house, you don't see it with the same eyes that the people see it that come to visit you. No? I'm very happy that everybody is. I only get good comments, and that's very pleaseful. Just the week we got to know that we had this race, the World Championship, and we had planned. We have a very famous 30 hours endurance race, what's getting more popular all over the world. It was planned for the 10th of October this year, and this just was in the middle of the full preparation of the World Championship, and we managed to do that race as well. It was a very good event. We couldn't do it last year due to COVID. We did it this year on maximum power, and that was also in the middle of our preparations, but we managed to do it. Of course, we had the light system, the track is ready to do a night and day race. We are in Andalusia in the summer. We get some hot weather, so in the summer we do lots of night activities. You know, in the future, it's not on the plans, but who knows.
Great to hear from Martin Roivers. I don't think he expected 2 months ago that he would be hosting a World Championship in the FIA Karting paddock at Karting Centre Campillos. But I tell you what, he and his crew have risen to the occasion incredibly. They really have turned around this circuit. It was an amazing facility anyway, but to get it ready for an FIA Karting Championship in just 4 weeks, that's no lean achievement, and they are to be commended for doing such a fantastic job.
Yeah, fantastic job indeed, and very nice to catch up with Martin Roivers and his crew that have been very welcoming ever since we got here for the first time 2 weeks ago. But within a month, as you said, they've been up and running with the work, and they've been rather busy putting up the grandstands, putting new surface in the paddock, making sure that everybody was feeling welcomed and well surrounded, with a lot of help provided every day by the crew in charge. So there's been a lot of work put together by Karting Centre Campillos to make sure that it would be ready on time and that things would be done properly. And ever since we've been here, the feedback from the teams and the drivers, not only the officials and the people working for this event, but the drivers as well, have been absolutely positive about the way the event has been running so far, and the track as well, and the teams as well. Very positive feedback overall from all the competitors, those who we talked to. So that's actually paying off, and that's certainly the biggest reward for Mr. Martin Roivers and his entire crew, to feel that positive vibe surrounding the event, knowing that they had so limited amount of time to get it ready. So once again, we need to say muchas gracias to everybody here in Campillos for welcoming the FIA Karting Championship for the first time in history.
Yeah, it's a fabulous location, not too far away from the city of Malaga, and an absolutely wonderful battle that the competitors are going to have now around this Karting Centre Campillos circuit. The OK Junior qualifying heat D versus E is going to head out onto the circuit, and it's going to be Matias Ferreira, the Brazilian, who will start from pole position after the devastation of losing his last heat with a mechanical problem. He's really got to hope that there are no more difficulties over the course of the weekend. He's just got to hope and pray that things are going to hold together for him from here on out. Qualifying heat D versus E, the drivers will head out on track, but alongside Matias Ferreira on the front row of the starting grid is going to be the very talented Koski Motorsport driver Dimitri Matveev. On the second row, it'll be Matthias Orwela and Enzo Deligny, then Akshay Bora and Keanu Alazadi, Jens Trua and Lucas Samalisto from Nicolas Roos and Jimmy Helias, Edgar Anpilikov and Oscar Wirtz from Kai Sorensen, Augustin Bernier, Rashid Adaheri, Arthur Poulain, Alberto Hurtado and Daniel Wahlberg.
Then we have Tobias Clausen and Clément Autran on row number 10. Row 11, Adria Mustinez-Gill and Fionn McCaughlin. Then we have David Adeker and Mika Abrahams, followed by Hedu Ramondson, Jaden Teen, Edad Nobles, Luca Fruccia, Eric Enachi, Heitor Daniel Farias, Sebastian Ng, Bradley Mackerman, Mateus Callejas de Faria, and Jan Peral. 34 of them, 7 laps in. This is the junior class, once again the D against the E. We're going to have one more race in the junior class after this one before switching our attention to the seniors and back. So we're switching from one to the other for the entire afternoon. So thanks again for joining us on FIAKarting.com, on social media, on YouTube, Facebook, and as well as on Motorsport TV. Wherever you are in the world, as always, with RGMMC, we got you covered, not to miss a single bit of the FIA Karting World Championship. It's been raining last night. It's been raining a little bit this morning as well. Conditions were kind of half and half and treacherous, certainly slippery for the juniors and as well as the OK in the warm-up and the first qualifying heat. Now it's been completely come back to dry, even though it's still a bit cloudy above our heads, so we might expect some more rain coming up our way, even though the forecast says that maybe it won't be so much of the case. We will see about that, but there's a lot of wind actually flowing above our heads here in the beautiful Andalusia, and that could actually chase the rain away.
I'm glad you brought it up, because I was looking at the clouds myself and thinking I'm not entirely sure we're out of the woods yet, so there is a possibility that things could still change. The driver's forcing the issue on that lap to go around for an additional formation lap. It's interesting because obviously in the OK and OK Junior paddock, they're only meant to do just one formation lap, that's it. And obviously in other categories they will be used to doing 2. But they kind of forced the issue there. Maybe the track is still new to the drivers in dry conditions compared to this morning, so they just wanted to get a little bit more heat generated into the tyres. But as we've already mentioned, this is all going to be about tyre management, about trying to make sure that you've got enough life in the carcass of the tyre up on the top surface to give you plenty of speed. And it's all going to be about control. It's going to be about getting the tyre pressures spot on, and that could be difficult to achieve as the temperature and the wind fluctuates over the course of the day. So the smartest drivers are going to be the ones that prepare for it. Ready, green. Let's go to the first corner. Matias Ferreira, good start. Holds on nicely through turn 1. It's getting a little bit hectic. It's a very tricky moment for Matthias Orwela. Orwela loses ground initially, and that's Akshay Bora getting through in a second position. Good start on the inside line as usual, but drivers are just trying to keep themselves out of trouble on the run up the hill. They're all just keeping themselves together as they come out through the right-hander and then back onto the long straight. But it is Matías Ferreira out front. He leads. Second is Bora. Third is Orwela. And then in fourth position, Dimitri Matveev has done well to keep himself in the top 5.
Yeah, Enzo Dellini was losing a place to Kini Alazari on the way to turn number 8. Let's see what the Frenchman can do, but he's dropping a couple of places around. You can see him in the turn number 11, so not a good start for the young Frenchman from Paulin. Now you can see him losing another place in the right-hander. He was 8 in his opening qualifying heat, Enzo Dellini, so not really the start he had expected, that's for sure. We're about to conclude lap number 1. Under the leadership indeed, the 107 on your picture. This is Akshay Bora, a good start and a good getaway in the opening lap. Just behind his fellow country, his teammate, I shall say, from Car Republic. Akshay Bora from Singapore, Matías Ferreira from Brazil. With the two under the same awning. 1-2 for Car Republic, Matías Orwela in third, battling away with Dimitri Matveev. And then we have the leaders in turn number 5, this big hairpin actually, followed by the two right-handers, where it's easy to make a mistake, but watch out for the 208 of Matías Orwela. Is coming back to the tail of Akshay Bora in second. The battle is on, and in the meantime, actually, Matías Ferreira is pulling away from the rest of the field. 7 tenths already built up in one lap. Let's not forget that he was second, or at least on the way to second place in his first qualifying heat before suffering from a mechanical problem. So he has nothing to lose. He needs to cash in some great results. He needs to be up there in the lead. Hopefully the machinery will be with him until the end. But right now he's pulling away, not watching over his shoulder, and certainly not caring about what's happening between those two, as Akshay Bora is about to lose second place to Matías Orwela. And watch out for Dimitri Matveev. Orwela is fighting back, and Matveev is going with him as well. So this is 2 places lost, I'm afraid, for Matías Orwela, who goes from 3rd to 5th.
That was really well read by Bora. He just let Orwela get up the inside and thought, well, I can just get him on the next apex. And he managed to get a nice undercut maneuver to switch back the position. Dimitri Matveev sealing the opportunity to take on Orwela as well. Here's the move on the inside line. That is one of the Tony karts coming through. Now that looks to me like Jens Truer, and Keanu Alazari has gone with him. So Truer and Alazari both getting up there into 4th and 5th position respectfully. So yet again, Keanu Alazari is on the march here. The driver wearing the German flag colours this time, but of course he lives out in Dubai in the United Arab Emirates, and he is having an absolute stormer. Here he comes again! Keanu Alazari on the inside line. He is absolutely rapid here this weekend. Didn't quite get the qualifying lap together that they wanted, but still in a competitive position. And today, Tony Kart have given him the tools to get the job done. And I tell you what, he has had his breakfast this morning. He is absolutely storming.
Is storming indeed, and watch out for Dimitri Matveev actually going on the inside of Akshay Bora, beautifully down by the Koski Motorsport driver. Matveev up into second place. Bora is going to have to go defensive because for the back Alazari keeps on going to him. What a pace indeed from Kini Alazari. Is really on the tail right now of Akshay Bora down in 3rd. Coming to turn number 5, the door was shut, and Akshay Bora goes through again. He fights back against Dimitri Matveev, who had nothing to do there, and he's about to lose another place if Kini Alazari can make that stick. It's not happening quite yet in turn number 8. The door was shut quite beautifully by Dimitri Matveev, and Alazari was forced to clip on the curb. But that's another attempt. Look at them actually all glued together. We have up to 6 drivers in the same picture over there with Akshay Bora, Matveev, and watch out for Matveev responding to Borat into turn number 11. And yes, he made that stick. He's back in 2nd.
So Alazari lost out there to Jens Truer. So Truer got himself back into 4th position, and Alazari is going to try and get straight back on the exit. He's going to have to kiss the curb on the inside, but he holds it on the brakes. That was very daring stuff from Alazari, as on the inside, Orwela is going to get past Nicolas Roos. So Nicolas Roos, the South African, drops to 7th place in the CRG. He's now at the back of the queue. But what a battle this is now. Matveev, Bora, Alazari, Truer, Orwela and Roos. And it's very tough to know who's going to get that 2nd place spot. For Matías Ferreira, this is an absolute fairy tale as he runs out in front. But a big dive on the inside from Jens Truer to try and get alongside Alazari. Don't even think about it, says the German. And up the inside comes Matías Orwela. He doesn't get the move, and that's enough for Nicolas Roos to take advantage up the hill. So he manages to get the place in the end. But Matveev and Bora, 2nd and 3rd. Alazari, 4th place. Jens Truer is in 5th position as he hustles the Tony Kart factory driver down the back straight. Watch out for Akshay Bora. He's not going to wait around too long to get that move done on Dimitri Matveev. But Matías Ferreira, the Brazilian star, is long gone.
Yeah, you might wonder actually, those two drivers might have the similar livery from Tony Kart for when it comes to Halazari and Jan Treur. Watch out for the battle. 107 Akshay Bora with Dimitri Matveev just in front of him. But pretty much the same livery, two different teams, same chassis, one from Tony Kart, one from the KSM Schumacher Racing team that has yet to showing the new livery for 2022 for Tony Kart. Watch out. Oh, and a bit of wheel banging over there. That was close between Matveev and Akshay Bora. Akshay Bora tried to go around the inside of the Koski driver, but coming to turn number one, we all know how tricky that can be, that kind of maneuver. We saw Rafael Camara, among others, make that succeed, but it was very, very on the sharp hand on the maneuver over there. So there's not a lot of place, there's not a lot of space you can build yourself to go around the inside. Outside, don't even think about it actually. But that was close. Matveev did what he had to do, shutting the door. But Akshay Bora was there for the taking. But that's a bit of a miracle. Actually, the two wheels didn't go together more than that. As in the front, Matthias Ferreira, the 102, is pulling away 3.7 seconds at the moment, so no one's bothering him at the moment. That could be a good revenge coming to the conclusion of this race after his disappointment. Watch out for the back, as we still have Treur and Alazari battling away for 4th place, and Nicolas Roos giving them a hard time as well.
Well held by Alazari into the hairpin. He manages to hang on to it as Jens Treur is now trying to get his way back up the order. And we've got Kai Sorensen moving his way into the battle, having overtaken Roos and Orjuela. And Piligov is in the mix there as well, into the final lap. And the battle is very much joined between these two. Matveev versus Bora, 2nd and 3rd position. 4th place for Keanu Alazari in front of Jens Treur, provided he can stay there. A mechanical flag has gone out for Augustin Bernier. So Bernier in trouble then in the closing stages. One man who's not in trouble in the closing stages, Matthias Ferreira. He's been absolutely superb over the course of this race and just disappeared out in front of the rest of the field. And Keanu Alazari, having got himself into 4th place now, has checked out and left Sorensen to battle with the likes of Edgar Piligov and Jens Treur. So very well held by Alazari in the final lap of the race to get himself back into the top 4. But this man has just been absolutely exceptional. He may have had a mechanical failure to retire him from the first heat, but this is all about Matthias Ferreira. He comes through in magnificent style, almost 4 seconds clear of Dimitri Matveev and Akshay Bora. Absolutely spectacular. Great try from Keanu Alazari to be in the top 5, hunting down his opponents and making light work of them. And then in 5th position, Kai Sorensen. What a great comeback from the young man from the USA. There's a lot of drivers who are up for the scrap here this afternoon.
Yeah, beautiful race indeed. Matthias Ferreira, your winner here for the first time this weekend in World Championship terms. Matthias Ferreira, Dimitri Matveev, 1st and 2nd. Akshay Bora finishing in 3rd. Keanu Alazari making it to 4th in front of Kai Sorensen, Edgar Piligov, Jens Treur, Jimmy Elias, Rachid Aldahari and Oscar Wurz running up the top 10. Outside of it, Enzo Dellini, who lost a pile of positions in the opening stages of this race, down to 11 in front of Tobias Klaasen, Matthias Orjuela, Nicolas Roos, Arthur Poulain in 15. Then we have Jaden Teen in 16, followed by Daniel Hallberg.
Alberto Hurtado just outside that mix of drivers, 18th position for him. Lucas Samalisto ahead of Finn McLaughlin. Then Mika Abrahams, Adria Mustienes, Lucas Flusha, Doué de Decker, Clement Outran, Jan Paral, Augustin Bernier, although he did get a technical flag in the closing stages. And then, of course, you have Sebastian Ng of Panama, Bradley Majman, the Australian, Enrique Nash of Romania, Ethan Nobels of Belgium from Edward Robinson, Heitor Delanyol and Matthias Galejas. So a very tricky race. There's no two ways about that. Everybody did, in the end, make it home except for one. And that was Matthias Galejas, who ended up retiring from the race on the final lap of the competition. So unfortunate for Matthias Galejas, but it's been a very tough race battle for all of the drivers in qualifying heat D versus E. 25 seconds covering the entirety of the field. In fact, Matthias Galejas, I think, did actually cross the line in the tail end of the field. So we'll double check on that one, but it looks to me as though he did in the end come home. But yes, a very, very tricky race, that's for sure. And a perfect one for Matthias Ferreira. You can't really get much more perfect than that. Speaking of perfection, one man who got it absolutely nailed in time qualifying yesterday and is hoping to turn that into another splendiferous performance in this one. It is young David Walter, the Danish driver in the Koski Motorsport kart. He was brilliant in qualifying yesterday, and he's put it on pole position for each of his heats. We caught up with him before he did that to see how his chances are faring over the course of this week.
It's nice to be here, actually. exactly when it's good weather. Last year it was so bad weather, but still it's unbelievable to have the money. But we managed to be here today and the whole weekend, and then yeah, I'm really excited for be here in the World Championship. Oh, we didn't start so strong out. We had some bad races in the start, but I learned it all and managed to be here. And I learned it from all the FIA races, and so I can be here today and take all my hard work to the World Championship. I started strong out with the last week. I had the speed all the weekend, so I think this is going to be good. We're working hard in the team and to get all the speed, and we're taking all the trainings for making more positions in the heats and the qualifying. I like this track because there's a lot of flow and it's going up and downhill, and I learned a lot of things with the team and the kart and the setup. We tried some more steering and yeah, we learned a lot. Maybe it's gonna rain, but I still think I'm gonna be strong. It's gonna be hard because all the other drivers are also pretty good on this track, but we'll see if it's gonna rain or not. Because, but yeah, we will see.
So in the start of the next race, it is going to be David Walter who will emerge in pole position, as he will be for each one of his heats. He is obviously the favourite to come through to start from the front of the grid for the final, but being a favourite, it does not mean the job is completed. Speaking of great performances from Scandinavian drivers, well, yesterday's qualifying session saw one of the emerging talents of the senior OK category come forward for award racing. The Swedish talent Caspian Hagman was very strong over the course of qualifying yesterday, and he will now start towards the sharp end of the field in the top 10 of every single race he will start this weekend. Guillaume is with him now.
We're here indeed with Caspian Hagman. Caspian, good to see you. So talk us through your first race. You're starting within the middle of the pack. Strong position by the look of it, but what happened in your first race actually?
We tried the full dry setup that we used yesterday in quali, and now with the semi-wet track and bad grip, it just didn't work out for us.
So it really got on your nerves, the condition this morning, but things are improving. So how confident are you about the pace, you know, knowing the practice that you had before?
Yeah, it's quite scary not knowing how the track will be with the wet or dry. The weather has been quite so-so, but yeah, I'm hoping for dry, but we'll work it out.
You'll work it out, I'm sure. What can you tell us about the circuit? Because there's a lack of experience from everybody here since this is our first time. So what can you tell us, and how much have you enjoyed it since the beginning of the weekend?
I enjoy the track so-so. It's difficult and long, but you know, I like it quite a lot, and hopefully we'll get faster.
Hopefully you'll get faster. Okay, the best of luck to you guys and to World Racing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Caspian Hagman, a very talented young racing driver. Good to see him putting in some excellent performances as he climbs the ladder of the OK senior category. He really has been exceptional over the course of proceedings. And I have to say, definitely a dark horse for a podium over the course of this weekend. Race 1 may not quite have gone according to plan, but he certainly has the speed and the tenacity to be able to put himself into a much stronger position. And he's definitely one of the drivers that I've got my hand on in terms of putting himself into a good position in the back of my mind. He's always been very, very quick, and in the juniors he kind of struggled a little bit, but he's one of those drivers that's made the transition to OK Senior in fine fashion, and it's been absolutely fantastic to see how he's made that transition into a very strong methodology. So he's making good pace and good progress, and he's there in the top 10 on merit. This is the last junior heat of this particular rotation, qualifying heat A versus F, and that's going to put two race winners on the front row of the starting grid together. So somebody is going to have to concede a race win here. David Walter of Denmark and James Zagotsi of the United States. This is definitely going to be interesting for these two drivers. Marcus Saita and Alex Powell will be together on the second row of the starting grid, the Norwegian and the Jamaican. But for David Walter, this is really a good chance to continue to cement his authority at the front end of the field. For the other drivers behind, it's a chance to try and crack the whip a little bit and try and turn the tide. It's so easy to lose ground from that front row of the starting grid on the outside line, and that's where James Zagotsi will find himself off the start. So he really needs to be a little authoritarian off the line, make sure he doesn't drop too far back. Third position would do. through the first couple of corners. We've seen a handful of drivers be able already to maximize that sort of opportunity as they come through. But what about this? So the gorgeous region of Andalusia. I have to say, it's been very spectacular to think that a few weeks ago we hadn't got this down as a venue for the World Championship at all. And now here we are in the Spanish countryside, and the view, the backdrop over the course of the horizon is absolutely spectacular. If you go in a complete 360-degree turn around this circuit, the Andalusian mountains circle this particular circuit. It is absolutely magnificent. It's very picturesque. There's a lot of excitement to come in the races, but the atmosphere is already very highly charged, Guillaume. We can sense that essentially the drivers are now really starting to not succumb to the tension and pressure, but a couple of these little errors and a couple of these little moments of perhaps of a lapse of concentration, a slight error in judgment is starting to creep through.
Definitely, and as long as the machinery is with you, this is down to the driver to focus at 110% to avoid any of those mistakes. But as we said, this is a game of consistency, and you need to go through each of those races with the cold head as much as possible, focusing on what you need to do. But there's a lot of traps out there, you know, in the field. And as we've seen, the battles are numerous in each of the qualifying heats. So yeah, this is actually open door to mistake, basically. And on this track, as you heard Agman Caspian describing it to us, this is a challenging layout, isn't it? With a lot of ups and downs kind of moment, and especially when it gets slippery here, it's very hard to keep it to the racing line. But things have been improving, but still we're not quite sure what to expect in terms of weather. But still, even on dry conditions, this is a particular layout that really put the drivers to the effort and to the challenge. Let's see what's going to happen, because we have two heat winners at the forefront of the grid. David Walter and James Segozzi, the young driver from Denmark against the young driver from the United States of America. On your pictures, the 132, this is a bit further back. Massis Gladys, as you might have noticed, is carrying new colors for this weekend with the Pican Orlen sponsorship from Poland. So a very nice switch to the Forza Racing usual colors. We've seen a couple of those new liveries coming our way this weekend with Cosmic, with Tony Kart, with, in the case of indeed Massis Gladys, as well as Erling Nirandini carrying what should be actually the new colors of Car Republic for 2022, but I haven't told you anything, so keep it for yourself, please. So here we go. The qualifying heat A against F is on the way.
They used it yesterday, but I think they're still trying to keep it under wraps of the television cameras, so they put it away again. Always the way. David Walter and James Segozzi on the front row of the grid, Marcus Seita and Alex Powell on the second row from Kirill Dezitiev and Maciej Ledish, German Fotiv and Jonathan Waywat from Kia Nakamura Berta and Maxim Orlov, Maxim Rem and Ian Eichmans, Kirill Kutskov and Nathan Tai, Juan Coto Alonso and Enea Frey from Konstantin Krapin and Karol Schultz.
Then we have Jan Perezowski and Jan Puccio, row number 10, Joel Caranta and Louis Samdula, row number 11. Row number 12 will see Sam Hanna and Simone Bianco alongside each other, followed by Hugo Erwin, Anton Laxonen, Nacho Tunan, Livari Tumalito, Kimi Tani, Nico Lavatali, Darius Babayona, Caleb Campbell, and Danny Coravale. And the 169 from World Racing is already in trouble. This is Juan Cota Alonso, unfortunately, who was late to the charge. Can he actually make it through on the exit of the pre-grid? And the 203 from DPK is in trouble as well. What's happening even before the race is getting started? This is Caleb Campbell from Canada from DPK. Oh, that's quite unfortunate. There's a mechanical incident for the Car Republic machine of Caleb Campbell, who's going to have, as you can see him on the picture, is going to have to go to the sideways with the officials and wait on the side until the end of the race. The race has not even started yet, and we have already two drivers in trouble. One, when it comes to Caleb Campbell, who won't be able to take part in this race. Let's see where Juan Cota Alonso is, actually, the Spaniard. I think he will be allowed in once the field of drivers have completed the two warm-up laps, but I don't see him yet onto the track, so let's wait for confirmation. In the meantime, David Walter, James Segozzi, 1 and 2 on the front row of the grid. Marcus Seiter, Alex Powell, Kirill Ditsiev, Massis Gladys, some of the biggest names in the junior category, all against certainly one man to beat. He was unreachable last weekend for the warm-up race, all the way up to the final, where he had to admit defeat.
Oh, we have a stoppage on the circuit. Sorry, Guillaume. We have a stoppage on track, and that is the 147 that has come to a stop. That is Darius Babiawana, the Romanian, has come off the circuit, and that is 3 drivers now in this one race, I believe, that have stopped out on track. Caleb Campbell, Juan Coto Alonso, and Darius Babiawana. We go round again, so it's another false start, and now we have 3 drivers on the sidelines before the race gets underway. That is absolutely astonishing. Juan Coto Alonso is one of them. The other 2 are Darius Babiawana and Caleb Campbell. Disastrous for all 3.
Yeah, I've just seen actually Juan Coto Alonso on the corner of the image is actually coming onto the track, I think.
Oh, okay.
He had a late push from one of his mechanics, but he was waiting on the sideline, and I think I might have seen him actually join the rest of the pack.
Okay, well, that's good for Juan Coto Alonso, but certainly Caleb Campbell we know is parked up, as too has Darius Babiawana, the Romanian, a little further round. So already 2 very unfortunate cases of affairs there. And that's going to cause all sorts of issues for those 2. There is Darius Babiawana. God, I feel so sorry for these incidents. I've been there myself when I've done a couple of kart races in various different lower categories, when you have a mechanical problem and you can't start the race, and you just have to sit in the center of the circuit and watch it all unfold. When you know your adrenaline's pumping, you've got a chance to put on a good show, and it just all falls away. It's very, very frustrating.
Yeah, it must be indeed, especially when you don't have the chance to fight before the start of a race. But there's going to be a long wait, 7 laps to go through for those drivers remaining onto the track, and David Walter to lead them onto the start-finish straight. Once they get across the line, they'll be allowed for overtaking. But if the formation of the grid is deemed good enough by our race director, Walter against Egozzi, here we go.
Let's see how it all comes together out of the final turn. Is this going to be green, green, green? Yes, it is. And we're racing up to the first corner. Walter is going to have Marcus Saita right in with him as they go through turn 1. Egozzi does hang on to third. Very well handled, as he now has Kirill Zitiev trying to come through and make up a place or 2. But as they work their way up the climb, it is so far Saita in second, Egozzi in third, and the rest of the field still challenging for supremacy as they come up the hill. Now, down through the drop in the square right. And on that descent, Egozzi is hovering all over the back of Marcus Saita in the Ward Racing Tony Kart, trying to make his way back through into position. So let's see if there is going to be a charge forward from James Egozzi on the opening lap. It certainly looks that way, up into second position up the inside, and his teammate is making similar moves as well. So that was Jeman Fotif, I think, getting himself up another position. What's happened to Alex Powell? Well, he has slipped to 6th position thus far. So already a very tricky start to the race for Alex Powell, but he's already having a look up the inside to try and get up into 5th, and he was thwarted there as Kirill Zitiev was not going to give him any space at all. So out of the final turn, Walter is leading, Egozzi now second, and then it is Marcus Saita in front of Fotiv, but Powell has got through. Powell has got through in a 5th position now in front of Kian Nakamura-Berta.
So here it is, Alex Powell is going to try to go against Jeman Fotiv in 4th. Here we go, lap number 2. Turn number 5, and the commandment of David Walter, who just pulled away just a little bit, almost 0.6 of a second in front of James Egozzi, a couple of meters onto the track. Marcus Sater is keeping a close watch on Egozzi in second, Fotev is 4th, Powell is 5th, Nakamura is 6th. Then we have Maxim Rem, Jonathan Waymat, Marcel Gladys down to 9 in front of Maxim Horlov running up the top 10. Juan Coto Alonso is having a mechanical problem. Unfortunately for him, the World Racing driver was late to join the party, but it seems that the problem is still with us. We have a yellow flag down at turn number 6. We'll try to see who that's for, but as for now, is it for Kirill Zitiev? Kirill Zitiev is missing actually from 7th
you're
place.
Right.
Yes,
you're
indeed.
absolutely right, Guillaume. It is Kirill Zitiev who was up at the sharp end of the field, but it looks as though that first couple of laps of aggressive battling between them has spat Kirill Zitiev out of the pack. So Walter leads, Egozzi second from Saita, Fotiv, Powell and Nakamura. Egozzi takes the lead from David Walter. So James Egozzi into lap 3 has hit the front after a brilliant maneuver into turn 1. So hard to get that one right. And Egozzi gets the move then on David Walter with Marcus Saita giving chase.
Yeah, that's a decisive move, isn't it, from James Egozzi? This is actually a pass or crash in that kind of turn because it's going so fast. But this time around, once again, James Egozzi managed to pull that off quite brilliantly in front of David Walter. And how crucial that is in turn number 1 is that it actually breaks the momentum of the driver in front of you going to the climb. So you could see that David Walter, being overtaken, had no other choice to go wide. And it actually allowed in the meantime Marcus Saita to get close to him. So we're going to have up to a 3-driver battle for the win in this qualifying heat, but still something to do for David Walter. He's been stuck between the 2 Tony Kart chassis, and watch out for Sater is going around the inside of David Walter to turn number 15. Walter is unable to fight back quite yet. He's going to have to get stuck to it. Down to turn number 1. Can he actually imitate James Egozzi? No, he stays within, and behind into turn number 2 and 3. It's better to carry the momentum over there to try to get close and maybe launch your attack in that particular corner in turn number 5. But as it stands, Marcus Sater is up in second. Walter's going to have to stay with him. German Fotiv still in 4th. Alex Powell running in 5th, 7 tenths down. Kinder Camarabota is 6th. And Juan Cota Alonso, the young Spaniard, is still on track despite the mechanical problem and the orange and the dark flag being waved to him. So as it stands in the regulation, he has within 3 laps to get back into the pits. I wonder if you've seen the flag, but if it doesn't come by his own, there should be penalty coming his way. As you can see, it's still appearing on your screen, so it means that Cota Alonso is still onto the track. But I wonder what happened to him. We didn't get to see a good picture on maybe the mechanical trouble he's been suffering. He was late to join the track, as you might remember, but we'll get back to that in a minute. We have the battle with, in 4th place, German Fotiv is coming close as well. This is lap number 5. We're getting near the checkered flag of this race. James Segozi, less than 3 tenths on Marcus Sater. The battle is on. To time number 5, the first hairpin. Oh, and one of the CRG young drivers, the 163, is going to be missing. This is Simone Bianco. Simone Bianco out of the race, or at least can he try to get it started again. He's pushing on his own, of course, no help required, and that's the end of it.
And Juan Cota Alonso has just brought his car into, oh dear, a very frustrated Simone Bianco. I'm afraid the CRG won't take very kindly to their car being assaulted after the race, but you can sense the frustration from Simone Bianco. He's bitterly frustrated. And Juan Cota Alonso has pulled his kart into the pits to retire, I'm afraid, as well. So James Igozzi in front of Marcus Saeta, and Saeta is giving him plenty of hustle down the back straight. So is this going to be a run for Saeta to try and get on terms again with James Igozzi? He has a think about it in the penultimate turn, but Igozzi just holds him at bay. This is going to give David Walter a second chance here, as in behind them, German Fotiv is still running well in 4th position. Saeta frustrated with Igozzi. Stop defending, otherwise I'm going to get you. We've got David Walter breathing down our neck here. This is where things could get spicy as Marcus Saeta closes up on the race leader.
Yeah, there was a slight kiss from Saeta onto the back of James Igozzi, and then a little bit of a push and a gesture, as you've seen. And watch out for David Walter, is coming near very much of Sater on the way to turn number 10 down the straight. Can he actually launch his attack on the back straight just in front of us? That's it's about to be seen, but we have 1 lap and a half until the checkered flag. Not a lot of time remaining for any of those drivers to make a difference, but David Walter stays within and stays behind Marcus Sater, close to James Igozzi. As we have for the back German Fotiv leading the second wagon at the front of this field, under the pressure still of Alex Powell all the way down to 5th. Kinder Camarabota is 6th. And watch out with David Walter, Sater, James Igozzi. They've never been so close right now, the top 3 drivers. We're entering last lap. There's going to be an ultimate showdown all the way to the last turn number 1. Maybe your first move coming up, as the door was firmly shut by James Igozzi.
Any one of these top 5 drivers could take this victory now, because Powell and Fotiv have caught up to the trio. Fotiv in 4th place, Powell in 5th, and watch for Nakamura Berta in P6 as well. This could be any one of the 6 now who takes the victory. Igozzi still being ultra defensive as they drop down the climb, and now the descent up towards the S's. Igozzi, Saeta, Walter, Fotiv, Powell and Nakamura Berta as they slide into the hairpin. They now come onto the back straight, and James Igozzi still trying to hold the kart. Saeta comes up to the inside line. It's a good blocking maneuver initially from Igozzi, but he's going to get the switchback whenever on the exit. Igozzi slows them up. Walter tries to crack in on the inside of Saeta. It doesn't work off. They come down the backdrop once again. It's going to be a very tricky run as Powell goes wide. Powell goes wide on the far side of the course and trying to get alongside Igozzi. Saeta tries to get his move in. Walter's trying to cover the inside line as well. Very tricky. They can't quite get it off the exit. So James Igozzi is just going to hang on. Absolutely phenomenal as they run through again. But Igozzi just survives from Saeta, Walter, Fotiv and Nakamura Berta. Maxim Rem closed in at the end. Unfortunate that Alex Powell skated off onto the grass on the far side on the back straight. But my goodness me, James Igozzi, he could sign for a Premiership football team. He's got the defensive moves of a master.
Yes, indeed. What a beautiful performance from James Igozzi. Second win in a row for the young American from Tony Kart. But what a battle that was coming to the later stages of this race. As James Igozzi is winning in front of Marcus Sater. David Walter is finishing in 3rd, consolidating his win in the first heat. Then we have German Fotiv down in 4th. Kinder Camarabota in 5th. Then Maxime Rem, Alex Powell dropping to 7 after his incident in the last sector. Jonathan Waymat is 8 from Massis Gladys. Einar Ekmans is 10. Then we have Maxim Orlov, Nathaniel Tai, Kirill Kuskov, Jan Pirizowski, Enia Frey, Jill Caranta, Jan Puchu, Ego Erin, Nacho Tunan, and P20 for Konstantin Krapin.
Very, very tricky race there indeed for James Egozzi to hang on to in front of a whole cast of superstars. Behind Konstantin Krapin, of course, in the middle of that pack, we had Karol Schultz and Salim Hanna, Ivari Turmaleto and Luvuwe Sambudla from Kimitani and Anton Laxonen, Dennis Kudavali and Nico Lanalati. There are some retirements of the race. We obviously noted Juan Cota Alonso and Simone Bianco as well, Kirill Zitiev, Darius Babiawana and Caleb Campbell. The latter three unable even to complete the first lap of racing. So very, very tricky race battles for so many of them out there on the course. But that's the way it works. Unfortunately, not everybody is going to get their way through to the finish of races. And the more retirements you pick up, the tougher it is to maintain that sort of balance of performance. But I tell you what, there are some very feisty racers out there. Egozzi absolutely determined and resolute not to lose his lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Good racing it was, as this concludes for now the junior category. We're going to switch our attention back to the OK class in just a moment, just after this. And we're back here at Karting Center Campillos with still a lot of wind actually flying our way. We can actually hear it from the speaking box we find ourselves in as the OK driver are getting ready onto the pre-grid. We're going to take a short moment to talk to one of them. Martinus Stenson from the Leclerc by Lennox Racing is about to start in this race from the row number 3. He's the number 11 on the left side of your picture, and we caught up with him yesterday.
Well, obviously it's really fun to compete in this race. Many good drivers and yeah, hoping for a good result. It's not been very good, but we have maximized our potential, I think, and yeah, we've done our best. I think we can maybe make a top 10 result, hopefully maybe top 5 as well, but I think the podium will be very hard, but we will do our best and keep working hard. Well, it's really cool track. It's very up and down. Like the downhill braking and uphill braking is very nice. So yeah, I think it will be very fun to have the race here. So we see you tomorrow. I think probably tire management will be very hard and very important. So yeah, we have to focus on this, and yeah, we see you tomorrow. See in the race how it will go, and yeah, we'll do our best. Yeah, also it will maybe rain. I also hope a little bit for this. So yeah, I hope a lot for rain.
Great to hear from Martinus Stenson, the very talented Charles Leclerc by Lennox driver. And we'll see what he can do in this race. Joining us up in the commentary box for the next race, it's very appropriate considering we've got an all-Brazilian front row, FIA Karting President Felipe Massa. You just wanted to get a better view of the Brazilians, didn't you? You just wanted a good run from them.
Yeah, actually, I mean, it's fantastic to be here, to watching these races in this amazing track. It's really nice, actually. You know, when it's the first time I look this track, it's just a nice track to drive. I think it's pretty fun, you know, layout. And I just came here to say hello to you guys, and I see that is a front row Brazilian.
The irony of it, isn't it?
I'm sure it will be quite a nice race to watch as well. And people is really having a lot of fun watching from home. From here also, it's great to have some people watching. I think this is fantastic. We cannot forget what's happened last race of Formula One in the Austin. 400,000 people watching the race.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is what we want. You know, this is what we want. I mean, the people getting back to watch the sport, to watch races, karting, and I'm sure we're gonna have we are having already amazing races to watch here in Campillos.
Now, you've been here since Thursday evening, and you've obviously been looking around the paddock. It's a brand new circuit for the FIA Karting. It's a last-minute decision, obviously, and the team has had to make a 4-week turnaround to be ready for the World Championship. I mean, looking at the sort of the feedback that you've had from the teams and the drivers and the officials working around the circuit, I mean, just how big a task have these guys actually pulled off to run a World Championship here?
Well, first of all, it's like unfortunately and fortunately, because unfortunately means we cannot forget. I mean, we were trying to do this World Championship in Brazil, in the last 2 years. Unfortunately, the pandemic didn't help in the right way. This is clear. But fortunately, we find a very nice track, a very nice place to do the race, which is here in Campillos. I'm sure it's the first of many race from FIA, because it's definitely a great place and a great circuit for karting, and I think definitely this is very important to me, to remember that we always trying to have the right places, to have the right races, and also to have a place that we can have the most incredible fight as possible from the karting stars that we have here.
Now we have to talk about this a tiny bit. There's been a bit of a sort of a vocal difficulty with the World Championship, but we have to look at this from a contextual point of view. Obviously, we needed to give some clear answers as to why we couldn't run in Brazil, but I think a lot of people have not quite been able to understand that it's not just 1 or 2 countries that were trying to bring drivers to Brazil. There were multiple logistical challenges. It wasn't just 1 or 2 countries that were sending people to Brazil. It was multiple. I mean, we have 44 countries here represented. And this is not just, this is not a loose decision that was taken by the FIA. They had to look at it from the point of view of how good a quality of an event could we have put on, how important it would have been to make sure that everybody had a chance to compete at the top level. It wasn't just trying to appease 1 or 2 countries.
Well, we definitely need to look global, and we need to look in the most safe direction as possible, which is the way FIA works. Yeah. So if you see, I mean, the last moment, we even moved to the front, the last moment to decide we're going to do the race in Brazil or not. And then on the last moment, it was on that moment, all of the English people couldn't fly to Brazil. Yeah. So, and when we do all the inscription, all of the manufacturer didn't go, was not inscripted, to go to Brazil. So at the end, we have to take a decision. I mean, we have to take a decision thinking about the safety direction, the safety situation, even if Brazil it was improved massively, the COVID situation, and now is also open the traveling, but we have the date to decide. Yeah. And this is something that we cannot change, and I mean, we even moved the date to the front. So that was unfortunately the decision to cancel the race in Brazil, but that's the way it is. Unfortunately, the pandemic changed a lot of situation in this moment,
But looking at the quality of the drivers and the field that we have here, Felipe, I mean, the kart's heading out on the circuit the next heat. I mean, the quality, even in these difficult times, I mean, we have literally been able to gather and garnish, drivers from all 6 continents around the globe. Yeah. It is truly an international event. Spain has been very accommodating. Campillos has been fantastic. And what a brilliant event we're now able to put on, despite the difficulties.
Yes, this is also what I was saying before. I mean, unfortunately, we couldn't do our program like going to Brazil, but we choose the right place. We choose a nice track, and a track that it was also kind of a new for most of the teams and drivers. So it's also a different challenge to arrive on the track like that, and they don't know the asphalt, they don't know the track, they don't know the corners, they don't know the setup, so they need to learn straight away. And this is also an extra challenge that I love, and everybody like to see, especially when you arrive here and you see that a driver came from Brazil, bring his engine, brought in his carburetor, his chassis from Brazil, and he is on pole position. So I think this is just fantastic.
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant. And I'm sure that, everybody in Brazil will be watching and wanting to put on a great show with Gomez and Camara up the front. Do you have a message for the people in Brazil? You could say it in Portuguese, to say hello to everybody.
Well, first of all, the message I just say first in English is that, I mean, we try everything, to go to Brazil. And don't really think that this was anything really decided. We decided on the last moment, and we try, and especially me, I try everything I could until the last moment. Bom, para todos os brasileiros que estão acompanhando aqui, primeiro vamos torcer para essa corrida maravilhosa que vai ser agora, com o Gabriel Gomes, com o Rafa Câmara em segundo. E o que eu tenho a dizer é que a gente tentou até o último momento, né? E a gente passou do momento da decisão. para realmente decidir se o campeonato iria ser no Brasil ou não. Falta de vontade, falta de trabalho não foi o caso, e sim o que a gente tentou até o último momento. Mas a gente está numa boa pista e sem dúvida está sendo um campeonato mundial bem bacana e interessante para aquilo que a gente conseguiu fazer.
Obrigado, Felipe. Maybe you could stay with us for this one. It's a fascinating race we're going to have here. 10 laps around the course. Qualifying heat A versus E coming up. Gabriel Gomez and Rafael Kamara on the front row. Kucharczyk and Kuman. Stenzorn and Turney. We are green up to the first corner, and it's a good start from Gomez. He holds well as round the outside. Kamara once again utilizes his strength as he slots in a second place. He doesn't lose ground. Excellent start from Rafael Kamara. Kucharczyk running well in third position as he tucks in front of Stenzorn. So Stenzorn doing a good job in fourth position, and now he's got the hard-charging Joe Turney up into fifth position. Not a terrific start from Nicolo Kuman, who has fallen away into position, the Forza Racing driver, but Gomez and Kamara holding it. Oh, a big run wide and a big slam into the tyre barriers. Goodness me. Somebody just running very wide on the exit. Now, I think that might have been Joe Turney who's gone off. Joe Turney in the Tony Kart factory machine has ploughed off the road, and it is full course caution. Not at all surprised because the tyre barrier is absolutely destroyed. Looked to me like Turney just got one wheel off the white line on the exit of the course. He's out of the kart. He's walking away. That is phenomenally good news after such a heavy impact. But Joe Turney, devastating.
Well, I'm happy that he's fine. Actually, it was a big crash, and I just saw him walk away, this is the most important thing.
It's very, very tricky in those situations. And that's the thing, you know, we talk about these karts, you know, this is the pinnacle of the sport. These karts are so phenomenally quick, Felipe. If you get a little bit wide in that sort of situation, you've got absolutely no traction to combat you. You are just a passenger at that point.
Yeah, and it's also that track is a really, really quick corner, you know, to the right, and also you're just arriving the braking for this hairpin. And also we put all of this barrier there, which is good, you know, to stop the kart not to passing through and going to the other side, which is also the main track, you know, coming back.
Well, these are the kind of things that obviously the circuit has been working on to make sure that it's ready in terms of safety, in terms of preparation, in terms of the technical aspect. But, well, there is the proof right there that that was hard work that needed to go around. So the yellow flags are out, of course. The full course caution is there in position. Now, interestingly, Kucharczyk was able to move past Kamara before they went to yellow flags. So he is there now in second position as Kamara is actually backing up the field a little bit. I have a feeling we may be preparing to go to green flags, if not this lap, certainly the lap after, but they obviously have to reset the barriers. The marshal's working very hard indeed to reset things and put the circuit back as it was. Looks like they are going to go around one more time. The slow boards are out, and obviously this is one of the most critical moments in a race when you're obviously there under yellow flags. You have to make sure that the safety of the drivers, not just the safety of the drivers, but also the officials and the marshals around the course, that has to be the priority.
That's the priority. I mean, the safety for the drivers on the track, but also the marshals to put the kart in the right place, in the right position, you know, to be safe also when the race restart. And I think that's it's quite important. You see that, I mean, even the marshal is bringing the karting away now, just not to be in any risk place when the race is restarting.
So obviously Gabriel Gomez is going to take the lead from his position, but this goes to show just how phenomenally competitive this category is with the OK. I mean, we talked about it a little before the start, Felipe, but Gabriel Gomez, this is only the second time he's ever appeared in an FIA karting weekend. Last year he did the World Championships in the pouring rain at Portimao and didn't even make the final. Here he is, having taken pole position in the senior category. He's been a multiple Sao Paulo champion, he's won South America, he won the trophy Ayrton Senna. So this kid, you know, this is even shades of when Ayrton came to Europe for the first time. He's doing a very similar job.
This is a fantastic story. You know, it's a fantastic thing that it happens, and we always love, you know, to see when a driver arrives, and he's not really the driver that everybody's looking, you know, from the manufacturer, important company, you know, that is already putting all the efforts on the driver. I think this is the restart now.
It is indeed. So here we go. Kucharczyk's going to try and chop across Kamara, but Kamara's got an amazing start. Into second place he goes. Up to third comes Tarpanen. Tukka Tarpanen is really utilising this restart as well. The Finn has worked his way through into third position. Green, green, green around the circuit. And Gomez in front of Kamara and Tarpanen. Kucharczyk has slipped to fourth position on the Kubica chassis. Then it's Stenzorn and another fast Brazilian. About to lose a place there, I think, to Ariel Elkin. That's Olin Gali So Olin Gali, no, Gali has actually held on to it in the other CRG. So he remains in P6 as the field tumbles down the hill. And there's another one. Oh my goodness. Dear, oh dear, yet another incident. That just shows you how difficult it is on that far side of the course when you get a little bit wide and on the grass. And it's happened again. We go full course yellows. My goodness me, 2 incidents like that in a row. And once again, the driver gets out of the kart and is okay. My goodness, are we lucky today, as that's 2 big incidents like that in a row. That's a driver shaken and not stirred for sure. And
that was a big one, actually.
Wow. I mean, once is one thing, but twice, that's very hard to predict. And that was Luca Griggs walking away from his kart. Wow. Very tricky to have one incident like that is big, but 2 in consecutive starts. I mean, that's very, very rare.
Yeah, that was even a more aggressive one, you know. Now they will maybe even need more time to fix the barriers. I think it's both from Tony Kart, no?
Yes, indeed. Well, Luca Griggs is not in the factory team, but
Yeah,
it
yeah,
certainly was
exactly.
a Tony Kart chassis. I think he's in the KSM official squad. But my goodness, I mean, this sport, we talk about it. You were in karting as well in your young days of driving. We cannot really impart this to people enough. We cannot really get across just how physical this sport is. When you come to Formula One, you need to have this preparation in order to do that, because nothing is more physical than being a couple of millimeters off the ground, the intensity through each corner, the rapidity of the acceleration, the velocity of the apexes. This is such a physically demanding sport, probably the most physically demanding form of motorsport there is.
Well, I think if you look the karting, comparing with Formula One, I think is the closest reaction time you have in terms of G-force, in terms of how quick you do the corner, because it's a very small corner compared to a racetrack, for example, you know, for the cars. And I think it's very close compared to a Formula One. So this means that, I mean, the physical is important, the training, but also the mentality. You know, it's quite important to have all the time in the right lines, because if you go off the line, maybe, you know, it can have a crashes like that. But I mean, the most important thing is that the driver was out. They are checking him now, all of the doctors there, but looks like he's okay.
Yeah, it's all just following protocol and procedure. And that's the other thing that's worth imparting, is that even if there is an incident like that and the driver appears to be okay, incredible work by the doctors here. You've got to remember that these are young men and women out there on the circuit, and it is so physical. It's worth checking them over before they get back into the kart again. And the team here, as it is wherever we go, you know, a phenomenal team of medical professionals here. They are such sticklers for the protocol and the procedure, and many a life in this sport has been saved by quick reactions and quick thinking from medical teams at the side of the road.
Well, I think it's maybe the track is ready. Maybe they should do the green right now, if I'm not wrong. And let's see the second restart after the yellow flag.
So Gabriel Gomez coming through. I think they're going to do just one more lap of precautionary. So, yep, they will do one more time around. But again, talk about the timing. That move that Kamara pulled on Kucharczyk to get into second position, I mean, that could be potentially a race-winning move, because now that he's there on the back of Gabriel Gomez, all he has to do is get a slightly better restart and he can have a crack at his position. They're only going to have 3 laps to go at the end of this lap.
Yeah.
So it's critical to get yourself into those sort of positions.
Yeah, it's critical. You know, if you don't do a good restart, maybe you can lose position, but maybe if you do a right one, like Rafael just did in the last restart, he was able to pass to second. So let's see how it's going to be now. But it's also a great fight. Maybe in the last 3 laps will be a nice fight for these 2 Brazilians in the front. But we cannot forget all of the others behind that is really hungry, you know, to get that position for score as less points possible, you know, to be in the best positions possible on the final.
So Gomez in pole position. Amazing to think that all this guy had done before this weekend is won World Championship last year at Portimao when he failed to make the final. And other than that, it's been SCUSA in North America, it's been the South American and the Sao Paulo Championships, which he has won 8 times, by the way. And he is a winner of the Trophy Ayrton Senna, one of the most prestigious karting events in the Americas. And here he is leading in FIA Karting in his first race of the new season. Here he goes. We are under green flag conditions now. We're racing up to the first corner, and already Kamara is hustling for the position. Tarpanen trying to come through as well, but Tarpanen remains in third position for the moment. Kamara is there. Gomez is in ultra defensive mood. He does not want to give Kamara an inch of space, and as they go up the hill, this is definitely going to be a very tight battle for the remaining 3 laps as they come down the hill again, and Gomez has lost ground to Kamara. Kamara getting through, and then Kamara in second, Tarpanen third, and Stenzorn in fourth position. So Kamara has taken the lead at a critical point in the weekend. He really wanted to step up the attack, and Gomez, the pole sitter, is now in P2, but can he fight back, especially with the likes of Tarpanen and Stenzorn closing down? They come up the hill. It's a perfectly clean first lap so far, but down the hill, Tarpanen will be reading the situation carefully in third place as he runs in behind Gabriel Gomez. Gomez still holding third. Here comes Tarpanen on the inside. Stenzorn's going to have the position as well, so Gomez will slip to fourth for the moment, but Rafael Kamara in first position, looking very strong. Tarpanen and Stenzorn together. That's Ella Stevens. So Ella Stevens has come off in the hairpin at the bottom of the hill. Unfortunate there for Ella. So she will have to get herself back together again in the next heat. She's already had 1 spin today. A second definitely wasn't in the script. So Tarpanen and Stenzorn now in front of Gabriel Gomez. And as they drop down the hill once again, this is all going to be about the Norwegian trying to take on Tuukka Tarpanen, the Finn. Very tricky situation now as Kamara has a decent lead, and on the penultimate lap, it's looking pretty good for him.
Well, and as it was a great move. I mean, he just got the opportunity to go through. He went through, he passed to first. And then I think maybe even Gomez was trying, to follow Rafael Kamara, and he got another overtook, from the second and the third. So at the end is a nice fight anyway. That is the fight that is happening most of the races. And let's see in the last maybe couple of laps, maybe last lap. Last lap now to see if anything will change. But now Gomez is trying everything he can maybe to get back the positions.
So Stenzorn is going to have to hold on here in the final lap. Gomez will be fired up to get back into the top 3. A big launch on the inside line. Stenzorn gives him enough space. Gomez will have to back out of the run, and the Norwegian has to move to cover to protect. Gomez with a good run up the hill, and as they drop down, this is where things can get very interesting offline. So they come through the sweeping right-hander, down the drop. So far, so good for Stenzorn, but Gomez is going to give it plenty of speed down the back straight. Can he throw it up the inside? Yes, he's going for it on the inside, and Gomez has a beautiful overtake there to get into third position past Stenzorn, and Kucharczyk is working very hard indeed. We've had another off at that same corner on the final lap. That looks to me like one of the Forzas that's come off the road. We'll come back to that in a moment, because up the inside, Gomez is in there with Stenzorn, gets the position back into third place, as now Kucharczyk loses ground to Stenzorn, but here's the checkered flag. Kamara gets it. Brilliant run. Second place for Tarpanen, third for Gabriel Gomez.
Yeah, it was a great move, and it was a great battle in the last lap. So, he managed to get 1 position back, Gomez, but I think it was a great race to watch.
Absolutely terrific stuff, and really great racing all the way through. Kamara really has done his homework for this one. He lost the first race, but he has bounced back in fine style. This is an important win for him psychologically.
This is a very important win, and we cannot forget, Rafael Kamara and Tuukka Tarpanen both was also in the Ferrari FDA, a few weeks ago, This is also a nice race, and it's a nice battle to show, also this, what I can do, what I am able to do. And this is also something that is great on the karting, because many Formula 1 teams is looking also drivers around here. But I think it was a very nice race, very great opportunity for Rafa Kamara to get the position, to win the race, and is also important points for his battles until the final.
Fantastic. Great to have you with us up in the box.
Thank you very much.
Don't be too good at it in the future, because my job's on the line otherwise.
No. You are much better, don't worry.
Great to have your company, Felipe. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So, Rafael Kamara taking the win from Tuukka Tarpanen and Gabriel Gomez. Martinius Stenzorn in fourth position from Timo Kucharczyk, Evan Gilter, Ariel Elkin and Emili Koivisto, Matthias Mogato, Jesse Carrasquedo, Olin Galli and Heralind Nerodini. Matteo De Palo from Nicolo Kuman, Nicolas Pirtalati, Noah Arnaud Milel in 16th in the end from Bruno Del Pino and Arnaud Chabdor, the Paralin driver. 19th position behind them was Jesse Lacey, the Australian, and then Matthias Pierre from Jose Gomez. Robin Sarg, Carmen Krav, Ivan Dominguez, and Andrea Vibiantit. And then the retirements. Kevin Quevedo was the one who came off on the last lap in the same place as his opponent. Ella Stevens crashing out, and Luca Griggs and Joe Turney in almost identical incidents up at turn 6. So a very tricky incident for both karts, but well done to the safety teams, well done to the marshals and officials who kept everybody safe in very tricky circumstances. I can tell you that both Joe Turney and Luca Griggs are walking in, as is Kevin Quevedo. So all 3 drivers involved in their incidents on that particular corner able to walk away. That is the main thing, so great to see. Right, we're going to continue in the run of performance. It's obviously been a very exciting run so far, but we're going to hear from one man who has been on the top for the last week and is trying to be for this week as well, the Bulgarian sensation, Nikola Tsolov.
It feels really exciting to be racing amongst the best drivers in the world, and it's really a big challenge to do the best result possible, and it's not going to be easy for sure. I think it's been really positive, much better than last season. A lot of improvements throughout. I did the podium, so I'm really happy. I think I'm quite confident coming into the race. It's like our home track for the team. Obviously, we know a lot of stuff about here. We've been fast, so I think we should be good. It is a lot of elevation changes. You go up and down, so it's really fun. There's fast parts, there's slow parts, so it's quite tricky to know the setup, the sprocket, and the engine configuration you want to have. So it's really interesting and different than the other tracks, and I think it's going to be a fun challenge. I think the toughest challenge racing here will be probably the overtakings. There's some places that is quite easy, but there's some places that it's really hard. And obviously the drivers will defend on the easy places and will not defend in the hard places. But it's gonna be difficult to pass. But in general, I think you can gain a lot of positions throughout the race if you have the speed.
Well, a very tough race indeed there, but great to hear from Nikola Tsolov as he prepares for battle once again from the front end of the grid. He'll be pole position for this one. One of the stars of the day so far in the junior category. We're very eager and very excited to be able to hear from him. He's been putting on an excellent show in his first 2 heats so far. Let's catch up with the Tony Kart Racing factory driver, Keanu Alazzari. Guillaume is with him now.
Yes, indeed. Keanu, good to see you, good to talk to you. So talk us through the first heats that you had this morning. The pace was there, and in the end, some positive results, but a lot of fights as well onto track.
Yeah, it was a very interesting first heat for the E and A groups. The track was in a drying condition, so we started on the wet tires, and we had an advantage to, I think, one driver was on slicks. And by the end of it, it started to dry up quite a lot, and the dry line showed up. So the drivers had to change their driving style towards the end and just find the grip. I had quite a good start. Well, actually not so great. I went from P6 to P8, and I had a bit of a comeback drive to P4. And at the end, I was setting purple sectors, purple laps, and it was just really fun to drive. I really like this track. It suits my driving style. And for the moment, there's no grip, which I really enjoy because of the way I drive back home in the UAE. And it's just really great to be here.
Fantastic to hear from you, Keanu Alazzari. All the best of luck to you for the rest of the weekend and to the Tony Kart Racing team.
Great to hear from Keanu Alazzari. We'll hear from him again over the course of the day on track, no doubt, because he'll certainly put up some choice moves. Nikola Tsolov and Yuga Chukwu form up again on the front row of the starting grid. Then Luigi Coluccio and Arvid Lindblad will be together on the second row. Karol Pazovic will be alongside Rintaro Sato. And then we'll have on the fourth row Markus Kayak and Artem Severukin, August Derbo and Juho Valtonen, Christian Bertucca and Giovanni Trentin. From Mark Kastelic, Ruben Moya, Gustav Wisniewski and Rafael Modanese.
Then on row number 9, we're going to have Dario Vezzaro, Albani Vivas, Arthur Ronjon, Alfio Spina, Alexander Kubenko, Lawrence Lesatua, Jaime Sanz Torrijos, Rasmus Ujimis, Daniel Nogales. Then we have Jere Velo Luque, Hugo Besson, Kuba Radziski, Maximilian Angelar, and Alvaro Hernandez Viedma. 30 drivers onto the track. at least on the pre-grid, but everybody in. Christian Batuka is missing as for now in this CD qualifying heat of the OK class. Good to hear from Kenyan Azari and Nicolas Solov as to have president of the CIK, Philippe Massa, with us. So here we go. As the drivers are getting ready into the warm-up laps, Nicolas Solov, 1 win under his name already this weekend, can make it 2 in a row.
So a fabulous opportunity and a great race battle coming up in this one as Nicolas Solov and Hugo Chukwu run side by side to the first corner. And it's already going to be a very intense battle between these two. Nicolas Solov, the Bulgarian, Hugo Chukwu, the American. And we've got to keep an eye on Coluccio of Italy and Arvid Lindblad of Great Britain as well. Lots of big names in this particular field. But the challenge is going to be very tough for Nicolas Solov. He's already got a big win under his belt when he took on Rafael Camara. Now he's got Hugo Chukwu, who is also a race winner.
Yes, and Camara is not far behind. Arvid Lindblad in 4th as it stands in the provisional classification in front of Tapanen and Gabriele Gomez. What a race we've just had, actually, before in this OK class. Let's see if it's going to be of the same kind, but that's very likely. Regarding the contenders at the big names that we have at the forefront. So Nicolas Solov, Hugo Chukwu, 1 win each so far. And the one winning this one will be taking the lead of the classification as it stands. We're only getting started for the party of the FIA Karting World Championship. Here they come.
So on to the main straight. I think this is going to be a fairly decent start from the get-go. It is indeed. And the outside line's actually got a better run to the first corner as Lindblad got a little bit shoved around there on the run to the first corner. He just about hangs on in turn 1 as he drops to 5th position behind Hugo Chukwu. Coluccio lines up behind Solov and then in 5th position at the start, but now 3rd is Karol Pazovic. He's worked his way forward in the Ward Racing Tony Kart. So Solov at the top of the hill from Coluccio, Pazovic, Hugo Chukwu and Arvid Lindblad as they drop down the hill into the S's. It's going to be very, very treacherous situations there as they come back onto the start-finish strip. We've had a spinner on the first lap. Looks like one of the Kart Republics. That is Alfio Spina, who has come off the road there at the top of the hill. A big disappointment for Alfio Spina. And we got a spin further round. That's one of the Energy Course cards going around. So we've got an Energy Corsa card facing the wrong way. And I can't quite figure out who that is from this distance. But on the inside, that is a big lunge between teammates as the Ward Racing duo swap positions. That was the 26 of Marcus Kayak storming his way through on the inside of Karol Pazovic. And now he's taken over another position. So Solov, Coluccio, Hugo Chukwu, Kayak, Pazovic. There is the Energy Course dropping back. That, I'm afraid, is Rasmus Yutsimis. So Yutsimis is out. And they're coming into the pits is Ruben Moya with big damage to his kart. So Ruben Moya is completely missing the front nacelle of his car. And that's 3 drivers out. Make that 4 drivers out because coming into the pits as well is the Venezuelan Albany Vivas. So she's out of the race as well. Big damage to the 12 going around at the back of the field. That's Alfio Spina. Big damage to the front fairing. What a chaotic first lap.
Yeah, Alfio Spina went for a spin before making his way back into the field, but that's a lot of retired drivers into this first lap of this race. But here we go, lap number 2 is on and the battle is raging already. Luigi Coluccio, one of the young standard bearers of the Cosmic Racing department. We've never seen him in such a high position for the past few races. Now he's battling his way against Nicolas Solov. Hugo Chukwu down in 3rd. Not the best of start in opening lap for Hugo Chukwu, who went from 2nd to 4th, but he's got plenty of time and opportunity to catch up as well. Coluccio in the mix in between. Then we have Marcus Kayak down in 4th, Pazovic in 5th, as you have the top 3 drivers. And there goes Coluccio. Oh, what a move that was from Coluccio, clipping the curb almost and going around the inside of Solov. And Solov is dropping a couple of places as Hugo Chukwu is going through the door as well. Marcus Kayak went through and Solov is down into 4th. But that was certainly one of the best moves we've seen so far. And actually, he went from a long way, but he made that stick beautifully, Luigi Coluccio.
I tell you what, Solov did not expect to see Coluccio to his left. I think he felt that was already a perfect corner for him, but then at the last possible second, he realised, blimey, that's Coluccio on the inside of me. I better get out of the way as the number 12, Alfio Spina, pulls into the pits. So here comes Hugo Chukwu. He's now making his bid for the lead. He gets through, and Hugo Chukwu hits the front now. So 3 different leaders in less than 1 lap.
Interesting to see how much pace those young contenders have been able to gain since the start of the weekend, because you see Solov, who was such a dominant force a couple of days ago, and watch out for the move from Markus Kayak down the inside of Luigi Coluccio in turn number 1. That's one of the few maneuvers that we have seen in that particular corner, but once again, this time it made that stick beautifully. Markus Kayak MP to second, is going to try to harass now Hugo Iguchuku for the lead. Those two split by a couple of meters up to turn number 8. Arthur Ronjon, the young Frenchman from Praga, is the fastest on track, 60 seconds, 0.9, but what a move that was. Kayak up into seconds, trying to catch up Hugo Iguchuku, and watch out for the battle for the back as well. Nicolas Solov down in 4th. He must be raging under the helmet, Nicolas Solov, after this very difficult start of the race, but he's trying to catch up to Luigi Coluccio. He's going to have to go defensive as well, because he has a bunch of very furious drivers just behind as well, as Pazevic, Lindblad and Trentin are almost glued together just behind.
Yeah, Trentin just made the move on Lindblad, so Lindblad now falling away down into 7th position as Solov gets on the inside of Coluccio. Back into 3rd position comes the Bulgarian. It looks to me as though this weekend in senior, nobody is going to get the dominant run. Everybody is going to have to play the percentages. The absence of Kimi Antonelli really has thrown a proper curveball into the field this weekend, as up the inside there goes Giovanni Trentin, so he gets past Pazevic. And that puts Trentin up into 4th position. This is an absolute free-for-all in senior. Nobody's really taking command up at the front end of the field. Yuga Chukwu is trying to make it 2 out of 2, but the American may have just stepped up to the party at exactly the right moment.
Yes, indeed. He's increasing his lead up to 6/10 of a second now for Guguchuku. Watch out, Coluccio under threat, and look who's going through. This is the 46 of Giovanni Trentin, who's getting a place. The young Italian under his fellow countryman. This is a battle of 4 drivers. Look at it with Trentin, Coluccio. Further back, we have as well August Tabo went ahead of Arvid Lindblad, dropping a position. Arvid, as they make their way into turn number 14. Hairpin, they're going side by side. Is actually overtaking every step of the way in this field. And watch out for, this is Ronjon actually further back with the Praga Racing, who's trying to get through as well.
Well, I don't think that's Ronjon. I think that's Modenese.
Modenese, my apologies.
That is Rafael Modenese. Where has he come from? He was a good 10 places back earlier on in this race. So Rafael Modenese, the Peruvian, has absolutely launched his way into this battle. Incredible work from the Peruvian. We've got a spinner off at the top of the hill, and I think that's the Sertua. I think that's the Sertua who's gone off at the top of the hill. His kart is facing the wrong way. Oh, devastating for the Sertua. He already had a problem in the first heat, and now he's had a problem in the second, desperately trying to restart. But even if he does, he's obviously going to be right down at the back of the field as Arvid Lindblad steps up the attack on Karol Pazevic, the Polish driver in front of him. And he's going to have a bit of opposition from Artem Severukin behind as well. So here comes Lindblad down the hill. Further back, Coluccio falling all the way to 8th position. Lindblad on the inside gets his move on Pazevic into P4. One of the most exciting races of the weekend so far, if not the most exciting, as they go down the straight. Solov is in 3rd, Trentin is in 4th, then Lindblad, Pazevic, Severukin, Modenese, Coluccio and Valtonen. But the 2 up front, Ugachukwu and Kayak, are well gone, and Kayak is actually closing on the American. Up the inside, big lunge.
Yeah, Artem Severukin on Karol Pazevic, the two teammates from World Racing, exchanging position in turn number 6. And we have Artem Severukin going ahead of Pazevic, confirmation in your classification, with Artem Severukin up a place in 6. But the excitement, as you said, is keeps on growing throughout the qualifying heats in both the junior and the OK class, as the driver, and now, after the delays that we had this morning with the slippery conditions, now it's time for battle. And the war is only getting started. The war on wheels, obviously, for the FIA Karting World Championship as a figure of speech. But one who is about to win another battle is Hugo Iguchuku for 7/10 in front of Markus Kayak on your picture in the last corner as we're getting near the checkered flag. This is lap number 8. The young American looking over his shoulder. 7/10 still in front of Markus Kayak. Nicolas Solov in 3rd, with Giovanni Trentin just for 2 little tenths of a second behind the Bulgarian driver. That's a battle for 3rd place we need to keep an eye on as well. Then Lindblad is 5th, Severukin, Modenese up into 7. Great race indeed for the driver from Praga. Then we have Pazevic, Valtonen, Coluccio dropping all the way to 10th place. And we have to mention as well the good race from Hugh Valtonen under his new color of Tony Kart. Brand new challenge for him on his way to 2022. Here's the battle for 3rd. Solov, who were just expecting this, as Trentin is coming his way very close. The Czech Republic driver trying to launch an attack. He's just missing 1 meter maybe to be threatening quite enough on Solov. He's gonna go defensive. Yeah, in the right-hander, the first of the two, and he goes through. Giovanni Trentin for third.
This is a great race from Giovanni Trentin. He's been there or thereabouts in the last few meetings, but he's never really been able to charge his way forward and put on a bit of a showcase. And now here he is, the number 46, the famous number of Il Dottore himself, Valentino Rossi. Here he is, putting on an excellent display. Third position for Giovanni Trentin. Nicola Solov is still giving him plenty of hustle, but Lindblad and Severukin, 5th and 6th, are very close to Nicola Solov as well here. So Solov, who probably thought coming into this one, well, I've pretty much got this almost safe and sound. All I've got to do is go through turn one and keep it nice and planted. But that move from Coluccio really upset his rhythm. Coluccio has faded all the way to 10th position, but as a result of the move, Solov has faded all the way to 4th position. Really not what the Bulgarian needed, and still plenty of tough racing ahead for him this weekend. Here comes Lindblad on the inside. That will help Lindblad, and it's obviously going to help Severukin get alongside Solov as well. Solov shuts the door, but Lindblad is through.
Lindblad is through. Severukin is going to try as well to get past the Bulgarian driver, who is in a very much dangerous position as for now. As you can see, Trentin ahead of him, trying to go around the outside, getting a bit of momentum into turn number 14. But now there's fire in the house for Nicola Solov, I'm afraid, because Severukin and Mondanese are there for the taking as well. Final lap out of this race as the 44 on your picture, 46, sorry, is Trentin in third. We're here with Markus Kayak in second, with almost a second behind Igor Guchuku, that has been unreachable and unbeatable so far into this weekend, on his way to a second victory in a row in front of this man, Markus Kayak. Trentin down in third, Lindblad, Solov and Severukin. This will be the last battle before the checkered flag. Here is with Igor Guchuku on the back end of the straight. Fantastic performance so far. He's been really mature in his performance so far, Igor Guchuku, showing no space for actually mistake or weaknesses so far into this weekend. You know, piling results after results. He's been on a dominant form so far. Can he actually keep it up until the end of the weekend? It remains to be seen. We're only getting started into this, but 2 victories out of 2 races is the start that he wanted.
What an amazing weekend so far. 2 out of 2 for Yugo Ugachukwu. He takes the victory. And that is brilliant from the young man from New York. The McLaren young gun doing an excellent job here in the colours of his helmet. Very reminiscent of that of the great Mario Andretti. But Yugo Ugachukwu having an excellent run. Absolutely phenomenal so far. And to be fair to him, this would be an excellent end to a first season in the OK Senior category. What if he was the one to emerge after a character-building 4 weekends in the European Championship, where he had flashes of brilliance, he had heat victories, but it never really quite went the Americans' way. Here he is at Campillos, and who knows, this might just be the weekend where an American, Yugo Ugachukwu, could stand on the top step of the podium in the FIA Karting World Championship. But what about the 2 guys just behind him? Markus Kayak and Giovanni Trentin really stepping up to the plate, as did the Peruvian Rafael Modenese. 5th position for the Praga driver. He's been absolutely electric in this one.
Yeah, to keep an eye on Rafael Mondanese, that's for sure. In the rest of the classification, and it's going to appear on your screen, Igor Guchuku, winner of this qualifying heat in front of Markus Kayak, Trentin, Lindblad, Mondanese in the top 5, Severukin down in 6 in front of Nicola Solov, the biggest loser as for now into this race, as he was fighting for the lead in the early stages of this race. Karol Pazevic follows in 8 in front of Jo Valtanen, Luigi Coluccio. Then we have 11th place for Arthur Ronjon, Auguste Terbo, Daniel Nogales-Lopez, Dario Verzaro, Rintaro Sato 15, Alexander Kubenko 16, and Gustav Winiewski down in 17.
Then it's Mark Kastelic, Christian Bertuca, and then Jaime Sanz in front of Kuba Raski and Hugo Besson, Alvaro Hernandez, Max Angelard, and then Yari Vaiello, and obviously Laurence de Certua after his moment in the back end of the field. 4 retirements, Alfio Spina, who lasted just 1 lap, and then Ruben Moya, Albany Vivas, and Rasmus Jutsemes, all retiring from the race on the opening tour. So some very tricky situations for many of the drivers out there on the circuit. So it's not a perfect start for Nicola Solov, but it certainly is for the American Yugo Ugachukwu. We're now going to turn our attentions back again after 2 sets of races for the Junior and the OK. Back we go to OK Junior.
And we're back live from Karting Center Campillos as the next race, the junior category, is getting ready on the pre-grid. Among the many personalities and drivers we got a chance to talk to, one is always, a pleasure to be interviewing, and he's been here, in the karting world for many years around. Of course, one of the biggest personalities and biggest names in the history of karting, that's for sure. This is Mr. Dino Chiesa, the team manager of Car Republic.
I am really impressive about the track and all the things around the track, the facilities and everything. It's very good place. For sure it's a place for the World Championship. That is good for the sport, for everything. The competition will be the tough competition like European Championship. It's just, and more is one single race, and then it's you need also a little bit more chance to the European Championship. Because if you are unlucky in the final is only the count. Looks like we have some chance more in OK than OKJ when we look the practice and test before with the race. Track is a really technical track. I saw the driver need a lot of lap to learning. Also because it's a new track for everybody, just probably some Spanish driver already know the track. We'll see. But it's good place we saw you have a 3-4 place good to overtaking. That will be a really good race, I think, because people can overtake quite easy. And doesn't make a big difference between one car or the other car or the driver. It's very equal. That will be a really close race for everybody. The only things I saw is different is the driver approach. You can feel the driver is a little bit more under pressure because the title is so big for a younger driver. It's a world championship. And then you feel that inside. It doesn't show, but I saw in the free practice and everything looks like it's under pressure a lot. And the race is not started yet. Then I think will be really under pressure for the driver. OK class for sure, we still with good performance and everything. We won the championship. It's not only for that. We look like consistent performance from race 1 to race 4. We won with Kimi, but even second with Camara, third with Lindblad, fourth with Solo. We are really strong and competitive in OK class. We won last week, and then for sure the season going very well in OK class. Junior, I think, is also well, because we finished P2 with Ferrari and European anyway. We are all season always P2, P3, P4. Unfortunately for us, Ricky Flynn Motorsport have a later driver and he won everything because I think it's a good material, but also the driver make the difference because we are just behind the Slater. That is why I can't think the material is quite good enough anyway. We need the last step, and I don't want to say he's only driver, but looks like it because later won everything, but already we are behind him. We'll see. Maybe this is the time we can beat him, we hope.
Always great to catch up with Dino Chiesa, the head of Car Republic. One of its drivers on this grid, you can see him on the left side of your picture, is driving the Car Republic machinery with different colors from the Super Karting junior team, the 159 from Brazil, Miguel Costa. And how do I know he's from Brazil? Well, this is common knowledge, but also if you take a good look at his racing helmet, you might have seen the national colors of the Brazilian flag, reminiscent of the legendary Ayrton Senna, the personal idol of Miguel Costa, and colors hopefully that will bring him good luck into the race coming up. Now, the qualifying heat of the junior class opposing Group C and E, as the drivers make their way onto the track. Here we go through the starting grid of this race. From pole position, Maximilian Popov, the 119, is going to be starting on the right side of the track. The left side of your picture is going to have Dimitri Madvev by his side. Thomas Tolsemanis from Energy and Enzo Dellini from Parolin will be alongside each other on row number 2. Then we can have Miguel Costa and Kini Lazari side by side. Row number 4, we'll see Aaron Garcia Lopez and Lucas Amaristo alongside each other. Row number 5, Tigran Bunyatan and Jimmy Helias. Then we have Artemi Troitsky and Oscar Wurz on row number 6. Row number 7, Anatoly Kavalkin, Augustin Bernier. Row number 8, Eric Genet and Arthur Poulain, followed by Freya Norman, Daniel Valberg. Then we have Guillaume Bouzard, Clément Outron, Stepan Antonov, Fionn McCaughlin, Chu Donozzo, Mika Abrahams, Renaud Francot and Aidan Teen on row number 13. Then at the back end of the grid, Josh Irfan and Luca Fluccia on row 14. Row 15, Adrian Malero and Heitor Daniel Farias, Johan Alua Olesti and Bradley Mahman on row 16. And at the end, we have Kaius Tovinen and Jan Peral. 34 drivers on our grid. Everybody onto the track for the 2 formation lap. One to get the tires up to temperatures, the other one to get together for the rolling start. You know it goes 7 laps in for this junior qualifying heat, and as it stands in the classification of the qualifying heats that will set the grids for tomorrow's final with only 36 tickets available in both classes. Freddie Slater is your leader on equal terms with James Igolzi, as David Walter is third overall. Dimitri Matveev that will be starting on the front row has 2 second places to his name so far, and a 5th and a 3rd place for Maximilian Popov. So plenty of room for improvement. Any of those 2 drivers can catch up and take their first qualifying heat of this weekend. It remains to be seen. The battle is on, and it will be furious through the 7 laps that we're going to have together once again. Thanks for joining us on FIAKarting.com. A busy schedule once again ahead of us through the course of the afternoon, and plenty of interviews that we're going to give you with some of the top players and contenders of those 2 classes, as well as some of the actors responsible for the FIA Karting World Championship here in beautiful Campillos. You can see that the sun is back with us for the past few hours. It wasn't so much the case this morning. Still a lot of wind, still a lot of clouds, but as for now, the dry conditions are very much with us. Dry tires as well. Are we going to go for the first time? I don't think we are. We go for an extra lap. So Mr. Nigel Edwards, our race director, decides one more lap, guys, because this formation of the grid wasn't good enough. And you could see some of the drivers at the back end trailing a little bit in the last corner, so it wasn't properly done. In this time, Maximilian Popov is going to have to pace himself down much more, but it's always the temptation to accelerate earlier than others is always there, of course. But you guys have to stick to the starting proceedings as we go for one more lap to get the tires up to temperatures to try to find the grip. The grip has been improving, the conditions of the track as well, even though because of the wind, there's a lot of, bits actually flying onto the tarmac. We could actually see it during the races and in between as well. So there's a lot of grass, obviously, but a lot of sand, as you can see, between the tarmac. So it doesn't help with that much of a wind. Sometimes the track can get really greasy, even though it's still dry. But that will have certainly a bit of an influence on the grip level for those young drivers. Now, no excessive waving to get the compounds up to temperatures, as Maximilian Popov and Dimitri Matveev, a full first row from Russia, 1 and 2 in front of Tomas Torsemanitz, Enzo Dellini, Miguel Costa, Kinio Lazari, Aaron Garcia Lopez, Lucas Amelsto, and the rest. Are we going to be going this time around? And we are not racing again. Once again, we go for another formation lap. So there's something definitely going on at the forefront of the grid, and the leaders actually once again didn't manage to slow down quite enough to allow everybody to join in for the party. So an extra formation lap for the juniors. So it's time to get things done in order, please, as there's still a lot of your colleagues actually coming up after this. So please don't make them wait too long. But it's always easier said than done, of course, the joke aside, to be able to control the furious field that you have behind you. And Maximilian Popov, of course, is not lacking experience in that position, as well as Dimitri Matveev. But sometimes, just want to make sure that everything goes according to plan. Here we go. In just a couple of corners, we're going to try once again to go for it. So far, so good in the junior class, of course, for some of the contenders. Freddie Slater, 2 wins for himself. 2 wins as well for James Igazzi, 1 win for David Walter and Matheus Ferreira from Brazil. So a good diversity of victorious drivers here so far in this class. And we could have new names coming up. Will it be Popov? Will it be Matveev? Can it be Tomas Torsemanitz, who's been close to it on numerous occasions? Could it be Enzo Dellini? A lot of questions with a lot of answers needed. Are we going to go racing for the third attempt? Will it be the one? Are we racing Campillos? Here they come. Yes, the light go out. We're racing Campillos. Here we go. Down to turn number 1. A good start from Thomas Stolzemanis. Go around the inside of Maximilian Popov and Dimitri Malov. Oh, and one driver out in turn number 1. And he's stuck in the gravel over there. There's the 174. This is Van Welstein, the 174 from SP Motorsport. Unfortunately, this is Jedentine actually. He has a different name on his racing suit, but the 174 is very much Jedentine from SP Motorsport. I was being confused just for a tiny bit, but this is indeed Jedentine. Confirmation that he got pushed out of the way, unfortunately, for the SP Motorsport driver, who is no longer to be seen in this race, unfortunately. Maximilian Popov under investigation. Oh, and a couple of drivers together. 4 drivers coming together, unfortunately. What did that happen? Actually, on the way to turn number 10, the heavy braking point. Disaster for the 180. This is, let's try to see and identify who that is. But 4 drivers. This is Stepan Antonov from Car Republic. We have the 175 as well involved in the mix. But heavy crash over there involving the 4 drivers. So let's see if we get any of those drivers back onto the track. We have Freya Norman as well. We have Stepan Antonov. We're going to have confirmation of the other names involved. That big incident, and I wonder how many. There's still a yellow flag being waved at this particular part of the track, because as you can see, this is not a clear track at all, as one of the Parolin is trying to get going again.
Full course yellows.
Full course yellows
have been waved, but I think the last couple of carts were out of position and not cleared in time, so they have gone full course yellow. Stolzemanis leading the race from Popov and Costa. A couple of drivers still trying to push their carts into position, but unfortunately now out of the race. So a bit of a difficulty there on the start, and 4 drivers involved in that pile-up.
And this is Bradley Marman, actually, 209 from Parolin from Australia. As you can see, Josh Herfan actually is the other driver from Car Republic involved in the incident. One being Bradley Marshman, who was trying desperately to get going again onto the back straight, but didn't manage to do that, and is going to have to stay on the sideline as well with the marshals. So, yellow flag, full course yellow here in this race that took its time to get started. Actually, we had 3 attempts of a start, and now we have an interruption already after the big incident in the opening lap. So the drivers involved, unfortunately, having to stay on the side. Bradley Machman, Joa Alua Olesti, Joshua Van Jedentine, and Stepan Antonov, all the drivers missing in to this start of the race. But quite surprisingly as well, we have a warning flag for Maximilian Popov, the young driver standing on pole position of this race. So certainly having to do with a maneuver that wasn't deemed fair enough by the officials and marshals. But it remains to be seen what will be decided when it comes to Maximilian Popov, but he's going to have to be careful about this, because this was an epic start and a very hectic start indeed. But Stolzemanis, as you can see, managed his way up in the front with Popov in second. Costa is third. Dimitri Matveev is down in fourth, in front of in fifth place. This is Aaron Garcia and Enzo Dellini down in sixth. So quite an epic start of the race. We're still waiting for it to get back to proceedings, but a big incident as well.
I do wonder if it had something to do with the fact that we had those couple of delayed starts. Maybe that might have something to do with it, because obviously as the pole position sitter, it's on Max Popov. He has the onus to basically control the pace of the field, and if he's not been able to get it going a couple of times, then maybe they will obviously investigate that and see what happens. But here we go, and we are going to be green, green, green to the first corner. Stolzemanis leads away. Popov, Costa, Matveev, and then obviously Garcia, Deligny and Alajari as they battle their way through on this opening lap of green flag racing once again. But they climb up the hill once more. Some good battles to come, and a very tight move as Popov gets into the lead past Stolzemanis. Costa has very little chance to get back on terms with Stolzemanis on this lap, because that gap was wide open and he didn't quite get the opportunity to stick his front fairing on the inside line there. But Popov, Stolzemanis and Costa on this first green flag lap of racing as the drivers charge their way down the hill and into the hairpin. The clouds coming back over the circuit. That's ominous as we go into the second half of racing for the day. But certainly for Stolzemanis, he will want to get back past Max Popov as soon as is humanly possible. Expect the potential for a move coming down into the hairpin. He will want to try and have a look, but on the inside, that's Costa. Costa gets there instead. The Sauber Orland karting driver gets into second place, and up the inside, that's a big lunge from Matveev. Matveev is trying to take on Stolzemanis. He has to bail out of it, and here comes Aaron Garcia. Garcia is going to get alongside. He will not be intimidated, and eventually he does have to bail out of it. Keanu Alazari is now lining up his own move, as are Enzo Deligny and Anatoly Kavalkin, the Parolin teammates. A little bit of a love tap. Oh, and that's very cheeky indeed from Deligny. He got too close into the back there of Keanu Alazari. And up the inside as a result comes Jimmy Helias. So Jimmy Helias, the Frenchman for the Tony Kart team, he splits the two Paralins. But I have to say, Chiara Baldassarri was very lucky to get away with that one.
Yes, indeed. That's the Parolin against Tony Kart. 4 drivers in the mix and a bit of wheel changing and front-fairing kisses over there. But watch out for Enzo Dellini going around the inside of Kinio Lazari, who has nothing that he can do actually to counter-attack quite yet. But he's going to have Jimmy Elias to try to push him for the back. And we're back here with Miguel Costa. Thomas Tolsemanes around the inside of the Brazilian in turn number 14. That's an exchange for second as Tolsemanes makes his way through, and he's gonna have to catch up a little bit with Maximilian Popov, because the Russian in the meantime was more than happy to really extend his gap. You can see that now it just builds up to 0.6 of a second in front of Tolsemanes, Costa. Those two into the first sector all the way to up to turn number 5. Yeah, there's still not much time remaining. Actually, this is the penultimate lap of this race. Thomas Tolsemanes confirming his pace fastest in this race in front of Miguel Costa. Matveev is down to 4th. Then we have Garcia, Kavalkin, Elias, Kinio Lazari, Dellini actually falling down to 9th. The young Frenchman in front of his fellow countryman. Augustin Bernier from VDK down in 10. There's going to be hectic because we have one more lap after this one. And I'm sure that Miguel Costa still wants the second position. He's missing a couple of meters. He's going to have to launch his attack. But Maximilian Popov might be your man for this race. He managed actually maybe a decent gap, quite good enough of a gap. 3/10 now, from 5 to 3/10 actually in this lap. So there's going to be a last round very ecstatic between those three.
Warning flag for Dmitry Matveev as well, so problems there for Matveev. Not entirely sure what has thrown the Koski Motorsports drivers. And that is one of the Tony Kart factory drivers. That is the 133. That is Renault Franco. So Renault Franco, the Dutchman, with more problems. So he's already got himself a DNF over the course of racing, and that's in the middle of the back straight down the hill. So a very strange place to have crashed out. So Renault Franco off the road and walking away, but fortunately that is what he's able to do, as Popov still trying to get well clear of Stolchemanis, but Stolchemanis has not given up on the victory. Popov may have to go defensive here. He does indeed, but I don't think he needed to. He had enough space on Stolchemanis to be safe. Stolchemanis is now going to catch him and get up the inside. Stolchemanis is going to steal the win. Popov has not quite been able to read that situation well enough. Now he's going to try himself to get back on the inside of Stolchemanis. Stolchemanis will move to cover. Watch for Costa. Costa might steal this from Popov as they duel over second place. Out of the final turn, Stolchemanis read that beautifully. The Latvian takes victory.
Wow, what a finish that is. And Thomas Tolsemanis takes his first qualifying heat of the weekend. But what a finish and what a move from the energy driver. A race is never finished until the checkered flag. That's one lesson to be taken from Maximilian Popov. And despite the great job that the Russian driver has been pulling off here, but he just missed maybe one extra lap or a couple of corners to fight back. But what a move that was. Very late maneuver, as we like to see them from Thomas Tolsemanis. Your winner for Energy Costa Racing Department, as we have Maximilian Popov down in second. Miguel Costa is third, followed by Dmitry Matveev, Anatoly Kavalkin. Sixth place for Enzo Dellini from Kinio Lazari, Aaron Garcia Lopez, Augustin Bernier, and Jimmy Elias running up the top 10.
Wow, that was very tricky indeed for Thomas Stolchemanis to get the race won, but fortunately for him, it was always going to be that way, because the race leader, Max Popov, did not need to defend on that last lap at all. He had about a quarter of a second on Stolchemanis, so if he'd have just kept his line, I think... there seems to have been an off on the rolling down lap. My goodness, on the coming in lap, the 138, Augustin Bernier, who crossed the line in 9th place, he's broken down on the touring in lap. Now, I don't know whether that was mechanical, whether he had help, but... certainly a big problem there. But Thomas Stolchemanis wins from Max Popov and Miguel Costa, Dmitry Matveev, Anatoly Kavalkin, Enzo Dellini, Chiara Baldassarri, and Aaron Garcia. Augustin Bernier in front of Jimmy Helias, then Artemi Troitsky and Lucas Samalisto from Eric Genet and Tigran Bonatian, Guillaume Bouzard and Daniel Valberg. Then Shudazono and Adrian Maliero. 19th place was Oscar Wirtz in front of Arthur Poulain, Finn McLaughlin and Heitor Delanyol. Then Lucas Flusha, Clement Outran, Mika Abrahams, Kaius Torvinen and Jan Peral. The last one home was Freya Norman. The retirements, well, there were many of them. Renault Franco, Stepan Antonov, Jaden Tien, Josh Erfan, Juan Aluja and Bradley Majman. 5 of those were on the very first lap of racing. Very tricky stuff indeed, and a very tall order for the competitors to keep their cool in the midst of all of that. But Thomas Stalchemanis stealing a fabulous victory at exactly the right moment as far as his proper opportunity to win races is concerned. Speaking of winning races, a man who's already done that so far today, looking for more wins over the course of the weekend, is the reigning world and European champion Freddie Slater. We got a word with him over the course of Thursday morning as he prepares for battle.
Oh, it's amazing. This race is very important, and it's classed as a big race for us and everyone in the paddock. So the team are working as hard as we can, and so am I, and all my mechanic, my family, we're just getting prepared for it, and we're all set to go for the World Championship. It was definitely a good year. European champion was amazing. Lots of mistakes I made, ups and downs, but made me work harder to win the championship, and managed to bring it home. So yeah, it's an amazing achievement. So confident, as confident as you can be, really. There's no pressure at any race, no matter the race. I'm not really worried about anything. It's just kind of go out there. We have the speed. We have the speed at most weekends with the team. And yeah, I'm just so looking forward to it. It's very fast and technical. After you finish one corner, the next corner is there kind of thing. And the chassis, you have to understand it a lot more. Like if you're sliding, it's not very good for the tyre, and it can affect how long you can go for. So yeah, it's a technical track and a hard track, and yeah, it's a good track for the World Championship. The rain seems like it's going to rain this week, so nobody's ever been here in the rain, I don't think. So you see, like Portimao, no one went in the rain either. So obviously we won there, and I'm not really worried. And I think the track is hard as well, very tight in some places to overtake. So it's about being cautious, like in Portimao I was, and yeah, if it rains, and we'll do the best we can do.
A lot of expectation and a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Freddie Slater this weekend, but he's taking it very much in his stride. From one superstar British driver in the junior category to a British superstar in the senior, still her first ever season in the FIA Karting category and her second ever weekend, and she is doing a very reasonable job indeed. We caught up, well, we're going to catch up with, I should say, the Richard Mille Talent Academy driver in the Birrell Touring, Ella Stevens. Guillaume Alvarez is with her now.
Yes, indeed, Hella. Good to see you. This is indeed your first ever FIA Karting World Championship. How do you feel so far about this new experience on a brand new track as well?
Yeah, I'm really excited to be here as I've never done it before. And as it's my first time, I'm just hopefully enjoying it more and more.
Yeah, we hope that you do. You had a first race in the European back in Zuera, but this is the big one, shall we say, to conclude the season. What can you tell us about the experience? How did it go on track so far for you?
As it's only my second time in OK Senior, I've just been trying to get used to it and do as well as I can. But so far I'm just improving, which is really good.
And what do you think about the level of competition that you have here in the senior class?
These are new drivers that I've never driven against before, and preferably they're really good compared to what I'm used to at home anyway. But yeah, it's a good competition.
And do you have a lot of support back home? There's some of your friends or family watching you right now?
Yeah, I also have Alice Powell at home who's supporting me because she's always been there for me as always.
Beautiful support it is. So the best to you, Ella Stevens, for the rest of the weekend, and good luck to Birrell as well. Thank you.
I am aging incredibly quickly. It wasn't that long ago that I remember Ella Stevens being the top race driver in the Birrell UK Cadets many years ago, and here she is doing a fantastic job out in the FIA Karting Championship. Absolutely phenomenal and extraordinary stuff from our competitors in this category. It never ceases to amaze me just how quickly these guys continue to develop, and this is only Ella's second weekend in karting at OK Senior level, and she is still within a second of pole position. Just phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal, and well, she's definitely got a big future if this is what she's able to do in her second weekend and her first ever World Championship. Yes, she's had her problems. Yes, she's had her setbacks. But don't we all in the route up to the top? of the motorsport ladder. We all have to take the rough with the smooth, and she is holding her head high, and admirably so. Qualifying junior, Heat B versus F. The drivers making their way out onto the circuit, and it's going to put Freddie Slater into first position alongside James Agozzi. Well, this one has potential for fireworks. René Lammers alongside Alex Powell on the second row, then Arthur Dorisson and Maciek Ledij, Dion Gauda and Jonathan Wayward from Andres Cadenas, Maxim Orlov, Harley Keeble and Ian Eichmans, Gabriel Mora, Nathan Tai, Enzo Tanvanitschkul, Enea Frey, Gerasim Skulinov and Karol Schulz.
Then we have on row 10 Alvar Sismavara, Jan Puchu, Yevan David, Louis Samdula, Alexander Bondarev, Simone Bianco, Griffin Peebles, Anton Laxonen, Markus Dubinsky, Ivari Tumialito, Valentin Klus, Nico Lanalati, Jules Roussel, Caleb Campbell and Louis Levaux. Here we go for another one. This is the junior B against F, and what a first row of the grid that is indeed. With 2 wins each, we have Freddie Slater against James Agozzi. Watch out for turn number 1.
The drivers clearly have different wet weather helmets compared to dry weather helmets, because earlier on today, James Agozzi had a plain white helmet with the Vortex stickers from the engine supplier of the Tony Kart factory team. Now that the circuit has dried out completely, James Agozzi has reverted back to his regular racing livery on his helmet. So it's clear that they've obviously got different setups for these sort of things. We know that there's a lot of people watching away back home, and obviously a few people that wanted to be here but could not. We've had a message through from back in the United Kingdom to say hello to Cathal Clark, who should be here racing, and of course was part of the Sony Kart factory team all season long, and was not able to compete in the World Championships for this one. He is watching at home, bitterly frustrated that he's not out there with his stablemates and colleagues. But we wish you all the best, Cathal, and hope to see you back out on the grid very soon indeed. And who knows, maybe even in the FIA paddock again in 2022. We wish you all the best, buddy. I know you would have relished these kind of conditions. Now, speaking of conditions, the cloud cover has intensified again over the circuit. The track temperature will have dropped, so will the air temperature. Tough to predict who's going to have got this right on tyre pressures.
Yeah, actually it's quite surprising, because the air temperature has been rising ever since we got here, up to 24 degrees Celsius as it stands, as it was not so long ago up to 23rd. So there's a rise in temperatures indeed, even though, as you said, the clouds are very much above our heads. So let's see what's going to happen, rain or not rain. As for now, this is very much dry, and let's see who from Freddie Slater or James Agozzi can beat the other.
Are we going to get green first time? Yes, we are. We're racing and up to the first corner. A couple of moments in the middle of the pack, but Slater's going to take the lead, or is he? Because he's already got pressure from René Lammers. 2 karts together up at turn 1, and that is disastrous for the 106 of Harley Keeble. Keeble has gone, and so too with him goes Maciek Ledij, the FIA Karting Academy trophy winner.
Yeah, a disaster indeed with both Gladys and Harley Keeble out in turn number 1 into this race. Here we go, back up in the lead with the top drivers battling along. The 105 is being stuck at the moment, and let's see who that is. This is Harley Keeble is out of this race. This is James Agozzi, his teammate obviously, who was in 3rd place trying to chase René Lammers up into 2nd. He's gonna go through, yes indeed. James Agozzi takes 2nd place back to René Lammers, chasing Freddie Slater and one of his teammates from Ricky Flynn Motorsports, Dion Gauda, goes through as well.
Well, that's 3 karts getting through on Lammers there in one fell swoop, because Gauda's got through, so too has Arthur Dorisson and Alex Powell. So they've all made mincemeat of René Lammers on the way down the back straight. Looks like someone's kicked up dust in the back straight there as well. So a couple of drivers running wide, and as they come to the first corner, they've just managed to clear Keeble's kart in time so that we don't have to go to yellow flags. But there is Gauda ahead of Powell, Dorisson, Eichmans, who is up past René Lammers now. Eichmans trying to get his way up the hill and get up into a position past Arthur Dorisson. And there was a nice slingshot maneuver from one of the Kart Republic karts. I think that might have been, I couldn't quite make out which one that was. I think that might have been Mora to come through and up into 8th place past Enzo Tanvanitschkul. So a good run there from Mora, another Brazilian doing an excellent job in the World Championships. Clearly they've come en masse to try and take the title away, even if we couldn't race there.
Whoa.
Up the inside of Alex Powell, a retaliation from Dion Gauda. So Powell versus Gauda already getting pretty spicy as Eichmans now moves up into 5th position. A great run from Ian Eichmans. More dust kicked up, and that was from one of the 2 leaders. So I think that might have been James Agozzi pushing like stink to close up on Freddie Slater.
Yeah, but there was a mistake on the way for James Zagozzi, but look at it. Oh, what a push that was from Alex Powell on Dion Goda. There was clearly front fairing against the back of the RFM driver, and it's battling all throughout the field here. Watch out for Alex Powell down to turn number 1 on Dion Goda. This is battle for third, Ian Ekmans, and just behind is Arthur Torison, all 4 drivers in the same picture. Watch out for Torison's going to try to go around the outside, at least going a bit wider to have a better exit into the 2 right-hander following. It's not happening quite yet for Torison's going to have to stay within this 4th place in this group, 6 overall. Then we have down in 7 René Lammers in battle as well with Gabriel Mora, the Brazilian driver, and still more dust actually onto the track from one of the 2 leaders. It remains to be seen who that was, but there goes around the inside. Alex Powell is taking 3rd place in front of Dion Goda. Slater is there!
Where's Slater? Slater's pulled off! Freddie Slater is out of this heat from the lead! Freddie Slater, mechanical problems from the lead of the race. He is shaking his head. He cannot believe it, and that has blown the World Championship open.
I was wondering where Freddie Slater was actually, because seeing the leaders, I only saw James Zagozzi, putting a bit of dust onto the track, and I was like, wait a second, where is Freddie Slater? We only have 2 leaders at the front, and where's the other one? There's your response. Mechanical trouble by the look of it for Freddie Slater, who's going to have to retire from this race, and disaster that is for this year's European champion, who is one of the top favorites on paper, but with 1 retirement in his heat, this means a lot of a pile of points and a pile of hopes thrown to the bin, and that means a lot of positions to recover down to the final if he makes it.
Well, I'm sure the mood in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport awning is going to be absolutely plunging to their shoes now. Absolute disaster. There is Freddie Slater. He walks away. He cannot believe what has just befallen him as he now holds his head in his hands. He's done nothing wrong out there on the road this weekend, and here he is through no fault of his own. He cannot believe that this is essentially a double World Championship title slipping through his fingers. The heartbreak is unquantifiable, but for this man, James Zagozzi in the lead, it's game on with Alex Powell up to 2nd. Now it's anybody's.
Here we go. James Zagozzi, Powell, Dion Goda, your top 3 drivers in the same picture pretty much, even though 2 seconds advantage for James Zagozzi. Unless anything happens to him, there's no one catching him within the 3 laps remaining until the checkered flag. But what a disaster for Freddie Slater. Quite an unusual sight that to see that mechanical failure in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport. That we haven't seen that kind of bad luck happen to Freddie Slater for quite a while now. But this will be spoken of, that's for sure. Now we're back here with the 164. This is Arthur Torison down in 6th place, the French driver, with one of his teammates just behind the 187. This is Enzo Talvanishkul, and in front of them they have Gabriel Mora. Now we're here with Ian Ekmans down to turn number 14. Look at the number of drivers willing to go through as the 2 Tony Kart teammates actually battling along. But watch out for the 184 of René Lammers making his way through past Enzo Tarvanishkul. It was as we're getting into the penultimate lap of this race. James Zagozzi 1.7 still. Alex Powell very much in 2nd in front of Dion Goda. Then Ekmans 5th place for Gabriel Mora in front of Tarvanishkul. The 187 who actually went past René Lammers. This is Arthur Torison, dropped a place in front of the Dutchman.
What a move in the middle of the pack there from one of the Tony Karts. I think that might have been, oh goodness me, they're all jockeying away for position, trying hard to keep up with it now as they jockey for position. I think there was Alexander Bondarev just storming up the inside and trying to take on 2 karts in once, and it shuffled the deck again. But my goodness, it's getting pretty hectic out there as Alex Powell still runs with Dion Gowda in his slipstream. We lost Jovan David in this race as well. I didn't see it, but Jovan David has parked his kart up at the top of the hill. I think he went off on the 2nd lap on the run down the hill from the top end of the crest. And do I see a couple of spots of rain on the camera lens there? That really would be a bit of a drama as they continue to battle away into the last lap. But James Zagozzi leads this race from Alex Powell and Dion Gowda. 1 lap to go. What can Dion Gowda, the Singaporean, do about the Jamaican star in front of him? Alex Powell just keeping up with things in 2nd position. Zagozzi is in absolute fairy tale land up front. A 62.45 for him as he leads with no pressure at all. No challenge from the American, who is absolutely storming and romping away up front. Here he is. And James Zagozzi has been absolutely mighty in this particular heat. He's just checked out, left them away. He followed Freddie Slater for as long as he needed to. Slater with his mechanical problems completely out of the British driver's hands, and that's going to drop him back to 30th in this race. Absolute disaster. James Igozzi, he has his head back there down the straight. He can't quite believe not only is he going to get another win, but he's going to get Freddie Slater, his main rival, 30-point score on the board. For James Igozzi, this could not be better.
There's a victory offered on the plate for James Igozzi, who's punching the air with happiness. He knows that this could be the difference now in the quest for the World Championship title. Third win in a row for James Igozzi, who wins in front of Powell and Diodgoda.
Well, at this rate, we could have an American clean sweep because we've got James Igozzi doing as well as he is in the junior. We've got Yugo Ugachukwu dominating in the senior. There is Freddie Slater walking away. Can you believe the lack of fortune that deserts him at the worst possible moment in his World Championship campaign?
Yeah, disaster image. One of the image of the weekend so far, but that's something that we never like to see for any of the drivers here. So, you know, realizing that maybe a hope is slipping through his hand. Once again, we're only halfway through this day of qualifying heats. Still a lot of things can happen to turn his luck back around. But we will, of course, keep an eye on what's going to happen in the classification. But a retirement at this stage is never a good thing.
Yeah, one DNF in the field of 101 drivers, and that is pretty much catastrophic. So for Freddie Slater and Harley Keeble there as well, don't forget that he's out of this race as well, having already had a tricky start. It's very dramatic. James Igozzi wins from Alex Powell and Dion Gauda, Ian Eichmans and Gabriel Mora, Rennie Lammers, Enzo Tanvanishkul, Andres Cadenas, Maxim Orlov and Nathan Tai in the top 10. Then Alexander Bondarev, Jonathan Wayward, Enea Frey, Gerasim Skulanov and Artur Dorisson.
Then in 16, we have Anton Laxonen with a good recovery of 10 positions, as well as for Mark Duminsky in 17. Jan Puchu is 18. From Louis Leveau, Jules Roussel, Alvar Sismevara, Valentin Klus, Louis de Samdula, Griffin Peebles, Nico Lehalati, Ivari Tumelito, Karel Schultz, Simone Bianco, and Caleb Campbell, the last one who saw the checkered flag. Harley Keeble, Marcus Gladys, Freddie Slater, and Yevan David, actually the young star from Sri Lanka. All the drivers are retired from this race in dramatic fashion. But this will be talked about once again, of course, but remains to be seen how much Freddie Slater can catch up through the next qualifying heats. But James Igozzi, by winning his third qualifying heat, really made a giant step towards pole position for tomorrow's final.
Yeah, of course, and we also lost Maciej Gladys and Harley Keeble on that very first lap of the race as well, so a lot of drama pretty much everywhere you look. Qualifying heat B versus F in the OK Junior category could well be the turning point in this incredibly dramatic race weekend. Well, that's going to be a bit of an interesting one for the books. We will continue with our conversations and we'll continue with our battles as the karts are recovered from turn one. And it is so rare to see a Ricky Flynn motorsport kart with mechanical problems to take out the race leader. But what it means for all 100 of the other drivers in the field is that it's now open season at Karting Centre Campillos. It's game on. They thought that Freddie Slater was the favourite, but with a 30 points score to take from that particular heat, that is going to plummet him down the field. And now only James Igozzi can take a dominant clean sweep to get pole position tomorrow, because he is the only other driver that has so far remained unbeaten. Well, very dramatic. Let's catch up with our next driver that we spoke to in the precursor to the World Championship weekend. One of the stars of the field emerging in the second half of the season. We caught up with Kirill Dezitiev, who tells us about his prospects for the World Championship.
I'm glad to compete the World Championship. The whole year I was preparing to do that. I'm ready to do the best result. This year I moved to high category. With every weekend I had the progress, and now I feel confidence before the World Championship. I like this track. It's very fast. It got a lot of uphills and downhills. This track is long. It got a lot of corners, and I learned how to get it in one lap. The toughest part of the race is to survive on first 3 laps. Everybody is very close to each other because all of us got the same goal.
One of the many talented members of the Ward Racing team, Kirill Dezitiev, and you're going to watch him out on circuit in this next race up at the sharp end. Talk about dramatic, though. I mean, we've already seen some big dramas in the senior category. Neither Solov, Kamara, nor Lindblad have been unbeaten, nor has the pole sitter Gabriel Gomez. So it's definitely going to be a very fiery and interesting competition in the OK senior category. But a lot of people would have come into the last heat thinking, well, all Freddie Slater's got to do is just bring it home in every heat up at the front end of the field and he can win this title. But now it's not impossible, but that's going to drop him into at least 30th position as it currently stands. He's got to hope that his rivals have some real bad luck. Otherwise, he is going to be starting towards the tail end of this junior field for the final tomorrow.
Absolutely, yeah. Disastrous image indeed, and we'll keep an eye on what's going to happen when it comes to Freddie Slater as the rest of the unfortunate drivers in the qualifying heat just before. Now, we're going to have two different fates and two different missions for the drivers starting at the forefront of this grid. David Walter, the 127 from the left side of the grid. David Walter from Koski Motorsport, of course, has been a dominant force all throughout the way to this World Championship. Is one of the top leaders, one of the top drivers in this class. He was third overall. He's going to certainly climb to second, just behind James Egorzi. He had a win and a third so far for David Walter. So very much on the charge to seal the deal for the second time out of 4 attempts. But on the other side of the front row, Matheus Ferreira has another mission in mind. He has no other choice but to win in front of David Walter. Why is that? Because he was on his way to second place for his first qualifying heat before mechanical failure actually dropped him all the way down to 38 as it stands in the classification, even though he won his second qualifying heat. So the potential and the pace is very much there for Matheus Ferreira, but he needs to collect the results. He needs to get the wins in the pocket. Otherwise, maybe there could be a slight chance of not making it to the final.
Well, what if the two of them ended up on the back row of the starting grid for the junior final? I mean, that would be absolutely astonishing to have Slater and Ferreira only just scraping in to the World Championship final. But it's shocking, because that would not have just sent a shockwave through the RFM camp, but it would have been through the whole OK Junior field, because there's no two ways about it. Freddie Slater has been the King Midas of OK Junior since Portimao last year. Everything he's touched since then has turned to gold. And at the most inopportune, heartbreaking of moments, it's all come away for him. And it's going to be a difficult one to diagnose for RFM, because reliability issues just do not creep in that camp. They don't have those issues for Freddie Slater often. And that's the most potentially devastating of defeats. But you've got to take the rough and the smooth. He has to take the positives from that. He was not off the pace. He was not doing anything wrong. He just has to try and find some way to get back into this now. This is an even tougher mountain to climb for him than last week was in the preparation race.
Yeah, definitely the case, and he's going to have to really shut himself down from the rest, getting his own bubble and try to refocus himself on the task at hand. And that's very much down to the team as well, and to the people surrounding the drivers, to be able to confront them in situations of despair and bad luck on track, and to be able to, get the motivation back. And that's very much down to the mechanics as well, that are on track, certainly the closest people to the drivers when it comes to, gain the performance and try to extract the performance, and as well off and on and off the track, because that's something that we don't get to see very much, obviously, as we focus ourselves on the competition and on the track side of things. But in the background, on the sidelines, actually, we hear a lot about the psychological aspect of karting competition and motorsports as well. So that's always a topic that I very much like to talk about. And we hear sometimes that even for the juniors, learning the craft of racing at such a high level of performance, knowing that this is a world championship, this is a difficult task. And we see them out there battling, on track with the helmets on, like some sort of young robots, there for just one mission to win and to perform. But outside of it, they're just young kids sometimes, and the difficulty of a defeat or a result or something going wrong can be hard on those young drivers as well. So that's a side of thing that we don't get to see, but it's important to mention as well. And the psychological aspect of things and the support that those young drivers need, especially from the mechanics and the guy from their team, is crucial in the quest, especially for a big title.
Oh, indeed. A lot of these drivers can barely even see over the top of their steering wheels, let alone hang on to it when they're going flat out through turn one. So the pressure on them, particularly on a World Championship weekend like this, is absolutely monstrous. But I've said this to a couple of the drivers in the field, particularly the ones who are doing their first World Championship, some of the new guys and girls that are here. It is so important, whatever happens out on track, it is so important to remember why you're doing this. You're doing it because you love it. You love the sport, you love racing, you love driving. You are one of only 175 people in the entire world to come and compete in the World Championship. That is an incredible, when you consider that there are over 750,000 kart racers on the planet qualified to race at this level. And you can argue that point with me till the cows come home and you'll still lose, but only 175 of them get to this point. So to even be at that level is a championship win in and of itself, in my eyes. David Walter and Matías Ferreira will be on the front row of the grid then. Marcus Seita and Matías Orjuela, then Kirill Dezitiev and Akshay Bora, German Fotiv and Jens Truer, from Kia Nakamura Berta and Nicolas Roos, then Maxim Rem and Edgar Anpiligov, Kirill Kutskov and Kai Sorensen, Juan Kota, Rashid Al-Daheri, and then behind them it is Konstantin Krapin and Alberto Hotaro.
Then we have on roll number 10 Jan Perezowski and Tobias Clausen, followed by Jules Carrenta, Adria Hill. Then we have Salim Hala, David Adeke, Hugo Erwen, Edu Robinson, Nacho Tunan, Ethan Nobles, Kimi Tanin, Christian Erikinson Enachi, Darius Babayona, Sebastian Ng, Denny Curavalli, and Matheus Callejas de Faria. 34 drivers out onto the track once again as we switch to the opposition against that we'll see A against the D. 7 laps in, David Walter, Matías Ferreira. The chase for second win in the qualifying races is on, with one driver topping the classification, at least for the moment in second, down to James Egozzi, and one really closing the top 38 as it stands. So he's really on the edge of the classification coming to the final, where only the 36 best junior drivers will be allowed. Out of almost more than 100 drivers, competitors this weekend, this is quite a bit of a task. But Matías Ferreira, I'm sure, has what it needs, what it takes to make it through the ranks and try to have a better starting position for the final. And that starts by this race, trying to catch up and recover from the DNF that he had coming to this weekend. And with one win in the bag already, that could be the start of something positive for the Brazilian.
Right, for David Walter, the stakes have never been higher. Knowing now that he has a win and a third place under his belt, this is going to be difficult to keep a lid on his emotions. He knows now he's never going to have a better chance of beating Freddie Slater in a Junior World Championship final. It doesn't get much easier than this from his point of view. But that's the difficulty, because it looks so simple, because it looks so easy to run at the front end of the field. Fastest in qualifying yesterday. He's been at the front all weekend. We've seen Ferreira fall by the wayside. We've seen Slater now have a mechanical problem. It could happen to anyone.
Absolutely. It's a really open game, isn't it? With so many opportunities and so many results up for grab for any of those young drivers, you know, considering that the mechanical factor can come into play as well. So here we go with the drivers entering the last two corners of their last formation lap. If the formation of the grid is deemed good enough, we'll be good to go for racing with David Walter against Matías Ferreira coming our way. Are we good to go? Yes, we're racing! On the way to turn number 1, a good start from David Walter, but watch out for Ferreira around the outside, taking a Marcus Setter with him. Oh, and one off for one of the Tony Kart drivers in the back. Into the first sector, on the way to turn number 5. That's the 206 that run into trouble. I'm afraid that's Jens Treux from KSM Schumacher Racing Team that's going to fall down the order. As in the lead, we have Matías Ferreira, actually, who took first place in front of David Walter. Marcus Setter down in third as they go down to the second hairpin of the circuit, the heavy braking point. Watch out not to lose the braking point indeed and to launch an attack. The 170 on your picture, this is German Fotiv from Tony Kart. It's going to try to go around the inside for the in front. German Fotiv, the 118 just in front of him. This was, let's try to see who that is. This is Maxim Rem, actually, the German driver, doing a great job and a good start climbing through the ranks. But in the lead, Matías Ferreira just did the job that he needed. Stay ahead of David Walter with Marcus Setter down in third.
Epic start, and that's the first time someone's come from second on the grid to take the lead through turn 1. So epic stuff from Matías Ferreira. He knows that anything less than victory will not be good enough to fix his weekend. So he's got to win every single time. But Walter will be thinking the same thing. Well, now James Egozzi is unbeaten. I've got to win races like the cows come home. So he's pushing so hard here to try and get back on terms with Matías Ferreira. Kirill Dezitiev, who we heard from in the pause between races, he is there in third position. Then Maxim Rem, German Fotiv, Marcus Seiter, and Akshay Bora. Then Kirill Kutskov and Kia Nakamura Berta has just moved up into ninth position. Got a couple of drivers slipping down the order, but everybody is still circulating around the course in a very tricky racetrack. This Campillos has definitely become a very popular venue very quickly. But obviously the race battles have been very dramatic. A couple of drivers kicking up the dust as they race in the midfield. But watch out for Walter. He really is taking on Ferreira as he battles for position down the back straight. He's gaining ground, but he can't just chuck it up the inside. This is a race that can be lost as well as won.
Yeah, that first sector is crucial when it comes to overtaking, because once you're ahead, actually you can protect your position all the way up to turn number 8 if you shut the door quite enough. Turn number 1, down the 2 leaders, Ferreira, David Walter split by 0.2 of a second, just a couple of meters, 2 at most, on the way to turn number 5. Then we have a bit of a gap, and watch out for the move coming up from Maxim Rem as well as German Fotev, actually both going ahead of Kirill Ditsiev. Ditsiev was surprised over there, losing not 1 but 2 positions, is going from 3rd to 5th, unfortunately, with Maxim Rem up into the top 3.
There's a spin further back in the field as well. I'm afraid we've lost somebody in the mid-pack, just spinning there at the hairpin and having to get off on the cart and get back going again. It's Eric Enash, the Romanian. So problems for him as he now tries to get himself back up to speed again. But here is that duel as trying to hug the inside line now. Akshay Bora is trying to get one over on the Zitiev and Saita, the 2 Ward Racing teammates, the Norwegian, chasing down the Russian. But this will be very tricky. Who is going to get the run off the turn, especially with Akshay Bora down the inside. There goes Saita. He takes his teammate on, and Bora tries to get through as well, but no chance. Not when Kirill Zitiev is being very defensive. So Saita gets past. Zitiev does not. Here's Walter back on terms with Matias Ferreira. This could be one of the overtaking moves of the weekend. Ferreira's got to win races, but Walter does too if he wants to overtake James Agozzi in the standings. So David Walter definitely turning up the wick to the Brazilian up front, with Maxim Rem closing them down with the fastest lap.
Yeah, watch out for Maxim Rem. There's a revenge to be taken for Ricky Finn Motorsport, obviously after what happened to Freddie Slater. But this time, Maxim Rem is coming in fast with the best lap in this race. Walter going around the inside on the back end. Can he make it stick? Oh, that was beautifully made. And David Walter takes the lead and takes Maxim Rem with him. So that's 2 places down for Matheus Ferreira. He's going to have to fight back once again at the end of this lap number 4. So there's not a lot of time remaining, unfortunately, for the Brazilian. And there he goes through again. He keeps on going. Maxim Rem takes the lead in front of David Walter. Can he actually fight by the Koski driver? No, he stays in second outside of turn number 16. But what a battle that is. And we could actually have a 4th man in the battle with German Fotev down in 3rd. And Matheus Ferreira dropped another position. I didn't see that, actually, just further back, as German Fotev is now hassling David Walter for 2nd. Ferreira just trying to stuck with them. This is going to be very tight indeed, but certainly not the plan that David Walter had in his mind either for Matheus Ferreira, who's now actually trailing in 4th while he was leading not so long ago.
This is not what Matheus Ferreira needed at all. He has to have wins and seconds for the rest of the weekend. So to drop back to 4th position is definitely not in his game plan. So now David Walter back into 2nd position, trying to get close again to Maxim Rem. But German Fotev has become a bit of a thorn in the side of these guys up front, as Fotev now looks for a way to get into 2nd place. We haven't really seen Fotev be much of a factor in previous weekends, but here he is, having switched to the Tony Kart Factory team on the inside of David Walter, and German Fotev moves up into 2nd place. A good run from Fotev so far, and that puts him into 2nd place, but they've got 2 laps to try and get ground on Maxim Rem, and Walter's getting back into 2nd position. They're hemorrhaging time to the race leader, but they may feel that the win is already gone, and so Matheus Ferreira is trying to line up a move on German Fotev.
Yeah, what a move that was from David Walter. That's what he actually needed to do. Otherwise, he would have been stuck behind the German Fotev all the way to the end. Now, it might be a bit too late in time to try to catch up with Maxim Rem in the lead, who has pulled off 8/10 lead right now in front of the Koski driver. But by taking back 2nd place, he's got the job done pretty much, even though he would have preferred to be in the front, that's for sure. But as for now, German Fotev is left battling with Matheus Ferreira. Oh, ever spoken too soon, maybe, because German Fotev stays actually with David Walter on the way down to turn number 14. You can see the drivers bending on their wheel to try to gain a bit more speed and try to build on the gap, but it's not happening quite yet. There's going to be a very heated last lap for David Walter under the pressure for German Fotev. He has the pace, the Tony Kart driver.
Oh, we've had a 3-kart pile up in the final turn. 3 karts have come together. That's devastating as everyone tries to avoid them. But Kai Sorensen, Edgaran Piligov, and the 3rd one in there is Adrian Mustienes. So 3 of them all off at the final turn, and that puts them all out of action. Meanwhile, Walter is still trying to shake off German Fotev. in the final lap of this race here at Campillos. It is not going to be easy to hang on to this second place for the Danish driver. Maxim Rem, the German, is leading the way.
And there's still yellow flag for the 204 trying to get back again, but still onto the track, so still yellow flag being waved into the last sector. That means that no overtaking will be allowed, so that David Walter could actually keep his second place if it's still the case. But this will be a couple of very heated last corners. Walter on the way down, still yellow flag being waved, yes indeed. So here they come in this particular sector, so no overtaking allowed. If he does that, it will be penalized. But as for now, David Walter keeps second place behind this young man, Maxim Rem. One last kick of the throttle, and the first win of the weekend for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver in front of David Walter and German Fortiv. German Fortiv, unfortunately, due to the yellow flag, could not have been allowed to get back.
Yeah, that was well executed by Maxim Rem. Got the lead when he needed to, stretched his legs out front, and made sure that everybody else was just begging for scraps. Oh, there's been a big off in the final turn. Big off in the final corner. Two karts coming together there, and that is Ethan Nobels clashing with Kimi Tani, I do believe. So Ethan Nobels and Kimi Tani out of the final turn, having a big moment. That is Ethan Nobels, who has moved across to the DPK Racing team. He's venting his anger at Kimi Tani. No, guys, come on. That's not the way it should be. You need to settle your differences elsewhere. But there were three karts off at the end of the race there, as we saw. But obviously two more there between Ethan Nobels and Kimi Tani. A very frustrated and very angry pair of drivers ending their race in the final couple of corners of the race, and certainly in the final turn. But it's a victory for the German star, Maxim Rem, that is for sure. So Maxim Rem is going to take his plaudits for the victory, and an absolutely phenomenal battle as he takes the win. Second place for David Walter, third for German Fortiv, and then Matthias Ferreira, Marcus Saiter, Akshay Bora, Kian Nakamura-Berta, Kirill Kutskov, Jan Pisodowski, Kirill the ZTF, Rashid Al-Daheri, Juan Kota, and Nicolas Roos.
Then we have down in 14, Jules Caranta in front of Konstantin Krapin, Nacho Tunon down in 16 in front of Alberto Hurtado Gonzalez, Salim Hanna crossing the line in 18 from David Odeker, Darius Babayona, Sebastian Ng, Matthias Oruela, Denis Kuravalli, Hugo Ruin, Edu Robinson, Tobias Klosen, and Jens Treur. A long list of retired drivers, as we have Matthias Kalihas de Faria, Eric Enachi, Kai Sorensen, Adria Hill, Edgar Ampilogov, and Kimi Tani, as well as Ethan Nobles, that got stuck in a three-driver incident into the penultimate lap. So, what a strong race that was indeed until the end for Maxim Rem, 0.8 of a second in front of David Walter, with German Fortiv taking third place. An exciting OK Junior qualifying heat once again, and a new name among the list of winners with Maxim Rem. Now, we're going to have to take a break, shall we, with the junior class, and switch back to the OK category just after this.
So it's fascinating in both categories, in the OK Junior and the OK Senior category in this FIA Karting World Championship, and it just keeps getting more and more entertaining. There's an awful lot of battles still to come. We switch our attention to the OK category, the Senior World Championship, and one driver who's hoping to fight his way through from the fifth row of the starting grid in every heat this weekend. The final winner of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy last season, who has stepped up to senior karting very admirably indeed this year for the VDK Racing team, the young Israeli talent, Ariel Elkin. We caught up with him on Thursday.
The level on those races is really, really high, and this is the most interesting thing, and this is what makes it so exciting. You have a lot of drivers here, a lot of teams, and a lot of them get support from the F1 teams, and this is what makes it difficult, and this is why I love karting. We had some up and downs. For example, in the heats in Genk on the wet, it was pretty good. Then in France, it wasn't like we wanted. Then in Zoera also, we had really good pace, but not luck. But overall, it's pretty good, and I like this season. It was good, I liked it, and I'm satisfied with my results. As always, I'm not thinking too much about the result. I'm just doing my best, doing my thing. Now in the practice, we are just taking data, we are just looking, trying, so Just step by step, calmly we walk and we progress. This is a very interesting track. You have up and downs. You go uphill in the first sector, then downhill in the second sector. You have fast corners, you have slow corners, so it's important to have the right balance of the chassis so you can be fast at both types of corners. And I think you have also some great overtaking opportunities here. It makes the battles here really nice. And I'm really excited to see how the battles will be going in the heats and final. As for me, I think that the most challenging part will be finding the pace. Usually in the strategy I'm pretty good. Also, I hear that there is a chance of rain in the weekend, so if there will be rain, no one has driven on it yet, and I think it will be really challenging, and it will show who is the best driver on the rain and who can adapt and understand the track before everyone else.
Always one of the most entertaining and spectacular characters in the FIA karting field, Ariel Elkin. He'll go off the 5th row of the starting grid, and it was great to hear from him on Thursday. You can see his kart there, the number 14, the VDK Racing team. And it'll be interesting to see what he can do from the 5th row of the grid. He's always up for a decent scrap, and he's always very hard on himself as well. If anybody's got an enemy out on the circuit of Ariel Elkin, it's himself. He always likes to beat up upon himself, but he's got an incredible challenge to come through. Now, here, how about this for an interesting setup for the OK Senior? Coming into the weekend, we thought that this would be a 4-way scrap. We thought that this would be Rafael Kamara, Nicolas Solov, Arvid Lindblad, and after qualifying, Gabriel Gomez. None of them are currently leading at the interim. It's Yugo Ugochukwu who's had 2 wins out of 2, and now Gabriel Gomez has a chance to fight himself back into a decent position alongside Oscar Pedersen, both drivers whom are in the top 5 with 3 points apiece.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be fascinating to follow between those two youngsters. Gabriel Gomez, one of the revelations of this weekend so far, setting the pole position in a blasting lap yesterday, faster than the rest, as for his first appearance in the FIA Karting World Championship in the OK class. He disputed actually last year's Junior World Championship in Portimao, still with the CRG Racing team, stepped up of category, but due to the international sanitary situation and the COVID pandemic, he couldn't actually compete that much on this side of the ocean, so he was stuck for most of the year in America and South America as well, where he didn't lose time, of course, and kept on racing, obviously, but he's back in Europe, he's back for the World Championship, and talking about a comeback, actually, setting pole position ahead of the rest. And he has no wins so far, but a 3rd place to start the weekend with. Can he actually get his hands on his first victory in the qualifying heats at this stage? That would be certainly a good gift following pole position. He was talking to us yesterday and said that yesterday was one of the best days of his life, and we can easily understand why after such a demonstration. And after having won basically everything there is to win in Brazil, maybe this could be the start of a glorious story for young Gabriel Gomez, one of the young leaders of the new generation at CRG. But Oscar Pedersen is one to watch as well. The driver from Sweden, and is going to be it's just behind actually Gabriel Gomez, as you said, in the classification on equal points with a third place as best results so far. Let's see what's going to happen. On your picture, you can see the last handshake for Martin Stenzorn, one of the young stars of the Leclerc by Lennox Racing. The 11 on the left side of the picture. It's going to have behind him Tuukka Tapanen, 3rd in last year's World Championship in the rain of Portimao, now stepping up to OK. Ariel Elkin, you just heard him in the interview, the number 14 from VDK just behind. The 25th is Nicolas Pirtilati from DPK Racing. On the right side is the number 36 of Joel Bergström from Forza Racing. And the rest of the classification of the grid we're going to go through in a minute. The 28 you can see as well is Eneli Kovisto from the Koski Motorsport. Koski Motorsport, certainly a big name amongst the independent teams run by Jan Koski. And after they win, and the strong demonstration last week, warm-up race, everything is open, but the opposition is stronger than ever, even though, as you said, Jake, we got a couple of contenders that are yet to be fighting at the front, but some new names popping up, the first one being Yugo Ugochukwu. You know, it wasn't much of the pace in last weekend's warm-up race, but is very much on it this weekend around with 2 wins already. Rafael Camara, of course, in second, as expected, shall we say, regarding his performances in the last 2 seasons in European Championship. Tuka Tapanen very much over there as well. Third overall for the number 8 from Tony Kart, willing to improve on his second place in the opening race. So there's victory up for grab for more than one youngster into this grid.
There certainly is. I mean, we talk about Yugo Ukachukwu as a new name to challenge the OK category. I mean, he's been winning for a fair couple of seasons now in the junior category, but it was only this year when he stepped up to the OK senior, and he's been able to do a great job with it. But sometimes these things just don't quite come according to plan, so he's really had to work at it as he continues his challenge forward. But Gabriel Gomez and Oscar Pedersen will now take up their residencies on the front row of the starting grid from Timo Kucharczyk and Daniel Briz of Spain, then Martinius Stenzorn and Joel Bergström from Tugo Tapanen and Caspian Hagman. Then it will be Ariel Elkin and Lenny Reed on the top 10. 11th place for Nicolas Pertolatti, and then Norton Andreasen beside him, and Emilio Coivisto, Roman Andriolo, Matteo De Palo and Francesco Merenghi.
Then we have Luca Griggs and Giuliano Olzem, Erwin Randini and Pedro Hilbrand, Arnaud Sabar and Maximilian Obst, Carmen Krav and Flavio Olivieri, followed by Bruno Alpino, Nathan Schaap, Kevin Quevedo, Sandro Holzen, Robin Sog and Jokubas Bagnovicius. In total, 30 drivers out onto the track for a 10-lap qualifying heat. As for now, they are getting the compounds up to temperatures. Do we have everybody in? As
Luca Griggs appears to be missing. Now that is obviously...
He's not the only one. Yes, he is. Sorry.
Yeah, Luca Griggs is the only one missing. Now, that is probably courtesy of his monstrous accident in the previous heat when he tumbled down the hill and ended up actually flipping the car. He ended up, the back end of the cart was on the ground and the front end was up in the air. Big accident. And fortunately, he's been able to walk away from it. But I have a feeling he may just be resting from this heat. I don't know whether he's picked up another injury. We haven't got any news for you. But if we hear something, then we'll obviously let you know. I have a feeling nothing will emerge until probably tomorrow morning.
We do hope good news as well for Joe Turney, because very surprisingly, not something that you get to see quite often in karting, but we had the same incidents at the same place pretty much 2 laps in a row. So Joe Turney, as well as Luca Griggs, got involved in big incidents at the very exact same place into the breaking point down to turn number 10. So hopefully for both of them there's more good news than others, and they will be back on their feet and back in the wheel in no time, starting with Luca Griggs, and this remains to be seen for Joe Turney, but he was standing on his feet, so I'm pretty much sure that he is more than ready to get back onto the wheel and keep the fight on.
So Gabriel Gomez retakes his position in pole. The very talented and very spectacular Brazilian driver in only his second FIA weekend ever. His first was a year ago at Portimao. On that occasion, he didn't even make the final. And now here he is at the front of every grid, hoping to become world champion for Brazil in very much a similar mantle. Very much the similar mantle of Ayrton Senna when he came across from the Brazilian karting scene and then into Europe for the 1979 karting season, and showcase to everybody just what he could do. Now, there's one driver at the back of the field unable to get going. That's Luca Griggs. So Luca Griggs is on track. He just couldn't start the race at the same time as everybody else. So Luca Griggs, his race is already half a lap behind everybody else's as they get going. Away we go. Gabriel Gomez just trying to keep everybody at bay. Kucharczyk has got Pedersen still to his left, and Pedersen holds on to second position. Daniel Briz breaks through to third position, and Kucharczyk very nearly loses out to Stenzorn. In fact, now he does. So Stenzorn gets through and up at the fourth position. Watch out from around the outside, because Tuka Tarpanen is trying to creep forward in the Tony kart, and now he's going to... Oh, he doesn't quite make it, though, because Kucharczyk keeps it very sturdy. Oh, and there's an off further back. That's one of the CV Performance drivers. That, I'm afraid, is Sandro Holzem. So Sandro Holzem has had an off at the top of the hill. He manages to keep going, but we have got an off there as well of retirement, and that is... now, someone else has parked it on that part of the course. Can't quite make out who it is, but it looks to me like a Ward Racing driver that's walking away from the scene. Gomez is getting well clear with Oscar Pedersen. I'll try and pick up who it is that's retired from the race. I think it's Carmen Krav. So I think she has crashed out of the race at the same point that we had the spin from Sandro Holzem. So I'm afraid Carmen Krav, she is out of the race.
Lap 1 completed. Oh, and we had a good move on the 11 Martin Stenson, who got overtaken by Tuka Tapanen all the way to turn number 1 and 2. So beautifully made with just in front of it. This is the number 24 of Timotheus Kucharczyk from Forza Racing. Sorry, for Birlart, wearing the Robert Kubica colors. But is in front, Timotheus Kucharczyk now in 4th, Tapanen is 5th, Stenson down in 6th. Then we have Gomez and Oscar Pedersen indeed. It's split by just 0.2 of a second, pulling away from Daniel Brice down in 3rd. So there's the battle for the win in front of Gabriel Gomez wearing the CRG orange livery. Oscar Pedersen from World Racing. Those two gonna try to stay within each other and pull away from the rest of the field. Daniel Brice very much in 3rd. Let's see where Timotheus Kucharczyk is half of a second pretty much down in 4th place, but we're going to keep an eye on the battle for the win as things are only getting started for this qualifying heat. But Gabriel Gomez on his way to potentially the victory, but he's going to have to fight a lot and go defensive because look at Pedersen, the way he's going actually, and looking at the front fairing once again, not to be confused by, you know, a sight illusion or the illusion of front fairing going loose, but seems to me that maybe Gabriel Gomez might have a front fairing a bit too, you know, bended on the track. But again, I think that's just an illusion of it, and there's nothing that seems to be wrong at the moment. But we'll keep an eye on that.
So Nathan Schaap has pulled off the circuit as well. So Nathan Schaap, unfortunately, is out of the race. We'll have to have a look at Gabriel Gomez's CRG front fairing, but it does look a little low to the ground. I'll give you that. So hopefully it's not loose. If it is, then obviously he'll take a 5-second penalty. But Oscar Pedersen is going to try and get after Gabriel Gomez regardless. There's some amazing dukes and challenges in the midfield at the moment as they continue to battle away for position. But Oscar Pedersen is breathing down Gabriel Gomez's neck here. Daniel Brice loses out to 3rd position in the corner behind these guys. Timotheus Kucharczyk has got through. So Timo Kucharczyk now into 3rd place as they continue to run forward. Gomez in the CRG doing his best in the lead of the race, but Oscar Pedersen riding behind him in 2nd. He's catching as he climbs up the hill. Maybe there's going to be a chance on this lap for the World Racing driver, and he'll want to try and psych out his opponent as soon as possible. They have got a 2.5 seconds on Timo Kucharczyk, and perhaps it's a good percentage for Oscar Pedersen of risk to try and make this overtaking move this time on Gabriel Gomez as they charge down the hill and along the back straight once again. This is where Oscar Pedersen really needs to be cautious, but also dictatorial when he makes his overtaking move on Gomez.
We're about to conclude lap number 4, and Gomez is under pressure from Oscar Pedersen. The rest is 1.5 down. Timotheus Kucharczyk, Daniel Brice. 3 drivers in the same picture behind those two. Kucharczyk, Brice, Tuka Tapanen down in 5th. Then Martin Stenson is 6th in front of Lenny Reed, Norton Andresen, Kasper Nagman, and Joel Bergström at the moment rolling down the top 10 in front of Francesco Marenghi. But we still have 2 top players battling for the same reward, the win in this qualifying heat. That will be a first for either Oscar Pedersen or Gabriel Gomez, 2 names that we've seen climbing through the ranks, we've seen getting in performance in last weekend's warm-up race, but this time around, these 2 are really revelations of this weekend in Campillos, really playing at the front, showing a very strong pace. And as we said, this is a sign of better things to come for the CRG Racing team that has been really pushing hard for the past few months to get back on top of the karting world. They've done so in gearbox categories, and the ambition is to do as well, very much so in their direct drive classes. And Gabriel Gomez could be a big part in the plan for success for the Italian factory. We're not there yet. Pedersen is going to try to give him a hard time until the end, about to conclude halfway through this qualifying heat, lap number 5 out of 10, and still 3 little tenths of a second between Gomez and Pedersen. It seems by the look of it that the Brazilian hasn't been able to really pull away, as we're here for the back with Tuka Tapanen and Daniel Brice. This is a battle for 4th place, as Tapanen is being harassed by one of the drivers competing and almost all. Daniel Brice, one of the teammates of Nicolas Solov in that very class, but now he's not quite able to find a way in.
So Daniel Brice trying to hustle Tuka Tapanen. Martini Stenson still there in 6th position ahead of Lenny Reed, who is having a really great battle actually, the World Championship weekend going well for the German. And then Norton Andreasen, Caspian Hagman and Francesco Marenghi in the top 10. Pedro Hiltbrand climbing up to 11th for the moment in front of Joel Bergström, who's really struggled to maintain his pace over the heats so far compared with qualifying yesterday. So they continue to tussle away in the early stages of each heat, and the laps tick down and drivers get more and more feisty in the midfield. I'm seeing a lot of great battles further through the pack. but certainly out front, Tuka Tarpanen is trying to gain ground on Timoteusz Kucharczyk as the fourth place battle is trying to gain ground on the Polish ace. But Tuka Tarpanen, one of the stars of the junior category over 2019 and 20, stepped up to senior this year and has definitely had his back to the wall on more than one occasion. But Tuka Tarpanen has always been the kind of driver who can fight his way back from supremacy. And the adversity he's had to struggle with so far, he has definitely bounced back time and time again. So we watch Gomez still leading for Pedersen. He's pulled out an essential 0.4 of a second over the Swede. That might just be enough to keep him in the hunt for victory.
Yeah, Gabriel Gomez was just lapped in 1 minute point 5, 1 minute point 6 for Oscar Pedersen. So there's your tiny difference. But will it be enough for this young man on your picture, watching over his shoulder on the way down to turn number 14? This is a place where we've seen numerous attacks being achieved and at least attempted. But this time around, with half of a second behind, there's not much room for effort for Oscar Pedersen, who keeps a close watch within a close range to Gabriel Gomez. This is lap number 7, lap number 8 on, as we're getting near to the checkered flag. Now Gomez, Pedersen, Kucharczyk down in third, fourth place for Daniel Briz, just behind Tuka Tarpanen in fourth, then Martin Stenson down in sixth, Andreasen, Reed, Agman and Marenghi doing a good job as well, climbing 6 places. Francesco Marenghi, the Italian, up to 10, and Pedro Hilbrand, the Spaniard, is climbing as well, 9 places gained within the field, up to 11, and he's going to try to keep going again with 0.5 of a second behind Francesco Marenghi at the moment. Good recovery as well within the midfield of Flavio Olivieri, the 56, climbing 8 places. As for now, Gabriel Gomez is still your leader, but watch out for Oscar Pedersen. Has never been so... And this is Tuka Tarpanen, my apologies, going around the inside of Timoteusz Kucharczyk. So there's your change for third place. Kucharczyk driving the Robert Kubica chassis within the Birla loaning, who couldn't hold it to Tarpanen for long, as the young Finnish driver just went for the move and made it stick. Up into third for you, Tuka Tarpanen, sorry. Timoteusz Kucharczyk down in fourth. And now he's going to have the pressure of Daniel Briz in fifth place. So 3 driver battle for third position in this race, as Tuka Tarpanen has a lot to lose in the course of pole position, even though he was third in the provisional ranking. He's on his way to equal his best results so far in those races.
So this is going to be an interesting technical challenge now for Norton Andreasen to close up on Martinius Stenzorn and try and move up into 6th position in the closing stages, but he's not going to hang around behind Kucharczyk and Briz. That move has been made. Andreasen gets through on Stenzorn, but they come up the top of the hill and drops down the bank on the far side. Kucharczyk just making sure that Briz isn't close enough, but he is. And Daniel Briz slides in to come up into 4th position. So 2 moves in that top 10. Briz up to 4th, Andreasen up to 6th, and we go into the final lap. And Gabriel Gomez, I have to say, has been absolutely fantastic to be able to hold on to this lead and stretch it out now from his Swedish opponent, Oscar Pedersen. Great stuff so far.
Great stuff indeed, and it's not over quite yet for Timoteusz Kucharczyk and Daniel Briz, the 2 drivers on your picture. Outside of the 2 right-handers, on the way to corner number 8, I'll get it through, on top of the track. On the way down, Daniel Briz doing a good job indeed at keeping the young Polish driver just behind. Timoteusz Kucharczyk on his way to Spanish F4 in 2022 with the support of Robert Kubica, a name that might sound familiar to many of you for the current Alfa Romeo Racing Formula 1 driver. But now, this young man on your picture, this is Oscar Pedersen, and he's going to come close, at least trying to Gabriel Gomez, this young man from Brazil, on his way to secure his first qualifying heat victory this weekend. Glorious performance from Gabriel Gomez for CRG, crossing the line, punching the air with joy. Victory for Gabriel Gomez. He must be fantastically happy.
You don't really get to see that too often in the qualifying heats. Drivers showing their emotion as they cross the line for a race win in a heat. But Gabriel Gomez, a very emotional young man. Let's not forget that last year, we've had an incident on the last lap as 2 cars have come together. Kevin Quevedo and Anos Shabdor have had an incident on the slowing down lap. But just think, for Gabriel Gomez, last year he didn't even make the final. He was completely off the pace, had no opportunities really to get himself back into the hunt. And here he is a year later. He's rebuilt himself, and he, in his second weekend, has just taken his first heat win after pole position yesterday. This is a big, big moment for Gabriel Gomez, and he can be absolutely delighted with what he has been able to achieve here. The Brazilian star venturing into Europe for really the first time, other than his trip to Portimao last year. But this has been an exceptional weekend so far for Gabriel Gomez, and a win now is very, very precious to him. And everybody watching back home in Sao Paulo, I'm sure, will be absolutely ecstatic. Gabriel Gomez with the win from Oscar Pedersen, Tuukka Tapanen in third from Daniel Breeze and Timo Kucharczyk, Norton Andreasen, Martini Stenzorn, Lenny Reed, Caspian Hagman, Pedro Hiltbrand, Francesco Marenghi, Nicolas Pertolatti and Joel Bergström from Ariel Elkin and Matteo De Palo.
And we have Roman Andriello, Erolin Randini, Flavio Olivieri, Maximilian Obst, Emily Cavisto, Robin Sarg, Bruno Del Pino, Jokubas Beg-Nonavicius, Julian Olsem, Sandro Olsem, Luca Griggs, 26, and last on the line, Nathan Schaap, Carmen Krav, Arthur Shabar, and Kevin Aron Quevedo are among the drivers who had to retire from this race. But what a win this is indeed. The first one of the weekend for Gabriel Gomez, maybe the first of a couple to come in front of Oscar Pedersen and Tuukka Tapanen. One of the drivers we got a chance to talk to before we switch our attention to the opposition between Group D and E. One of the drivers we got a chance to talk to yesterday has made the switch to a new team for this event and for the next season. Tony Kart from SP Motorsport to the Italian factory. This is Juho Valtanen talking to us yesterday.
Level is really high here, and new generation is coming. I think I'm oldest or second oldest on the grid, and have to do everything perfect if you want to be competitive. In OK class was more difficult. In the Genk finished fourth. I think 3-4 races I started from top 10 in 3 finals, so always there but not fast enough. Was quite difficult season for me in OK. And in KZ always some problem, we couldn't do what we deserve, but overall difficult year for me. Now new team, many things to learn and learn how they work, and hopefully we can find some good balance on the car and for me. Was my second time here. I did last year one race here. Last week we test a lot, many things for this week, and now we hopefully a little bit more, like we know already quite much how to do setups for the kart. But now at the moment it looks like it will be rain maybe in the weekend, so that will change again a lot of things. But I like the track. The track is nice, a lot of uphill and down and many different corners, type of hairpins, fast corners. I like the track. I think the rain will not be a problem for me, but in long runs I need to improve myself, and then I think we can do a good weekend.
Always good to hear from Juho Valtanen, one of the stars of the Tony Kart Factory team, and you can see him there on the grid getting himself ready for his next heat, kart number 9. And the switch to Tony Kart has definitely been very helpful for him. Let's hear from one of the drivers who was out competing in the juniors a little earlier on, and he's definitely been having a very strong weekend in terms of raw one-lap pace, and he's fighting his way back into contention towards the top 10 over the course of the weekend. The young man from the United Arab Emirates in the Kart Republic awning, Rashid Al-Daheri. Guillaume is with him.
Yes, indeed, Jake. Rashid Al-Daheri, good to see you once again. So talk us through your weekend so far, the World Championship, the end of the season. How do you feel?
Well, so far the season's going well. I mean, the whole season went well, and the qualifying wasn't great, but with the rain and also in the dry, we're always improving, and so far we've been able to get back a lot of positions. So yeah, so far it's going good, and the track is amazing. There's a lot of corners, and it's fast, slow, a great mix.
A great mix indeed. So you're wearing new colors quite recently. You know, we've been seeing you quite a lot with Parolin Motorsport. Now you're driving for Car Republic. How did that transition come about, and what can you tell us about it? Discovering this new team with a lot of new challenges, I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, the team, they've been really I'm thankful that they've been able to work with me well, and we've been able to get the kart as well as possible, and to make it a bit in my preferences. And the change, it's been not that hard to get used to, but of course a few things are different, and so far it's getting always better, so we'll see.
We'll see indeed. So the best of luck to you, Rashid Al-Daheri, for the rest of the weekend.
Great to hear from Rashid Al-Daheri, the Kart Republic superstar, who is making a great transition to his new awning. Fabulous performance so far from him and the team, and it's only going to continue in that same sort of mantle and that same sort of light over the course of the weekend. You can see the drivers in the senior category getting themselves ready for more drama and more action out on the circuit. These clouds are definitely starting to become a regular occurrence over the circuit, and we've seen a couple of times over the course of racing that there are 1 or 2 spots of rain that have come down on the circuit. Not enough to be worried about wet tyres anywhere near close at this moment in time, but certainly that psychological rain, as they call it, which can definitely cause an issue or two. One thing I've noticed there on the readiness for the grid is Joe Turney, the Tony Kart factory driver. He is there in position on the grid, and thank goodness for that he is able to keep going after that big accident that we saw from him in the previous heat. He and Luca Griggs both having a monstrous shunt backwards into the tyre barriers at the bottom of the hill, but they've both managed to get out of that one, still looking racing driver shaped, which is obviously very good indeed, and they've come away without any more than a few bumps and knocks, I'm sure. But it's good to see them, after what was a very ferocious looking accident, come out the other side and still be ready for more great races. But this next one is a perfect one for the man on pole. Yuga Chukwu, still unbeaten, the only person in the entire OK Senior field who can remain unbeaten. Everybody else has lost at least one race over the course of their heats so far. So there is still plenty to do and plenty of opportunities, but Yuga Chukwu will line up alongside Rafael Kamara on the front row of the starting grid. Then it will be Arvid Lindblad alongside Nicolo Kuman. Rintaro Sato will be beside Joe Turney. Then Artem Severukin, Olin Galli, Juho Valtonen, Evan Gilter, Giovanni Trentin, Ivan Dominguez, Ruben Moya, Jesse Cadasquedo, Rafael Modanese and Matthias Mogato. Then it is Albany Vivas from Noah Millel, Alfio Spina and Ella Stevens.
Then we have Lawrence Lesatua, Jose Gomez Gutierrez, Rasmus Uchimis, Matthias Jakobsen, Jere Veiloluke, Jussi Lacey, Kuba Reski, Adrela Vibigante, and Alvaro Hernandez Viedma. All of them onto the track, including as well Joe Turney, so good to see indeed. 10 laps in for the qualifying heat opposing Group D and E of the OK class. So here we go, and as you said, by the look of it, there's more and more clouds above our heads, but now, as for now, it remains very much dry onto the circuit. Now, the battle is about to be on. Yuga Chukwu, your provisional leader in the OK class. Rafael Kamara, 1 win as well, 2 for the young American. Arvid Lindblad and Nicolo Kuman behind, very much looking forward maybe to add a win to the tally, but it's going to be a very difficult task indeed. Rintaro Sato is with us as well, and is not on his own this weekend, as we've heard. Sato-san himself, Takuma Sato, is in the paddock, the Indy 500 winner, former Formula 1 champion indeed, so always nice to have great figures and fathers of young drivers of tomorrow, supporting the family effort and being with us for supporting the karting world as well.
Yeah, he was always a big hero of mine as a youngster, actually, Takuma Sato, and going over to Indianapolis and winning the greatest race in the world twice over. I mean, that's one heck of an accolade, and what an amazing expert to learn from as far as Rintaro Sato is concerned. He's been doing an incredible job in this second half of the season. Well, a bit longer than that, actually. Ever since Orne Lebois, he's really been up at the sharp end of the field and a real threat to the other competitors out in the squad. So he is obviously flying the flag for Ricky Flynn Motorsport in the senior category in 2021, but he'll have a teammate next year, as obviously Freddie Slater is likely to be of age next year to step up to the senior category, so he may well get a stablemate to play with out on the racetracks in 2022, depending on when he's making his decision to step up to cars. We hope it's not too soon, because we really love having him in the paddock. But Yuga Chukwu and Rafael Kamara are about to do battle for this one, and watch for Arvid Lindblad in the second row of the grid on the inside line. He'll want to take a heat victory here. Let's see how we're racing. We are indeed, and up to the first corner. Good start from Lindblad. He's going to tuck it in front of Rafael Kamara. Kamara will hold it round the outside, but he's going to fall to fourth place. Nothing he can do about that one. Sato tucks into third. Lindblad already trying to have a go at his teammate Yuga Chukwu. You do get the sense that he was trying to make an early bid for the overtake there, and as they climb up the hill once more, Lindblad is all over the back of Yuga Chukwu. Sato in third position, the Japanese driver running very well indeed, and Rintaro Sato wants to get on terms with the two Kart Republics in front of him. Fourth position looks like to me the very fast starting Artem Severukin, who has worked his way forward, so an excellent start for the number 5. But this is Lindblad already starting to make his bid on Yugo Ugochukwu, who's up the inside. Sato has a look at Lindblad, can't make it stick. And so Ugochukwu leads the way. Lindblad in second, Sato in third. And Lindblad doesn't need to wait around. He's going to dive up the inside of his teammate. And Arvid Lindblad takes a crucial lead. Ugochukwu tried to get back on the inside line. Can't make it happen. So Arvid Lindblad throws himself into the battle for the World Championship by overtaking Ugochukwu. And he's not going to be the only one. Sato will get past Ugochukwu as well.
And another one into turn number one. What a move that was. Yugo Ugochukwu is going to have to go defensive because Artem Savukin is behind. No longer. This is Jo Valtanen going around the World Racing driver. He made that stick. And Valtanen up a position in fourth. So the battle is on into that second lap. Savukin dropping to fifth. Valtanen is up into fourth. And Yugo Ugochukwu is going to have to really refocus himself because he has Lindblad and Runtaro Sato just in front of him. Lindblad for the first time leading a race this weekend. That's a golden opportunity for him to really assert himself as one of the top contenders. We didn't see him, fighting at the front as much as he would have liked in the warm-up race last weekend after difficult qualifying. This time around, he managed a much better lap, and now he seems to have found the pace back. Watch out for the back. This is Valtanen going around Yugo Ugochukwu, and Severukin is following through. So Severukin is taking the place back. Valtanen is going to lose another one as he was trying to get past Yugo Ugochukwu. That's actually the opposite happening to Valtanen.
Now there comes the move from Valtanen to try and get back in on Severukin. He has to wait another lap. Giovanni Trentin has had a big off in the opening couple of laps. He's now down at the back of the field in 28th position. As up the inside goes Valtanen. He makes his bid on Severukin. Severukin will try and get the switch back. No chance. Valtanen's going to cut him off on the climb up the hill. But it is Lindblad who leads the way here from Runtaro Sato and Yugo Ugochukwu. And if it stays like this, then nobody in the senior category is going to be able to claim a clean sweep because Ugochukwu is the only one in the senior field who has remained unbeaten up to this point. There goes the move on the inside from Severukin to retake Valtanen. Watch out for Olin Galli and Joe Turney. They are having a battle. Turney's going to get up the inside of Galli on the exit, but Galli shuts him down. So the CRG driver has the nerve, as far as Joe Turney is concerned, to signal to the Brit and say, come on, let's get after the guys in front. But Joe Turney's not going to be wanting to work with him as up the inside goes Valtanen. He gets Severukin. So out of the turn and onto the home straight. Valtanen up into P4. Watch out for Turney. He's having a look at Olin Galli, but he can't make it through turn one. Rafael Camara, though, is behind Nicolo Kuman, down in 9th position.
Yeah, what on earth happened to the Brazilian who actually is not on the
pace?
Oh, coming together, Olin Galli, unfortunately.
Galli's out. There's no way that cart's going anywhere, and I'm afraid Severukin is down at least 4 or 5 places. Galli's right front axle absolutely destroyed in that contact.
Yeah, he's still on the sideline. You cannot see him right now, the CRG driver. But Olin Galli, unfortunately, coming together with Artem Savukin. There he is, the CRG driver. And he must be furious on himself. But we'll have to see that again. But Olin Galli, the Brazilian, is going to have to watch on the sideline. Unfortunately, this is retirement after coming together in turn number 5. Then let's see where Artem Savukin is. He dropped to position number 5, I think. Artem Savukin is further back, actually, for Savukin. We'll get back to that in a minute. But as in the meantime, we follow the progression of Rafael Camara, was up into 6. You can see him with the purple colors on. But right now the battle of the teammate is raging as well with Jo Valtanen and Joe Turney just got himself ahead of the Finnish driver, new to the team as a reminder, as he was competing so far with Car Republic Machinery. Now he's driving a Tony kart and doing quite all right for himself, to be honest, against Joe Turney. But the British man just made his way through for 4th place.
Now these two have obviously got time and opportunity to team up and go after the 3 karts in front of them, Lindblad, Sato and Ugochukwu. But the question is, with the authority in the Tony Kart team and the history of this particular squad, will they choose to team up with each other, or will they go rogue and want to run at the front end of the field? There's a big thing with the Tony Kart racing team about reputation, about stature, about authority, and it runs right through the Tony Kart factory team. It's a big passion within this squad. We do often refer to them as the Ferrari of karting. They are absolutely instrumental to this sport, and in essence, you have to say these days, Ferrari is to Formula One what Tony Kart is to the World Karting Championships. They are absolutely massive, and there's always a little bit of authority that is at play within that Tony Kart team. Looks to me as though they are teaming up, though. They look like they are going to try and eat into the gap. Meanwhile, Rafael Camara has a local star hot on his heels. That is Ruben Moya, who had his Nassau missing in the previous heat. after an incident with another driver. He's getting himself right back up to speed as he hugs the bumper of Rafael Kamara when he gets half a chance. He's right there looking for an opportunity. But Lindblad still leads. Second is the 21 of Rintaro Sato. And this is perfect opportunity for Arvid Lindblad here. He is leading the way. His closest rival, Yugo Ugachukwu, is down in third. And that's going to put Lindblad back on the front row of the grid for the final. I'm fairly sure that thus far that would actually put him closer towards the front of the field than we've seen before. He had a penalty, I think, earlier on, which cost him a couple of places. He's got 6 points accrued so far, so he's currently looking at 10th place. But a win, if you see Ugachukwu down in third and Kamara way down in 6th, is going to bring him right back into the hunt.
Yeah, let's see about what's going to happen. Indeed, we're making already some of the calculations all going through the classification, but this will be indeed a great opportunity for Arvid Lindblad on your picture. 1.1 second on Rintaro Sato as for now. Igor Ugachukwu down in third. Turney, Valtteren, Kamara, Moya. Then we have Nico Koeman down in 8th in front of Rafael Mondonese. Rasmus Uchimi is running up the top 10. This is lap number 7 out of 10. And Rintaro Sato, look at him actually. He's not able to actually be in the pace of Arvid Lindblad, but in the meantime, he's seeing the other drivers, the pursuers, getting close to him. So it's going to be a very heated end of a race for the Rookie Finn Motorsport driver. As you can see, Igor Ugachukwu is taking Joe Turney with him to try to catch up with Rintaro Sato for second. So we're concluding lap number 7. Checkered flag is getting near. And there's not much actually between Rintaro Sato and Igor Ugachukwu, just 0.2 of a second. Joe Turney is setting the fastest lap in this race in 1.6. He's just 0.3 down to Igor Ugachukwu. The American will be the first one to attack on the Japanese as it's shutting the door, Rintaro Sato. But watch out for Igor Ugachukwu. Can he actually go on claiming the curb in this one? That happened actually not the right way around for Tuka Tapanen earlier in this race. In the previous one, shall I say, but this time he stays behind, but launching an attack on the return straight could be a good idea for Igor Ugachukwu, because otherwise Joe Turney is going to be the first one to go for that, but both stay within positions.
The Formula One connections in the top 6 of this race is absolutely phenomenal. Arvid Lindblad leading the way as a Red Bull Junior. Second place, Rintaro Sato, son of former Grand Prix driver Takuma Sato. Here comes Yugo Ugachukwu up the inside, the McLaren Junior, and he's being hunted down. Sato tries to get back in on him, can't make the move stick, but behind him are the 2 Tony Kart drivers. Joe Turney's going to try and come through. There are spots of rain on the camera. Joe Turney comes through in a 3rd position. I was going to say Joe Turney and Tuka Tarpanen, Joe Turney and Juho Valtonen. I'm going to have to get used to that. Moving forward in the Tony Kart racing team, and this is the official team of the Ferrari Drivers Academy, don't forget. And then in 6th position, you've got Rafael Kamara, who was in the Ferrari Drivers Academy a couple of weeks ago. So great to see that the Formula One connections continuing in the FIA Karting as they have for a long time. But with those spots of rain now starting to come down, it's not heavy enough to cause any issues, but it's certainly going to be in the back of the minds of the drivers. They're going to be hoping that nothing happens big time on the last lap. Fortunately, so far, it has stayed relatively dry. But there's definitely going to be a lot of intense races trying to move forward. Here's Rafael Kamara closing up on Valtonen. Valtonen needs to make a move here on Sato pretty quickly, because otherwise Kamara's going to get there first.
Yeah, Sato seems to be dropping in pace for the past few laps as the checkered flag is getting near. We're about to enter the final lap. There it is. And Rintaro Sato is shutting the door on the way to turn number 1. But as for now, Valtonen is unable to pass, and Kamara actually is putting the pressure immensely on the shoulders of the Finnish driver. Coming to turn number 5. Oh, a bit of a push over there, clipping the curb. And Valtonen goes through, taking Kamara with him. No, because the door is bluntly shut. But, crossing the line over there. He was trying as well to make his way through. But further back as well, Ruben Moya might have a similar idea. This is actually house and fire for Rafael Kamara, because if he doesn't get past Rintaro Sato, he's going to be eaten alive by Moya just behind the 32. So there's plenty of action still happening this last lap. Rafael Kamara trying to go around the inside. Can he actually make that stick? Not quite yet.
Look how quickly Turney's got on the back of Ugachukwu, having got past Rintaro Sato. So even Joe Turney now has a chance to get on terms with Ugachukwu in the final couple of bends. He's not quite going to have enough time, but the intent was there. Arvid Lindblad is going to take the checkered flag, though, on the main straight. That's his first win of the day, and a very crucial one as well. Fabulous performance from Arvid Lindblad. So an excellent display, and he really needed to make that one come to him. So Arvid Lindblad now very much in the hunt. Ugachukwu ends up second. So that means that there is not a single driver in the field that has been unbeaten. The OK World Championship 2021 is an absolute thrill fest.
Yeah, thrill fest it is, as victory, the first one this weekend for Arvid Lindblad, who came on to battle last week, warm-up race, and now he's showing of what sort of wood is made of, even though we've been knowing that for quite a while. Third in this year's European Championship, vice champion of Europe and the world in the junior class last season, and one of the top fighters for this year's world title quest. Arvid Lindblad, winner in front of Hugo Iguchuku. Third place for Joe Turney in front of Hugh Valtanen. Then we have Rafael Camara done in fifth. Rintaro Sato done in sixth in the end in front of Ruben Moya, Nicola Kuman, Rasmus Uchimis, Artem Sevayukin, Evan Gilter, Matheus Morgato, Alfio Spina, Ivan Dominguez, Noam Milel done in 15 in front of Jessis Cascaredo and Jose Gomez Gutierrez.
Then it is Rafael Modanese, the Peruvian, who is in 18th position in front of Laurence de Certois, Matthias Pierre and Andrea Vibentant. Then it is Albany Vivas, Ella Stevens, so all three ladies together there, Andrea Vibriantit, Albany Vivas and Ella Stevens. Giovanni Trentin fall back to 24th in the end, then Kuba Rashki, Jesse Lacey, the Australian, and then the two Spanish charges at the tail end of the field there, Yeray Vallelo and Alvaro Hernandez. The one retirement in the race we saw after big contact with Artem Sevrukin, Olin Gali. I'm very impressed actually that Sevrukin was able to continue and finish in the top 10. So a very resilient run from Artem Sevrukin of the Ward Racing team. But it's getting very heated out there, very tense, very tough. So you never quite know what's going to happen over the course of racing, as we will see some very, very tough opponents and some intense competition as we continue in the battle. Well, the sun is trying to peek out over Karting Centre Campillos once again, as we will turn our attention from the senior to the junior once more. So the racing will continue in the junior category. We're going to put two more superstars back on the front row of the grid. Freddie Slater, who'll be wanting to find himself back into race-winning form after his DNF earlier due to a mechanical failure. And Dmitry Matveev will join him on the front row of the starting grid. The man we'll hear from first, though, is the man who's going to be in the mid-pack of this field on the fifth row of the starting grid on the inside line. The very talented young man from Peru, Andrés Cardenas.
For me, it's just a pleasure to, first of all, represent my country, Peru. There's not that much karting, as we can say, in that country, but I'm just like very honored and all this because not many people can have it. And yeah, I'm just very happy that I can have this opportunity and I'm not going to waste it. First of all, the European Championship was good for me. Remember, this is my first year on OKJ. We had like great success, for example, one pole in Genk. For me, that's excellent. Like exactly, for example, because it was my first race on the European, and it was my first pole ever when OKJ. But yeah, I'm looking at it like a great opportunity to learn. I learned a lot, and yeah, I'm just taking this experience that I had and just taking it for the next year. I'm kind of very confident to this race. Through all these races, last races on the FIA European Championship, and all these races, we have great pace. And yeah, I'm just confident, also the team, I'm confident with them. I'm confident we can do like a great result here. For me, the Circuit of Campillos is a very amazing track. The first history is very nice. I can describe it as a fast track, first of all, ups and downs, if we could say, like a roller coaster. And yeah, I just like it. The toughest challenge of racing here is just the level. The level is amazing here. Like if you lose 1/10 in the qualifying, you're like from 5th to, let's say, 11th. Like this is just like perfection for me. So that's the most difficult part of this race.
Great to hear from Andrés Cardenas, one of the talents within the junior field. Good to see him in the top 10 of the starting grid for every single heat this weekend as well. He really has been making steady progress. Talking of steady progress, one man who's been making that in the senior category over the course of the season is the Finn Tukka Tapanen of the Tony Kart Racing factory team. Guillaume is with him now as they discuss the World Championship weekend.
Yes, I'm here with Tukka Tapanen. Good to see you. So it's been the start of the World Championship, the most important race of the year. You did well last year under the rain of Portimao. So far, so good in terms of conditions. How was it on track?
I did a bit mistake in the qualifying, but first heat was okay. I tried to keep the tires well for the next heats, and yeah, it has been good, quite good weekend.
So you've been quite positive with your performance so far. We might not have rain for today, at least, as for now. We're expecting more tomorrow, so you're confident that you can make a difference if it gets worse?
For me, dry is a bit better, but we have to dry also with rain.
So you've been climbing the ranks of first the junior, then the OK this season. How's it going with Tony Kart? Can you talk us through how it's like being part of such a big team, such a prestigious team in karting?
It's really nice to be big on this big team, but we need to work more hard to get good speed.
All right, the best luck to you, to Kat Tapanen and to Tony Kart, of course, and success on track.
Excellent stuff. Great to hear once again from Tuukka Tarpanen of the Factory Tony Kart Racing team. Excellent displays from the Finn so far. He really has put on an excellent job through the course of the weekend to rise his way up the ranks, making up steady progress in each of the heats and getting some decent results through it. Back to the OK Juniors, and it's going to be Slater and Matveev on the front row of the starting grid. Freddie Slater on the inside, Dimitri Matveev on the outside. Then it will be René Lammers and Enzo Deligny, Arthur Dorisson and Keanu Alazari, Dion Gauda and Lucas Samalisto from Andres Cardenas and Jimmy Helias, Harley Keeble and Oscar Wirtz, Gabriel Mora and Augustin Bernier, and then Enzo Tarvanitschkul, Artur Poulain, Gerasim Skulinov and Daniel Wahlberg.
Then we have on row number 10, Alvasis Mavara, Clément Outram, Yevon David, Fionn McCaughlin, Alexander Bondarev, Mika Abrahams, Griffin Peebles, Jaden Teen, Mark Dubninski, Lucas Flucha, Valentin Klus, Heitor Danilo Farias, Jules Roussel, Bradley Machman, Louis Levaux, and Jan Peral. 34 drivers out onto the track. We have everybody in for the warm-up laps. As Freddie Slater, of course, the one that we saw in so much despair in his previous qualifying heat after, as he was leading, a mechanical failure unfortunately prevented him to take what could have been another win in this run of heats. So there's going to be revenge in the air for the young British driver, certainly so. Enzo Deligny, René Lammers, the young teammates from Parolin will be on the second row of the grid. Dimitri Matveev will be another strong client, of course, in the battle for the win in this one. But let's see if machinery, let's see if the mechanical aspect will be on the side of Freddie Slater this time around.
Well, absolutely nothing is set in stone. You've got to remember there's only one driver in the junior category that has gone unbeaten through his first few heats, and that is the American James Igotzi. He currently leads the rankings, having not dropped a race so far, but in the next heat he will be starting from the front row of the starting grid on the outside line, not on the inside. So for the drivers like Freddie Slater, this is a very important race to get right, because if you can come up with a 0 score when the man who leads the way might be about to drop some points, I say might be about to because you never know, Igotzi might be able to storm his way through. He's currently in, Freddie Slater, and he's the final this is, and he's looking at 23rd position, but after the devastation of dropping all the way down from what was originally the leader of the standings, he really needs wins and seconds for the rest of this weekend to exacerbate the damage of that DNF. As of course there's the Brazilian driver Matias Ferreira, who is also going to be competing in the heat after this one. So some very tough moments for some of the big guns in this OK Junior World Championship. So Freddie Slater and Dimitri Matveev will lead the field around. They're going to need to form up the grid fairly quickly here, actually, because they obviously need to make sure that the two rows are in position. Looks like they've done that, so well done to Freddie Slater and Dimitri Matveev. They will come off the final turn, and they will be in their tram lines. We should be able to go racing this time. Wait for it, and we are not racing. Nope, we are not. So that is a false start, and an additional formation lap is needed.
Yeah, it's been a while, actually. We had a couple of good starting procedures for the past few races, but now here we go again for the first of three series of qualifying heats for the junior class. This will be the last qualifying heats of the day for the junior category. We're going to have a string of 3, then 2 more for the OK class, and then this will be already time to call it a day for today at least. We have some more races, 7 in total, coming our way tomorrow with the last qualifying heat, and then the most important races of them all, the finals. That's of course what it's about with the FIA Karting weekends, is that we don't get to have the definitive leader and pole sitter for the finals all the way to Sunday morning. So there's still a lot that can be done. There's still some expectations and some questions that need an answer all the way down to Sunday morning. So We will have a leader, of course, tonight in both classes. Very much provisional, as the classification can still be confirmed or either turn on its hand coming to the last races. We'll see about that, but one that needs result is Freddie Slater. Dimitri Matveev is still in 4th place at the moment when it comes to the classification in the points. Hasn't had a win yet, Dimitri Matveev, as well as Enzo Deligny and René Lemar. So plenty of actors there for the taking.
Let's see what happens as they head to the first corner this time. Stay in the tram lines, folks. Ready, go! And we are racing now up to the first corner. Freddie Slater gets a good start, but up the inside, a big tank slapper from René Lammers. So nearly loses the kart completely. Matveev runs wide and ends up going about 8 karts down the order. René Lammers in full Petter Solberg mode as he slid the kart in through turn 1. How did he hold on to it? And up to 3rd comes Keanu Alazzari of the Tony Kart Factory team. And I don't think he's going to settle for 3rd position now that he's there. He's got his teammate Arthur Dorisson behind him. But what reactions from René Lammers, and a great launch from Keanu Alazzari. Game on.
Yeah, that's something we definitely need to keep for the highlights. That's move, this actually breaking move from René Lammers on the way to turn number 1. This ain't really cross-made, but still a good job as he's about to lose 3rd place, I'm afraid, as the 153 is making his way through. Keanu Alazzari on a very good pace for the start of this race, up into 2nd, and René Lammers keeps on sliding through back into 2nd. Beautiful performance and battle between those two. As further back, Enzo Deligny in trouble as well with one of the Car Republic drivers. This is Lucas Amalisto, the Finnish driver, coming from nowhere, from the back of the top 10 actually, all the way up to already what is, let's try to see, this is 5th place already for Lucas Amalisto, chasing Enzo Deligny. The two drivers in the picture. He was 5th and now is 4th. Lucas Amalisto on the way to Enzo Deligny. No, sorry, my apologies. This is the 124 of Keanu Alazzari battling away with René Lammers for 2nd place. My apologies.
Yeah, he has made the move into 2nd place there on the run up the hill. So Keanu Alazzari now breaks into 2nd position in the Tony Kart, and he's going to chase after the reigning world champion. Bring it on, says Keanu Alazzari. I'm not frightened of anyone. And he's going to push after the British driver. Now, he will know that Freddie Slater has got to play cautious, because at the same time as having dropped back to 30 points, he cannot afford to get into a silly position here. He's got to try and bank as few points as possible, as the 182 is dueling away there. That is Jimmy Helias, Frenchman, having a late look at Lucas Amalisto. Keanu Alazzari will be hunting down Freddie Slater and trying very early on to make a quick impression on him as they run down the straight. Looks like there's some kind of debris blowing across the circuit. That just shows you how strong the wind is at the moment, as we saw that on the main straight, and it's still blowing away. It's very tricky here as the wind continues to increase, and obviously as the wind strengthens, the rain clouds are going to continue to pour over the circuit, so we may have a bit of an issue with the weather for the remainder of the day. But certainly for the moment, it is bone dry, and Freddie Slater trying to get well clear of Keanu Alazzari, with René Lammers and Enzo Deligny, the Paralympic teammates, in tow.
You know what might actually save the drivers from having rain until the end of the day is the wind, because it's just being absolutely tremendous here on this track. So it keeps flowing the clouds away from the track. So that could be a chance for not a lot of rain coming our way if the winds keep on keeping up the pace. Now we have the battles of the two teammates from Parolin, as we have René Lammers and Enzo Deligny, the winner of last weekend, the warm-up race in great fashion. Enzo Deligny all the way to the final. Now is very much on pace. Let's see how those two are going to work together, because they have one same prey. Keanu Alazzari in 2nd and Freddie Slater hopefully up into 1st. This is lap number 4, 0.6 of a second between Slater and Alazzari. And there's a change of position with Enzo Deligny going around René Lammers in turn number 5. So nothing to worry about between those two teammates, as Deligny made his way through for 3rd in front of Lammers. Then we have Samalisto, Elias, Oscar Wurz. Down into 8 is Arthur Dorisson. Then we have Poula, his fellow countryman from France, and Dimitri Matveev running up the top 10, as Arthur Poula made his move on Dimitri Matveev for 9.
Yes, indeed. Dion Gouda and Harley Keeble have really struggled in this one. They are outside the top 10 at this moment. There might be a couple of drivers that opted to decide to put their fresh tyres on. Now, they only get one extra slick tyre on the front and rear of the car. They only get 3 fronts and 3 rears to basically go all the way through the weekend, from the beginning of qualifying through to the end of the 5th and final qualifying heat. So they've got to make these tyres work as long as possible, but they can choose when to put the fresh tyres on whenever they like. Freddie Slater, meanwhile, is just keeping it nice and tidy up at the front, but he's only half a second ahead of Keanu Alazzari. So the German star, who is of dual nationality, lives out in Dubai in the United Arab Emirates, doing a fascinating job at the moment in second place and really starting to ramp up the pressure to Freddie Slater. That would be a big feather in the cap for young Keanu Al-Azhari if he could take on the reigning world and European junior champion. And he is pushing it. Keanu Al-Azhari is actually going quicker than Slater in the first sector. He is charging.
Yeah, I'd like to say it's not in the back quite yet for Freddie Slater, because there's only half of a second between the two leaders. And as you said, Keanu Al-Azhari is improving the pace as we're now back with the 182, isn't it? This is Jimmy Elias trying to increase his performance. This is Oscar Wurz just in front of him, the two teammates from Tony Kart. Watch out, coming down to turn number 14. Elias on Wurz. Wurz is shutting the door, going around the outside just a little bit to have a better momentum. But Lucas Amalisto just was overtaken by Jimmy Elias just before. Might want to try to take the position back. He's surrounded by Tony Kart drivers as for now. Lucas Amalisto, as he's having Arthur Dorisson for the back. The young freshman joining the party all the way up to turn number 5. But he's not making it through quite yet. As you can see that for now Jimmy Elias is being a little bit stuck behind Oscar Wurz as for now. Coming to turn number 8 all the way down to the hairpin. This is the battle as for now of 5th place. Oscar Wurz, Jimmy Elias, Amalisto, Dorisson. As Lammers is a little bit further up. Oscar Wurz just in front. As there's less than half of a second between Freddie Slater and Keanu Al-Azhari, but the checkered flag is coming near. So this is going to be a very, very heated end of the race for both of the drivers. There they are. But Slater, so far so good for him. This is up to this point where he was actually going in the lead as well before the mechanical failure came his way. But so far he's going to have to push all the way to the end.
Al-Azhari definitely giving plenty of pressure to Slater, who checks over his shoulder and realizes how close Keanu Al-Azhari is. So now he's got to produce a qualifying lap. He cannot afford to defend because he's actually got a big enough gap to stay comfortable, provided he doesn't move off the line. Al-Azhari's going to push him big time, but 0.3 of a second to gain in one lap is definitely going to be a lot. So Keanu Al-Azhari's really going to have to find something. Of course, he can do an awful lot of that down the hill on the back straight because he's going to be in the toe of Freddie Slater. So there's all sorts of things that could still happen between here and there. Slater checks over his shoulder, realizes that Keanu Al-Azhari's still there. Don't move off the line, Freddie. He doesn't. He keeps his position. Keanu Al-Azhari's still throwing everything at it. He's going to get the draft down the back straight. Al-Azhari's so much stronger in this second sector. It's not done yet, and he's going to have the toe. Can Al-Azhari get close enough? Slater's actually defending. That might be counterproductive. Al-Azhari may get a better run through the turn as they come into the left-hander. Al-Azhari's going to be slightly quicker. Freddie Slater's going to have to hold this to the line. Al-Azhari won't quite get him, but Freddie Slater just hangs on to Keanu Al-Azhari. Great racing from those two.
Wow, for just 600 of a second on the line, Freddie Slater was able to hold on to his position, and Keanu Al-Azhari, you could see him getting closer and closer and closer into the last corners, going around the outside of turn number 14. But that satisfaction certainly for Freddie Slater. He showed the drive, he did the job, and he was able to hold on to the line, even though Keanu Al-Azhari certainly, once again, we knew about his progress, we knew about his pace for quite a while now, but he's very much joining the party on top of the rankings as well. But he might have missed one extra lap or even half a lap to really get ahead maybe of Freddie Slater. But he was going defensive, but thank God for Freddie Slater that he went defensive in the last few corners. If he had started defending outside of the third hairpin, for instance, all the way into the third sector, that might have been actually the end of it.
Well, I tell you what, Freddie Slater has definitely got a lot of work to do, but only one driver in the junior category can say that they have held a candle to Freddie Slater in a tight battle for supremacy, and that man is Keanu Al-Azhari, who really pushed him there. Enzo Deligny in third place from René Lammers and Oscar Wurz, then Jimmy Elias and Lucas Amalisto from Dimitri Matveev, Arthur Dorisson and Arthur Poulain. Then Dion Gauda and Harley Keeble, Andres Cardenas and Clement Outram from Daniel Valberg and Alexander Bondarev.
Then we have done in 17 Enzo Tanvanishkul in front of Jaden Teen, Lucas Fruccia, Augustin Bernier, Alvarez Mevara, Fionn McLaughlin, Jan David, Gabriel Mora, Gerasim Skulinov, Aitor Daniel Farias. Then done in 27 Louis Leveau, Mika Abrams from Valentin Klus, Bradley Marshman, Mark Dubinsky, Jan Peral, Griffin Peebles, and Jules Roussel. All drivers actually made it through to the checkered flag, which is not something we've seen quite a lot this weekend, so always positive, as for the second time, I think it is. Freddie Slater was able to get the win out of the bag in front of Kinu El-Azari for just 65 thousandths of a second on the line. And Enzo Deligny, once again, showing great strength onto the track.
Well, fantastic stuff and great racing once again. Freddie Slater versus Keanu El-Azari. That might not be the last time they go to battle over the course of this weekend. But another junior driver who's going to be entertaining us in this one from the United Kingdom. We managed to catch up with him on the build-up to the World Championship weekend. Let's hear from Nathan Tighe of the Sodi Kart team.
I mean, it's an honour. It's amazing to be here in a European country. It's the highest level at this stage in my age. So I think, yeah, it's amazing to be here and I can't wait to get racing started. I mean, it's my first year in this whole class in the big category. So I think, yeah, it's been a tough challenge, but I think me and the team have worked really well together. I think the car and myself are developing quite quickly. So I think, yeah, it's been a good start here, and I think next year we should be there. Yeah, it's a really flowy track. You've got to be really, really consistent in how you drive due to corners, well, the grip changing with new tyres and different tyres. But yeah, it's a smooth track, nice to drive. I think it's taught me quite a bit to learn how to drive, especially on the bigger karts, to know where everything is and where to overtake. So yeah, it's a really good track, I find. I mean, of course, quali is one of the most important stages of the weekend, but I think just getting consistent results for the final is one of the main keys because it's going to be full send in the final.
Well, thank goodness for these strong winds, because I tell you what, those rain clouds are being pushed well away from the circuit. It's starting to get some sunshine over the racetrack now, so drivers like Nathan Tighe are going to find it a little bit easier to stay on the road in these tricky conditions. But it's another tough race in front of us, and this could be where we get a real pivotal point in the junior battle. Matías Ferreira, who already has a real mission to take on now after his earlier DNF for a mechanical problem, he will start in pole position, but alongside him is the man who currently remains unbeaten over the course of the World Championship weekend, and that is the American star, James Igotzi. He's the only man in the whole paddock now, never mind in the whole class, who can go unbeaten. So what can James Igotzi do from that outside line on the front row? This is the most important heat of James Igotzi's career so far.
Yeah, if he can manage actually to get ahead of Matías Ferreira down to turn number 1 from the outside line, that would be such a big achievement indeed, as he could secure another win, which would be a 4th in a row. We're not there yet, as Matías Ferreira, of course, is more than willing to give him a hard time. He has as well a lot of ambitions to keep on climbing through the ranks. Matías Ferreira sitting at the moment in 25th position as it stands. As a reminder, only the 36 best drivers can make it to the final tomorrow. So 25th as for now, Matías Ferreira, who after his retirement won his second chance heat and collected a 4th place previously. So he has one more shot today to maybe get another win in the bag. But James Igotzi as well, Alex Powell, Matias Oruela, one from Car Republic, the other one from Parolin, having certainly high ambitions, as well as Akshay Bora, Marcel Gladys, the young Polish driver just behind on the 3rd row of the grid. So plenty of young actors, plenty of top contenders in this class. But James Igotzi has another golden opportunity to secure what he's been building so far, the lead of the classification, and that could mean pole position for tomorrow's final in the junior class.
Yeah, certainly could. Matias Oruela has been one of the revelations of this weekend. The young man from Colombia, who is running under a United States license, of course, but he's doing an absolutely thrilling job here, and being coached by a 2-time world champion certainly can't hurt. Because Lorenzo Travazanuto is looking after him over the course of the weekend, but Matias Oruela, absolutely phenomenal speed so far from him over the course of the weekend. In fact, he is currently just sitting outside the qualification positions to get into the final. So he's had a difficult time of it. Qualifying yesterday went according to plan. Nothing really has gone according to plan since then. In all 3 of his heats up to this point, he has slipped out of the top 10. So he really could do with a couple of decent top 10 finishes to sort himself back into contention. But he's definitely made a big impression on the field. To go on the 2nd row of the grid for each of your heats obviously demonstrates that you are one of the 12 fastest drivers over the weekend. So a phenomenal performance from him so far, and hopefully the first of many.
Yeah, still a bit of improvement to be made in terms of racing mode, indeed, as he lost a couple of positions down to 12 twice in his first qualifying races after a difficult 3rd heat. So once again, there's an opportunity for improvement for Matias Oruela indeed. And as we were just talking, I'm just looking over our shoulders outside onto the track. The wind has been picking up in speed and in intensity, for the past few minutes. And actually, you can see that sand is being washed onto the track, especially on the back end, on the return straight just in front of us, parallel to the fast start-finish straight. So there's more and more sand being deposited actually onto the racing line, which could actually play a part into the grip level that we're going to see for the rest of the day. But the wind has been with us ever since the day started. Now it's very much sunny onto the track. It's been so for quite a while now. And as you said, the weather, as we should actually have it until the end of the day, should be quite positive, even though there's quite a lot of heavy clouds surrounding the circuit. But due to the wind, this should not be too much of a problem. Hopefully, let's cross fingers for the couple of races that we have left in the schedule. We're going to have the D against F coming up in the junior class. After that, one more qualifying heat in the junior category, 2 more for the seniors, and then this will be time to wrap things up before some more exciting races coming our way tomorrow. Now, the drivers are getting ready, as you can see on the pre-grid. Some of them you can see. The 107 on the left is Akshay Bora from Singapore. Just behind him, he has Jens Treur, the young driver from the Netherlands, competing Tony Kart chassis, but for the German team of KSM Schumacher Racing Team. Oh, it's nice to see some strong teams that we don't get to see usually at this level of competition fighting at the front. Let's see what they can do.
Yes, indeed, and there's been a lot of talents like that over the course of proceedings. Goodness me, the wind is really pushing over the circuit now. It's been pretty horrific all day long, but it's definitely really starting to accelerate. Matias Ferreira, pole position from James Agozzi, Matias Oruela and Alex Powell, then Akshay Bora and Maciej Gledij, Jens Trua and Jonathan Wayward from Nicholas Roos and Maxim Orlov, Edgar Anpiligov, Ian Eichmans, Kai Sorensen, Nathan Tai, Rashid Aldeheri, Enea Frey, Alberto Hurtado and Carol Schultz.
Then we have Tobias Clausen, Jan Puchu, Julia Gill, Lanwie Sumdula, Doida Dekker, Simone Bianco, Eddie Robinson, Anton Laxonen, Ethan Nobles, Livari Chumelito, Eric Enacci, Nico Latalati, Sebastian Ng, Caleb Campbell, and Matteo Zefaria. Everybody in, everybody out onto the track now, as the last drivers are making their way onto the circuit, putting the tires up to temperatures. Once again, 2 laps to get the formation of the grid good enough for the officials. But Matias Ferreira with a big task upon his heads, with a second victory that you can see looming, at the other side of the circuit at the end of this race. He's going to need 7 laps to really put as much distance as humanly possible between himself and James Agozzi as the rest of the field. But for that, he needs a real perfect start coming from the inside line, coming down to turn number 1. Always easier said than done, and we have seen in a couple of occasions the drivers on the external side of the track, on the outside line of the track, being able to really get ahead of the pole sitters, or at least giving them a hard time on the climb into turn number 5. But let's see what's going to happen. James Agozzi, of course, more than willing to really get ahead first into turn number 1, but that should give us plenty of excitement for the few minutes to come.
So the battle is obviously going to be well and truly joined right from the sharp end of the dais. Matias Ferreira with a lot of expectation on his shoulders at the front end of the field here. He wants to sew up another victory, but James Agozzi has not failed to win a race so far this weekend. So obviously the pressure is mounting high on the American, but he has been able to get himself out of hot water many times over the course of races. Let's not forget that he is in the F group, so he has started on the outside of that front row of the grid all weekend long. So he's been able to crack himself into the lead of the race despite the difficulty of starting on that outside line every single time. So James Agozzi, one of the few drivers that's been able to take a difficulty and turn it into an advantage. So now he basically just has to do exactly what he's already done 3 times over, and he will be at the top end of the field. Let's see how he goes. He's looking, checking, and we are racing. James Agozzi, go for it. There's a spin in the middle of the field. Got karts going off in the background as Agozzi holds on to second place round the outside of turn 1. Powell manages to hold on in front. More problems. 3 karts going off. Goodness me.
Yeah, there was an incident as well with the 183 from Madland competition earlier that we saw, and let's try to see who that is as well. The 3 other drivers, this is Alberto Hurtado Gonzalez, I'm afraid, the young Spaniard, who was when tangling with one of the Car Republic drivers, I think it was. Then 3 more drivers on the way to turn 2nd and 3. Yep. We have Nathaniel Tai as well as
Maxim
Maxim
Orlov. Maxim Orlov is
Oh.
there, and one of the marshals trying to pull the Sodi kart off the road, has actually slipped on the dust there. Very easy to do. The 152, Enea Frey is in the mix there as well, as the marshals go to work to try and pull the carts off the circuit. But well done to the Blanco Armada, as they're called, the White Army, doing a fantastic job to get us up to position. James Igozzi on the inside of Matthias Ferreira at the end of the first lap. It doesn't take him long, does it? Absolutely amazing from James Igozzi, straight up into the lead. And watch out, because now Alex Powell is on the warpath. Ferreira coming straight back at James Igozzi. He knows he needs to do something about this pretty quickly, otherwise Igozzi will be gone up front.
Yeah, you could see him shut the door halfway through the straight. Actually, he knows that Ferreira is very much on his tail, ready to counter-attack. It's not happening quite in turn number 5, but Alex Powell is much on his tail. Matas Orjuela and Akshay Bora are very much in the mix as well. So we have 5 drivers in the same picture, ready to battle. The 197 from Czech Republic is back in the pit in the meantime. Is the one actually who tangled with the Spanish driver at the start. But as for now, you can see a couple of meters pulled away by James Igozzi. He's trying to protect his escape. But Alex Powell very much on Matthias Ferreira is not quite able, the young Jamaican, to make that stick into the hairpin. But there he goes in the right-hander on the inside line, up in the charge, on the curb, and there he goes through. Alex Powell, beautifully made. Now he has to shut the door coming to turn number 14, because Matthias Ferreira is there for the taking, but he stays behind.
Very nice overtake indeed from Alex Powell, the driver that just pulled into the pits to join the other 5 on the sidelines was actually Ivadi Tuamaleto. So Tuamaleto is now out of the race as they come up to the first corner. Powell and Ferreira giving chase to James Igozzi, but Igozzi is already half a second clear. Then it is Orjuela, who is in 4th position. This time, maybe Orjuela might be able to hold into position, but then Bora slides in on the inside. Now, Orjuela needs to keep his rhythm here in 5th position. He doesn't want to lose too many places. Gladish is in 6th place, then Jens Truer and Piligov, Waywat, Bruce, Sorensen, Eichmans, Chu and Mustienis. So still plenty of opportunities to move their way forward. But a great run so far from James Igozzi. Can Alex Powell hold a candle to him? Is the Jamaican going to have a chance to close up on the American and do some damage?
Yeah, there's 2 different groups creating themselves right now, as we have the top 3 still quite close together. But further back, Akshay Bora and Orjuela down in 5th, really trying to stay together as well. Matas Orjuela from Pauline trying to keep up as well with the 2 Czech Republic teammates, with Ferreira in front of Akshay Bora, 3rd and 4th respectively, coming into the last sector, the last chicane sort of. As another lap completed. This is lap number 4 for James Igozzi, extending his lead up to half of a second at the moment on Alex Powell, the fastest on track right now. 62.8, 62.9 for James Igozzi. Not quite enough to really get close for Alex Powell as for now to launch an attack, but he's very much in the mix, the Czech Republic driver, of course supported by Mercedes AMG, the junior program, the young American, and as confirmation of the fastest lap for Powell, as Ferreira and Akshay Bora are still battling along, coming to turn number 10. This is where actually no overtaking is quite possible. This is way too tight, and you're actually braking while coming to a sort of banking before putting on a charge in this particular sector. On the way to turn number 12, those 2 right-handers back on the charge as well, leaning on the curb. This is very important to get this part right, coming to the braking zone of turn number 14. But right now, they're actually driving in formation. As there he goes through, I've spoken too soon, as Akshay Bora is getting ahead of Matthias Ferreira for 3rd place. Switch of position between the 2 teammates, as we have the Singaporean in front of the Brazilian.
Now watch out for Alex Powell. He really has caught up to the tail of James Igozzi, and he will not want to wait around for too long. Akshay Bora of Singapore getting past his Brazilian teammate Ferreira. As we saw, Orjuela doing a good job, the Colombian, in 5th position ahead of the Polish driver Maciej Gladish. But James Igozzi of the United States in front of Alex Powell of Jamaica, and they are very close to each other. Powell has been reeling in Igozzi. Igozzi now needs to really step up the attack. Akshay Bora sets the fastest first sector of anybody in this race. He actually cracks the 20-second margin. So he is very much setting his sights on the victory, and he has got time to do something about it. But Alex Powell is closing up on Igozzi. Akshay Bora needs to close in on them and hope that they start warring for position, because that is the only way really he's going to get his chance to throw one up the inside. Igozzi still a little bit loose at the bottom end of that straight there as the kart starts to slide out a little, but he's able to keep it pretty neat and tidy in the braking zone. Gets back on the power, so Igozzi and Powell going very well up at the front end of the field. The gap between them, 0.3 of a second, as Akshay Bora takes 0.2 of a second out of both of them. But what will Bora do? Will he go for Powell, thinking that the win is gone, or will he work with the Jamaican to close up on James Igozzi? The more Igozzi finds speed in this Tony car, the less opportunities that this battle will create.
Yeah, you can feel also that we're getting near the end of the day, and a lot of effort and a lot of energy has been put into the tires as well. So it's getting difficult really to get close to your rivals and to keep up on the same momentum that you had. So here's the task for Alex Powell, try to get as close as possible to James Igozzi, but we're getting near the end of those string of performances and string of qualifying heats, as I wonder if in the end we're not going to have a bit of rain to conclude the day, because the sky is getting darker and darker by the hour, or by the minute, shall I say. But let's see about that. In the meantime, James Igozzi is still holding on to his position, 0.4 of a second on Alex Powell. Can the young Jamaican respond in what will be the last lap of this qualifying heat? 0.4 of a second still. Powell very much in the same picture. Clipping the curb is James Igozzi, being very aggressive on his way to turn number 1. Here's the climb. Powell second, Bora is third, putting the pressure as well on his Car Republic teammate, even though they don't share really the colors. Then we have Matheus Ferreira down in 4th, 5th place for Matheus Orwella, Gladys, Weymouth, Kyle Sorensen, and the rest of the classification with Ampilagov and Aikmans as for now. Tobias Klaasen the fastest in this race to conclude, but you can see that James Igozzi is really keeping the racing line very tight, checking over his shoulder. That's going to be too late, I'm afraid, for Alex Powell, unless a very last move in the last sector.
Well, the Jamaican has done the best he can to try and put James Igozzi under pressure, but as they climb up the hill and then down the back straight, as they drop down the descent one more time, Igozzi looks over his shoulder. He knows that Powell is too far back really to make an overtake. He doesn't have to defend, he doesn't have to cover his line, he can just keep the racing line as it is, and this is well done for James Igozzi. Absolutely amazing. Victory and a clean sweep for James Igozzi today. 4 out of 4. He's the king of OK Junior on Saturday.
Yeah, fantastic run of performance for James Igozzi. Another win in the bag for the young American, who's fought his way through. He stayed in the lead over there, and there was no one threatening him except Alex Powell, who crossed the line for just 0.2 of a second behind. Akshay Bora was not far behind, but it just gave us a very close finish to this qualifying heat. So Igozzi in front of Powell, Akshay Bora finishing in 3rd in front of Matheus Ferreira, Matheus Orwella, Mathieu Gladys, Jonathan Weymouth, Kyle Sorensen, Ampilagov, and Ian Aikmans. Outside of the top 10, Nicolas Roos, followed by Adria Hill, Tobias Klaasen, Simone Bianco, Jens Struer, Dawood Adege, and Rashid Al-Daheri.
Very exciting stuff. James Igozzi putting on an excellent display in each of his 4 heats. He really has been monstrously quick from the outset. 4 wins out of 4, and it's going to be very tough for anybody to beat him from the front row of tomorrow's starting grid. He's done all 4 of these races from the outside of the front row to prove that all you need is good skill and ability with one race circuit to make these things happen. James Igozzi from Alex Powell and Akshay Bora, Matheus Ferreira and Matheus Orwella, Mathieu Gladys and Jonathan Weywat from Kai Sorensen, Edgar Ampilagov and Ian Aikmans, Nicolas Roos, Adrien Mustienis, Tobias Klaasen, Simone Bianco and Jens Struer. Then Dawood Adege, Rashid Al-Daheri and Yan Pu Chu. Sebastian Inji of Panama from Edward Robinson and Luvuwe Sambudla, Anton Laxonen, Eric Enash, then Carol Schultz, Ethan Nobels, Nico Lanalati and Caleb Campbell. A lot of retirements in that race, and all of them came on the very first lap. Maxim Orlov, Nathan Tai, Enea Frey, Alberto Hurtado and Ivari Tuamileto. Mateus Callejas was unable to take the start. So, very dramatic stuff in the OK Juniors, but now we know that James Igozzi goes into the night time unbeaten in OK Junior. The man who can seal the front row of the grid alongside him is looking very hungry to go alongside him there, as we have David Walter going on to the pole position for the next one. Well, it's been a very tricky weekend for one of the top contenders in the European Championship, but coming into the week, we knew that the Tony Kart Factory team were going to have a strong chance of going for the win. We spoke to British driver Harley Keeble on Thursday about his prospects for the World Championship.
Really happy. I mean, obviously it's my 2nd year in doing the World Championship, and last year wasn't so great, so this year I'm hoping for much better, hopefully top step, and we'll see how it goes. My 2021 season was not so bad, up and down, very unlucky in a few rounds, but also in one of the rounds really good. So I think if we can finish the year off on a high, I think it'll be a really good year for us. I'm pretty confident because we've just done the first 2 practices of the weekend, and the speed is quite good, and you never know what can happen. I mean, on Friday and possibly Saturday and Sunday is wet, so I'm really fast in the wet, so we have a pretty good chance. From previous experiences, it's a very nice track. I mean, because it's not a track that we use a lot, there's not so much grip, but the elevation changes and everything like that, I really like the track. I think the toughest challenge of racing here is if you're in second going on to the last lap, it's going to be hard to overtake because around this track is really easy to defend. And also when you try to overtake, when the guy in front is half defending or something, he's so dirty off the line, so it's hard to overtake and stop the kart on the apex.
Well, if anyone knows the art of perseverance in karting when the chips are down, it's Harley Keeble. You've only got to look back to Sarno in Italy when he went into the final turn of the final lap in the junior category in second position and was able to storm his way to the line by just a few thousandths of a second. You never ever give up in karting, and Harley Keeble, although he's had some difficulties, is definitely going to be fighting back. Now, we know that we've got a lot of people watching along on the stream from Brazil because, of course, we were originally intending to race in the World Championships at Speed Park Birigui in Brazil. So we are very unfortunate. It's very sad that we weren't able to race there. But the Brazilians who are watching are being entertained royally by their superstars. And one of them has joined us in our studio. And what a performance he's had so far this weekend. Pole position in his second ever FIA Karting meeting. And he's been a front runner from the outset. Guillaume is now with Gabriel Gomez.
Yes, indeed. He's one of the revelations of this weekend's World Championship for Brazil. Gabriel Gomez, good to see you again. Good to talk to you. So can you talk us through what happened so far? You've had some strong results. A win, the first one for you in the qualifying heat after that tremendous pole position of yesterday. How was it like out there on the track?
Oh, hello. Good to see you now here. And today was a very good day. And yesterday we made the pole. And today in the first heat, that's so difficult because I have all of the race in yellow flag and I have 2 laps only on green flag. And I made a good 30 place, and that's good for manage the tires and the chassis. And for the second heat, we have a so good pace and made a win. That's brilliant. We go pushing the 30 race to good position for the start the final.
So keep on pushing. That's the word to follow indeed for you and CRJ Racing Team. So we know that unfortunately we're not in Brazil this year for the World Championship. We wish we were there, but still I'm sure there's a lot of your fellow countrymen watching along and supporting you. How does it feel like to be participating in that World Championship and to be on top of the field in qualifying and to have a good start?
Yeah. In the first days of test here in last week, we don't think we're possible to fight with the win. We fight with the top 20. That's so good for us. But now we have a so good pace and possible to fight with the title. It's amazing. This is a brilliant championship, and that's so good.
Fantastic. These are good words. Good to talk to you, Gabriel Gomez, and best of luck for the weekend. Obrigado.
Well, I'm sure everybody back home is very excited about what Gabriel Gomez can still do this weekend. There's a lot still to play for in this World Championship weekend, and he has definitely become one of the most pleasant surprises of this weekend. It's always nice when you've got a few select world-class drivers to battle for the position. But when one or two new faces have come forward to challenge their authority, that's always mighty satisfying as well. So we're just getting confirmation coming through. James Agozzi, we believe, is the outright preliminary leader of the contest in the junior category. 4 races and 4 wins. He has not lost a race yet. Very exciting stuff from the American. Can he make it 5 out of 5 tomorrow and bank pole position for the final? And if he does that, will he actually be able to hold on for an exceptional run at the front end of the field in the junior final? We'll find out about that tomorrow, but the man who is on pole position for this one was the fastest in time qualifying, and that, of course, is David Walter, the Danish driver for the Koski Motorsport team. He will line up alongside Max Popov of the Ward Racing team on the Tony Kart chassis, and with the likes of Marcos Saita and Thomas Stolchemanis on that second row of the grid. They're going to have a lot of tough battles to come in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of young contenders are ready for battle. The war on wheels keeps on going, and each battle along the way is equally important. David Walter right now is third overall with a win, a second and a third place as best result. Maximilian Popov is going to be by his side, is not far behind as well in fifth with a second and a third as best result. But watch out as well for what's going to happen from behind on the second row. Thomas Tolsemanis is currently second overall with one win and 2 second place. Is not far back from James Sigurzi, even though the young American, as you have seen before, has been rather untouchable with a strong series of qualifying victories all in all. But still, starting on the front row is better than nothing, and Thomas Tolsemanis might have that in mind coming to this race. This will be the last of qualifying heat for the juniors. Those 3 groups today. We have one more, of course, to go through tomorrow. We will have a classification, but not quite official yet, with a couple of races left tomorrow as well. But the battle is on. James Segozzi seems on form and ready to take pole position as for now. But Stolsemanis, David Walter, Dimitri Matveev as well, very much in the mix. Maximilian Popov, Alex Powell not far behind. These are some of the names that still need a good fight to give us for the remaining top positions on the grid for the final tomorrow. So let's keep both of our eyes open for the last race of the junior class today before switching our attention for the last 2 of the OK class. But as you can see on the track, the 2 teammates of World Racing, the 156 and the 165, Marcus Sater in front of Kirill Ditsiev. We had a chance to hear from Kirill Ditsiev, one of the young revelations of this weekend in terms of road pace. The 159 on the other side, you can see that brilliant livery on the helmet of Miguel Costa with one last push of the helmet. That's reminiscent to the idol of Miguel Costa, the legendary Ayrton Senna. I guess that everybody by now has recognized the colors, but something to be proud of.
Absolutely. David Walter and Max Popov on the front row of the grid. Marcus Sater and Thomas Stolchemanis, Kirill Ditsiev and Miguel Costa. German Futif and Aaron Garcia from Kia Nakamura Berta and Tigran Bonatian. Maxim Rem and Artemy Troitsky. Then Kirill Kutskov alongside Anatoly Kavalkin. Juan Cotor Alonso, Eric Genet, Konstantin Krapin and Freya Norman.
Then we have Jan Perezowski and Guillaume Bouzard on row number 10, followed by Jules Caranta, Stepan Antonov, Salim Hanna, Julian Ozo, Igor Erwin, Renaud Frankot, Nacho Tunan, Josh Herfan, Kimitani, Adrian Malero, Darius Babayona, Juan Oresti, Denis Curavale, and Caius Torvinen. The last junior field of the day, Group A against Group C. So the fastest in yesterday's qualifying, with David Walter banging his second pole position in a row on this very track after the warm-up race of the 1 week ago. So let's see if, of course, his run of performance has been not as dominant as it was a couple of days ago, but still is very much in the mix and in the front to battle for the win until the end of the weekend. But what he needs is another win, certainly, against Popov, Sater, Stolsemanis and the rest of the field.
So 7 laps go on the board once again. That's 11.06 kilometers of racing. You may not think that sounds like a lot, but then take into account the fact that these guys are aged 11 to 14 and they're a couple of millimeters off the ground at an average speed getting close to 80 kilometers an hour. And then you tell me that it's not that hard work. 11 kilometers around the circuit. Very, very tricky indeed, particularly in these conditions with the fluctuating temperatures, the wind starting to gain in ferocity all the time. And you've got plenty of talented drivers trying to battle away for supremacy. It makes it very tricky to know who's going to get what out of today. And we will definitely have a very intense battle out there from the front row of the grid for David Walter and Max Popov. Those two are now starting to slow up the field so that we can have a clean start from the get-go. But the drivers definitely have to keep their wits about them. Every front fairing penalty, every missed braking point, every clipped apex from here on in is going to be one step away from elimination in the World Championship final. Only 36 spaces available in that race, don't forget, with 101 drivers trying to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. The battle is on, and Walter will have the advantage, theoretically, on the right side of the track, coming to turn number 1. But we've seen in numerous occasions, and especially James Segozzi has been quite masterful in this craft, being able to go around the outside into turn number 1. Let's see if Maximilian Popov can emulate that. But Walter needs a good start. Are we going to go?
Let's see where our engine arrives, and we are going to the first corner. Green flags. So into the first turn, and it's a terrible start actually for Max Popov. He ends up dropping down to about 7th position, I think. So problems for Popov off the line, but it's Marcus Sato and Kirill Zitiev that take full advantage, and Kiya Nakamura Berta has launched forward up into 4th place. The talented young Japanese ace for Forza Racing has crept up into P4. So an excellent start there. Thomas Stolchamanis hasn't had a great start either, obviously boxed in behind Max Popov. So problems there, and for Miguel Costa as well. So everybody on the even side of the grid really struggling off the line, and everybody else having to try and face the music. Oh, and that's an off on the bank. That's the 147. That's Darius Babiawana. He's already had his problems today, so he really didn't need any more. And I'm afraid Babiawana is out of the race, and I think he has to admit there that unfortunately he's probably out of the World Championship too.
Yeah, that's quite an image to see the Car Republic chassis bending on the side of the track over there, but quite an impressive off for him, but he was standing on his feet. So we're back with the leaders at the conclusion of the opening lap. As Kiya Nakamura Berta is very much on the run, keeping a good pace. The young Japanese of Forza Racing. Watch out for the white crash helmet going around the inside of Marcus Sato. He made that stick beautifully, and Marcus Sato in the meantime didn't lose any time on Maxime Rem, who was very threatening as well, with the pressure of another very fast World Racing driver just behind, Maximilian Popov, who completely lost a lot of momentum and completely missed, shall I say, his start and opening lap. Is all the way down to 6th, trying to catch up as well, to climb as much as he can. Maxime Rem will be the first one to go through. Not an easy task at all. As Kiya Nakamura Berta on your picture with the white crash helmet just made that stick on Marcus Sato. Now he's protecting his position. That's for 3rd as they make their way out of turn number 11. In the two right-hander in the first sector, David Walter trying to increase his gap, and that's what he does beautifully. 7/10 of a second on Kirill Zitiev at the moment, and Kiya Nakamura Berta going defensive into turn number 14. That was close, because you can see that Sato wants to take the position back. He's hungry for more, and Sato is going to try to go around the inside. So they need turn number 1. Can he try to make that stick? Let's see if the move is coming up. Sato going side by side, he had the momentum, and it goes through.
Yeah, to be fair, Marcus Sato has been warming that up for a while, but runs wide on the exit. Max Popov, having moved up initially to 5th, now Rem's gone through, Fotiv's gone through, and there's a big charge forward as Kutskov tries to get on in the inside. 3 wide is never going to work, and Stolchamanis is going to sweep through as a result. Miguel Costa's trying to get in on the inside line as well. He's made up a place on, I think that is going to be Popov. So Costa's gone into 10th, Popov down to 11th. What a nightmare this race is turning out to be for Max Popov, as he just loses more and more places through this race. But there in 3rd position is Marcus Sato, who is in front of Kiya Nakamura Berta. But Marcus Sato, the Norwegian, having a good run there. Stolchamanis back on the inside, and he's taken on Anatoly Kivalkin. Miguel Costa lining up a position as well. He's got Garcia in behind him. Watch for Kivalkin on the inside of Stolchamanis. Costa's going to get a run as well. In fact, he might get past both of them. He's not quite able to shut the door, and that's enough for Stolchamanis to come in. Garcia's trying to come in as well. Brilliant racecraft in the juniors.
Yeah, what a battle that is. We have more than 10 drivers in the mix, and watch out around the inside. This is behind. This is further back, as we're going to see one of the BLR drivers making his way through. This is Garcia, actually, the 192, fighting his way with Miguel Costa. And he goes through into turn number 5. I was surprised not to see Stosam. Oh, and one off!
No.
Unfortunately, this is the 173. That's going to lose a pile of position in the process. This is Artemy Trotsky, I'm afraid, one of the Russian drivers, as you can see from Tony Kart. And this is the end of the race for Trotsky, I'm afraid. He was raging after what happened over there, being really pushed out of the way into turn number 5. We'll have to see that again, but this is race over for Trotsky, as he was battling on the edge of the top 10 in 13.
Yeah, it's a real shame for Artemy Trotsky. It's up the inside comes Saito. Saito takes on his teammate and gets past Kirill Zitiev. And now they are both closing in to within half a second of the race leader, David Walter. So Marcus Saito comes up into P2. I wonder if he's got some fresh tyres on that kart, you know. He might have decided to put a pair of new tyres on the left-hand side of the kart. Now, that would usually be where you would put the kart's fresh tyres, especially on a clockwise configuration. On a clockwise, you'd put them on the left side, because that's where you get most of the wear out of the tyres. On an anti-clockwise configuration, you most likely put them on the right side of the kart. But David Walter is only 3/10 ahead of Marcus Saito and Kirill Zitiev now. Kiya Nakamura Berta going very well in 4th position, with Maxime Rem giving chase as well. Those 5 have got well clear of Kirill Kutskov, but there's still pretty much enough time to make all 5 of these races come to blows. Now, I wonder if German Fotiv, the number 170, I think he's got a problem with the rear bumper. So Fotif, that bumper is looking a little bit loose on the back end of the kart, tucked up behind Kirill Kutskov. I want to see it again when they come through, but certainly the 170, Fotif in the Tony kart, I think he's had one clout too many on the back of his machine. We watch as they come through down the straight. Yes, there it is. Technical flag for the 170. Fotif's bumper is dragging on the floor. I was right.
Yeah, confirmation. We've seen this. Oh, the 175.
That's Freya Norman. Freya Norman's gone off. So another retirement for the Danish racer. That's a real shame for her. She's been making good progress through the field. As Walter has lost the lead, Marcus Saita has got into the lead.
And there you go. There's a switch. The fastest lap for Stossemanis in between, but Marcus Saita just made his way through on David Walter. And this is maybe the perfect timing for Saita, as he's already increasing a bit of a gap on David Walter. Is going to have to give everything that he has. He's bending over his wheel to try to extend his pace. But can he make that stick, or at least try to get as close as possible for a late move on Marcus Sater? But David Walter is going to be the chaser now. And as we have still in third place, Kirill Ditsiev further back. Nakamura Berta is going to try to go run the inside of Maxim Rem. He's not able to do so in turn number 14. You can see those three drivers really stuck together with Ditsiev in third. Fourth place for Maxim Rem, fifth place for Nakamura Berta. This is the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. 1.5 kilometer. A bit less now to go, and Marcus Sater on the way to his first qualifying heat victory of the day in front of David Walter, and David Walter is losing another position. Kirill Ditsiev coming from a long way back, climbing through and diving through the inside of David Walter. It was beautifully made, but now we have a 1-2 for World Racing. Sater in front of Kirill Ditsiev, and Walter is losing pretty much everything in the course of 2 laps.
I tell you what, James Zagotzi is grinning from ear to ear now, because not only has he been unbeaten, but one of his closest opponents now for tomorrow, David Walter, is really struggling and is losing time as Marcus Saita, the Norwegian, is going to go for the victory. But here is the gaggle of karts, and being defensive has not worked out for David Walter. He tried to go with Kirill Ditsiev, but now both Marcus Rem and Kier Nakamura Berta have got through. Nakamura Berta makes his move on Rem. Walter's coming back on the far side of the German, and he has to tuck in behind them. So it's going to be a victory for Marcus Saita. The Norwegian will get the win. Second for Ditsiev, third for Nakamura Berta, fourth for Rem, fifth for David Walter, and that is a nightmare scenario for David Walter. He will drop back off the pace. Marcus Saita, though, he will pick up a crucial victory as German Fotif continues around the course, does not pit in, and therefore receives the black flag, because he obviously had the technical flag for 3 consecutive laps. You have to come in within 3 laps of receiving it, or you will be given the black flag. And that is unfortunately what has happened to German Fotif. So he may have finished on the road in 8th position, but he will not be able to keep it.
Yeah, that's quite surprising from German Fotif, actually, because the mechanical flag, is not only shown onto the track, but as well through big screens onto the San-Finish straight. So very complicated to justify that you didn't see it. But remains to be seen what he will be explaining to the officials. But as a result, this is indeed a black flag for the Tony Kart driver. In the meantime, with the same chassis but different colors, Marcus Sater was able to climb to first position to gain his first win of the weekend. Kirill Ditsiev made it the 1-2 for World Racing in front of Kin Nakamura Berta. What an end of that race that was for the Forza Racing driver. Maxim Rem finishing in 4th in front of David Walter, who had a disastrous couple of last laps for the one who was leading and on his way to potentially what could have been a second victory, but he's going to have none of it in the end as he finishes 5th in front of Kirill Kutskov. Thomas Stossemanis down in 7th. German Fotiv, who won't be keeping his 8th place after the black flag he received, in front of Anatoly Kavalkin in 9th. Maximilian Popov down in 10th in front of Miguel Costa, Jan Perezovsky, Aaron Garcia Lopez, Tigran Punatian, Guillaume Bouza, Erigene, and Konstantin Krapin down in 17.
Then it is Gilles Caranta in front of Hugo Hieruin, Shuda Zono and Josh Erfen. Nasho Tunion will be in front of Salim Hanna, Juan Cota and Denis Kuravali, Renaud Frankert and Kimi Tani, Adrian Maliero, Stepan Antonov, Kaius Torvinen and Juan Aluja. The retirements, Freya Norman and Artemi Troitsky in the middle of the race. Darius Babiawana was out on lap 1, the Romanian. Well, that is the junior action concluded for the day. We've had all of the junior heats for Saturday. There are still 3 races to go for juniors tomorrow, but at the moment, it is James Agozzi that tops the timesheets, and he will stay there in front of the likes of Thomas Stolchemanis and David Walter. Very exciting to see how things will go for them tomorrow. Meanwhile, our attention will turn once again from junior to the OK category one last time today. Well, this is definitely turning into a bit of a pressure cooker in the senior category. No one driver has dominated in the heats. They've all taken a defeat at some point, and it's definitely going to be very interesting to see who can hang on. A previous winner and a very recent winner, Arvid Lindblad of the Red Bull Junior Academy and the Kart Republic team. He's finally starting to get it together here in Campillos. Let's have a word with him when we spoke to him earlier in the week.
I find it really exciting. I mean, like you say it yourself, it's the most prestigious event. You know, I can't wait for it to get underway. You know, we've worked so hard all year for this event, and it's almost like, you know, it's a proud moment as well, just to be able to take part with such a high level, with such incredible drivers. I think it's just really, really exciting. I think it's been a good year. We've been very consistent, which I think is probably the biggest positive, the biggest thing to be happy about, to take away from. So in that sense, you know, it's been a really good year. We took third in the championship, narrowly just missed out on second. It was a little bit unlucky, you know, I tied for points, and then I was actually ahead on overall points, then tied on drops, but you know, it is what it is. But I think it's been a really good season so far, but we didn't win. So that's why we're here now. It's the biggest event of all, and I want to take away the title and the trophy. I'm really confident. Last week was good. We made really good progress throughout the week, which I'm really happy about. We made big strides forward. We improved a lot. We were struggling a little bit on Friday and Saturday, but on Sunday we were good. We picked up a podium in the final, and the pace was strong. It's a really enjoyable circuit. I really like it. I think it suits the OK really well. I also think it actually works quite well with these tyres. So I think it's a fantastic circuit. It's very challenging because it varies a lot. There's a lot of elevation, but also change in corners. We have lots of very fast corners, but then into slow corners. Last week we learned a lot about how to approach the track from a driving standpoint, but also with the engine and the chassis. I also think just even if the forecast is dry, just making sure we're really on top of it, especially with the way the format is for the FIA races, with no pre-final. You have to make sure that you can't make any mistakes in your heats. That also boils down to qualifying being very important. Also, this track isn't the easiest to make up lots of places. So qualifying is going to be really important, really going to have to make sure we're right at the front. The sharp end, and then also just making sure we're really consistent and minimize as many mistakes as possible in the heats to have a good starting point for the final, good starting position, and then from there, it's just have a bit of fun and enjoy it. Just do as best as you can. I'm more focused at the moment on the process and making sure we have the speed so that then we can get to the final in a good position, and then what happens at the final happens at the final.
The ultra-talented Arvid Lindblad in the Red Bull Junior program, and of course in the Kart Republic factory team, with a great chance to add to his tally in the best possible way in the OK Senior category. He'll be up at the front end of the field for this next race, but one man who's keeping himself at the front end of the field as sharp as a tack in the OK Junior category through the weekend, looking for consistency and speed to keep him at the front end of the field, is the young man for the Cosmic Racing department, Ian Eichmans of Belgium, and his fellow Belgian, Guillaume Alvarez, is with him.
Is indeed one of the young stars of Cosmic, Ian Eichmans. Good to see you. So it's been a series of qualifying heats where you might have missed a few things. Can you talk us through how it was on the track so far?
Was quite good. Made a few mistakes, but for the rest was good. So yeah, we will see how the tomorrow goes, but for now it's good.
So this is pretty much a new experience for pretty much all the drivers here when it comes to the facilities and the track and the challenges of the layout. What have you learned so far? Where have you been making progress into this particular layout?
I think in Sector 1 I've made some progress to the beginning of the week, but yeah, you make some progress every time, and how more you drive, you make more progress. So yeah, but Sector 1 is the most, where I gain, so.
Yeah, we'll see if you actually can keep on the progress into that particular sector and in the others as well. You're currently on the edge of the top 20, so there's one more heat tomorrow. So you're confident that you can progress even more and make it to the final. You're in good position as it stands.
Yeah, I'm quite good now, but I'm confident I can start in the top 15. But yeah, we always have to see. There's always one more heat to go, so Yeah, we will see tomorrow.
All right, thanks very much for talking to us again, and best of luck for tomorrow.
It'll be fascinating to see what Ian Eichmans can do tomorrow. He's definitely going to be one of the contenders up at the sharp end. Never count him out of a chance of a podium in the World Championship. He will definitely be fighting his way forward. Now, as we mentioned before, our attention is now going to turn to the OK category. Before this World Championship weekend, I said publicly and to all those who would listen that this World Championship fight is going to be a three-way tussle. And I made no bones about the fact that this was going to be a fight between Arvid Lindblad, Rafael Kamara and Nikola Tsolov. Incredibly, those three drivers are not in the top 5 of the rankings at this moment. None of them are. Arvid Lindblad is currently P6, Nikola Tsolov is currently P7, and Rafael Kamara is P8. So the leader at the interim is Yuga Wugachukwu from Gabriel Gomez, Oscar Pedersen, Tuka Tarpanen, and Marcus Kayak. So an absolutely incredible display from the drivers so far, some of whom are about to finish their heats for the weekend by taking their 4th and final race. Others who will have one more race tomorrow. So some drivers are doing their 4th and final heat, others are doing their 3rd and penultimate heat over the course of this evening's races. But there's going to be some interesting competitions to come from the senior drivers. Gabriel Gomez will line up in this one in pole position, and he is 2nd in the rankings at the moment. The man alongside him is Nikola Tsolov, and we know that anybody is beatable because they all have been at least once.
Yes, indeed, and there's plenty of actions and battles to expect in this OK class for the last 2 races. Nikola Tsolov is going to be starting from the front row alongside Gabriel Gomez. He's down in 7 as it stands in the classification, but he has one less qualifying heat than the driver just in front of him, Arvid Lindblad, who managed to win his last race. So he could actually, with good results, if he can, get past Arvid Lindblad in the classification. That would give him actually a better starting position for tomorrow's final. But now, let's see what's going to happen. We have 10 laps to go through for the Group A and C. Here's the grid in full. Gabriel Gomez starting from pole position, Nikola Tsolov by his side, Timothy Kucharczyk in Luigi Coluccio from row number 2. Row number 3 we'll see Martin Stenzo and Karol Pasiewicz. Then we have Tuka Tarpanen, Marcus Kayak, Ariel Elkin, August Turbo, Nicola Pitirati, Christian Bertuca, Emily Kovisto, Mark Astelic, Matteo De Palo, Gustav Vinievski, Luca Griggs and Dario Vezzaro.
Then it's Herelin Neradini alongside Arthur Rojon. On the 11th row, Arna Shabda and Alexander Gubenko, Carmen Krav alongside Jaime Sanz, then Bruno Del Pino and Daniel Nogales, Kevin Quevedo and Hugo Besson from Robin Sarg and Max Angelard. Will be very interesting to see what the competitors can do in this one as we continue to quest for supremacy. An exciting battle is to come for our drivers in the mix here. Gabriel Gomez alongside Nikola Tsolov on the front row of the grid, though, is without a doubt where most of the action is going to come from in this heat. Gabriel Gomez, the fastest driver in time qualifying yesterday, and will be working ever so hard to make sure he remains there. But it is not easy to determine who is going to come through after an incredibly intense and busy day at the office to figure out who is going to get that done. The category that the group that will have its 4th and final heat heading into tomorrow is Group E. So that is going to put Rafael Kamara in for his 4th and final heat in the next race, which is the one after this one. So Gabriel Gomez, pole position, Nikola Tsolov 2nd, but a lot of drivers to try and take it away. Kucharczyk, Coluccio, Stenzorn, Pazovic, Tarpanen, who's been absolutely rocket ship stature over the course of the weekend, and Marcus Kayak, who rather quietly has been doing the same thing. He has a 2nd and a 3rd to his name, the Estonian, and he's got a race tomorrow. Don't count out Marcus Kayak. He could be a real threat for the podium, and it would be wonderful to see the Estonian flag on the podium of a World Championship. As far as I'm aware, it hasn't been done yet in the FIA Karting paddock. There's been some serious candidates to try for it, but Marcus Kayak is looking the most likely star from Estonia to be able to do so. Gomez, Tsolov, Kucharczyk and Coluccio off on the 2nd row of the grid. The 3rd row, Stenzorn and Pazovic, Tarpanen, Kayak, Elkin, Turbo. Wait for it. Are we going to go green? Yes, we are. First corner. Gomez launches through and goes forward. Tsolov is trying to hold it round the outside. Stenzorn is going to try and get on the inside, though, and takes 3rd. Tsolov is trying to be forceful, but he can't quite keep it together, and he drops to 5th in the end. So Tsolov has got a lot of work to do in this one. He drops back into 5th position. Kucharczyk through to 2nd behind Gomez. Then Stenzorn. A few other drivers trying to work their way through. A couple of drivers off on the background. So it looks to me like one of the Pragas. I think that's Arthur Rojon. So Kevin Quevedo got away from the scene, but Arthur Rojon, I'm afraid, is out of the race up at turn 5.
Yeah, the Frenchman is trying to get going again, but can he actually try, or can he succeed? Yes, he just did. So Arthur Rojon is still in this race, but quite unfortunate turn of events. Then Stenzorn is going through as well on the 35 of Karol Paziewicz. It was beautifully made by Martinez Stenzorn, who has just behind the 24 of Timotheus Kucharczyk, who's going to try to fight back into the last corner. He's having none of it at the moment as Martinez Stenzorn is making his way through as a complete lap number 1. Here we go, Stenzorn in 2nd. Far off, actually, Gabriel Gomez, who has already a 1.7 second advantage, taking advantage, obviously, of the battle happening between his rivals just behind. But Kucharczyk up in 2nd, and Stenzorn up in 2nd in front of Kucharczyk. On your picture, under the pressure of this is the number 35 of Karol Paziewicz. Solov is very much in the mix as well. Coluccio, Tapanen, Elkin, Markus Kayak dropping to 9th place in front of Christian Betuka. As for the top 10, this is right now. But look at Martinez Stenzorn. The pace he's been having for the past 2 laps, actually. He's been able to get ahead of Timotheus Kucharczyk, but pull away. Oh, and one of the Praga, this is Arthur Rojon, I'm afraid. The 48, who have, after getting back on his own into the track, is going to have to get back into the scale and Parc Fermé. This is race over for the young Frenchman.
Well, there's Ariel Elkin trying to dive through on the inside of Tuka Tarpanen and make up a position, but the Israeli can't quite make it happen. They come through the hairpin at the final sector and onto the straight. Stenzorn in 2nd is gone as he tries to close up on Gomez, but Paziewicz up to 3rd, as we know. Kucharczyk, Solov, Coluccio, Tarpanen, Elkin and Kayak in the top 10, and that's not going to do any favours for Kayak. There goes Solov on the inside of Kucharczyk. He gets up into 4th position. We need to watch out for Markus Kayak. He's really struggled to make an impression in this one, a 2nd and a 3rd in the previous 2 heats. Now he finds himself down in 9th position. This is not going to help out Markus Kayak's bid to remain in the top 5, but for Solov, getting into 3rd position will definitely pay dividends for him. He needs to try and do some work to close up on Paziewicz if he can get into 3rd, as Coluccio gets up the inside now of Kucharczyk. He makes the overtake, and he's not going to be the only one if Tarpanen keeps on banging 7 bells to the rear bumper of Kucharczyk. But he's going to get some help down the straight, I think, from Ariel Elkin. Elkin's not going to wait around for long, though, so Tarpanen needs to get this move done quickly.
It's fair to say that we haven't seen much, and there goes through as well, beautifully made by Tuka Tapanen, and he takes Ariel Elkin with him. So that's 2 positions dropped for Timotheus Kucharczyk in just 1 corner. So he's going actually from 6 to 8 at the moment, with Tapanen and Elkin left battling, as we have the World Racing teammates up in the lead as well. This is number 18, isn't it? This is further back, my apologies. We have Markus Kayak actually dropping to 10, with August Turbo just behind, 10 and 11 respectively. So let's keep an eye on that as well. Martinez Stenzorn up into 2nd and the fastest on track in 1 minute point 4. He still have 1.2 seconds to climb against this young man, Gabriel Gomez, who really had nothing to ask anybody. He just made his job, and he pulled away 1.7 seconds in just 1 lap and a half, but now it's decreasing actually. So that's going to be very interesting to see how much Martinez Stenzorn will be able to catch up Gomez at the front. Actually, he took, and Luigi Coluccio keeps on climbing through the ranks as well. That's very nice and clean from Luigi Coluccio, the number 20, who just went ahead of Nicolas Solov for 4th place. But I was going to say, let's keep an eye as well on the gap between Gomez and Stenzorn in 2nd, because 1.1 second, it just went from 1.7 to 1.1, just 2 laps. So there's the pace for Martinez Stenzorn. For the back, Solov, after losing a place, is losing another one, even 2, as Tapanen and Elkin made their way through as well on the Bulgarian driver. So not the scenario that he had in his mind, unfortunately, Nicolas Solov, as he's going from 5th to 7th in the ranking.
But nicely orchestrated there to put himself up another position, took a Tarpanen as he welded his way through on the inside of Ariel Elkin to defend the position. Stenzorn is within a second now of Gabriel Gomez, and we're only on lap 5 out of 10, so there's still plenty of time for Gomez's lead to be sliced in half at the very least, as Martinez Stenzorn on the Leclerc chassis is slowly gaining ground. There is Solov running in 7th position now. Up the inside, 3 wide into the hairpin. That is brave, as August Delbo desperately tries to hold his weight in the inside line. That was Markus Kayak losing ground, in fact. Kucharczyk had the inside line nailed, And now we've got Christian Bratuka trying to get through on the inside line. Gustav Wisniewski's lining up, as is Luca Griggs, fresh off the back of his accident in one of the earlier heats. So there's a lot of drivers lining up to go for a big overtaking move. Isn't happening just yet. Matteo De Paolo is queuing up as well, the Italian on the Kart Republic chassis. And then behind them, you've got Emilio Coivisto and Herolin Narodini, who are still giving us plenty of drama and suspense. So a lot of big maneuvers from the teams as they continue to give us plenty of excitement and anticipation. But Nikola Tsolov is under big pressure from August Turbo, and Turbo on the inside line. No worries. The Bulgarian just doesn't seem to have pace at the moment.
Yeah, there's no more grip left in his tires by the look of it, and is dropping position after position. Another one, unfortunately for him, another one in the back for August Turbo, who keeps on climbing up to 7. That's a good recovery effort with 3 places collected already for the world racing driver. That is not going according to plan for Nikola Tsolov, as we're back with the number 32. This is Luigi Coluccio. Oh, and the number 40 from KSM Schumacher Racing Team. This is Luca Griggs. Yet another retirement, I'm afraid, for Luca Griggs. This is a second today as the 35 on your picture. This is Karol Pasievic in 3rd place. Luigi Coluccio, the young leader from the Cosmic Racing Department, down in 4th. Tuka Tapanen from Tonica just in his shadow. Luigi Coluccio is very close indeed. Down to turn number 10. If he get a good exit, he may launch his attack on the next hairpin. But watch out for Tapanen, he might have the same idea as well. Coluccio is going for the attack as well. Can he make that stick? Yes, he does. Upper place for Coluccio. Watch out for Tapanen, he's going around the inside. He changed his mind. Gonna try to cross the line on the way to turn number 14. And you can see that Tapanen is saying, let's go for Coluccio, because there's 2 of us against 1. That could actually work. And Elkin as well, trying to get in the mix. But both actually stay within the same order. So good call from Luigi Coluccio. Actually, he's taking advantage of the battle behind him, trying to escape, but he actually, and there he goes once again into turn number 1. There's a response. And Shabar is out of this race by the look of it. Unfortunately, it just happened into the last sector, turn number 14 for the Paralympic driver.
Yeah, I'm afraid that is the Kazakhstani out of the race, Arna Shabdar, and that is game over for him and probably for his World Championship aspirations as well. But this battle for 3rd position still has a few chapters to ride in it by my reckoning. Tarpanen, Coluccio, here's Pazovic, Elkin and Turbo, all very close together. Nikola Tsolov really struggling to keep momentum in his tyres, and up the inside, there goes Ariel Elkin to slide in the Israeli. But as he got momentum on the exit, no, he just got a little bit too eager and run out too wide. So Pazovic takes back the place as soon as Elkin takes it. He may need some support from August Turbo, but Elkin decides to move to cover. A little bit of a slide sideways. Both drivers defending the position. And Elkin somehow makes it round the outside. That is brave stuff from Ariel Elkin. My goodness, he had his elbows out there.
Yeah, good piece of driving from the Israeli. As we have the number 30 further back. This is Christian Bertuka under the pressure of the number 28 of Emily Covisto from Koski Motorsport. We'll get back to that in a minute. As we have the World Racing teammates, the number 18 of August Turbo, Marcus Kjær just behind as his shadow. This is in turn number 8, and they're respectively in 6th and 7th place at the moment, 6th and 8th place, shall I say. Back with the number 8, Tuka Tapanen is still Tuka Tapanen up in 3rd place, being chased by Luigi Coluccio. Still we have half of a second between Gomez and Martinus Tenzon. We need to have a look as well at the battle at the front, because this is the penultimate lap of this race, and we've just 0.3 of a second between Gomez and Tenzon. Now we could have actually the leading order being turned on its head, as well as the battle for 3rd between Tapanen and Coluccio. There comes the leader. Tenzon is taking the lead, and watch out for the response from Gomez. Can he try to go around the inside? No, he can't. There's Tenzon is your leader, entering the final lap.
Well, Gomez looked like he ran out of grip in the first couple of corners. Stenzon has been resolute in his attack on Gomez throughout this race. Just keep pushing, pushing, pushing. Never know what's going to happen. And Stenzon's resilience and determination has been rewarded with a fantastic push onto the back of Gabriel Gomez. I genuinely thought he had run out of time there. I thought, you know what, he's a quick driver as Stenzon, but this is going to be too big a gap. And not only has he proved me wrong, but he's already dropping Gomez at the rate of half a second a lap. This is amazing from Martinius Stenzon. Just when you think you've seen the best of this boy, he pulls out something special. Nobody knows why, but we certainly know how good he is. And now the Leclerc by Lennox driver is going to come through and seal his final race of the day. Martinius Stenzorn for Norway. What a great race. He takes the win from Gabriel Gomez. And in third position, it will be Tuka Tarpanen. But what a drive from the pint-sized Norwegian. What an amazing run from Martinius Stenzorn.
Yes, he went from 1.7 second of a gap to taking the lead in the penultimate lap, entering the last lap. A drive indeed, masterclass for Martinius Stenzorn, who collected a 7 and a 4 so far. This is his best result, the first win for the Norwegian driver this weekend, and a strong sign to the opposition that you guys are going to have to count with me for the rest of the weekend. But Gabriel Gomez thought maybe too soon that he had the win in the pocket, but with such a big advantage, all he had to do was to keep on pushing. That's what he did. Martinius Stenzorn was the stronger man in this one. So victory for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing driver in front of Gomez, Tarpanen, Luigi Coluccio done in 4th, Elkin in 5th place. The best result for the Israeli so far in front of August Turbo, Karol Pazevic, Markus Kayak, Matteo De Paolo, Nikola Tsolov. Then we have Timothy Skujarczyk down in 11 with Christian Betuka in 12, Emily Corvisto in 13, followed by Erlin Rendini, Dario Pezzaro, Alexander Kubenko and Bruno Del Pino.
Then Daniel Nogales Lopez finishing up in 18th position, with Gustav Wisniewski in 19. Nicolas Bertolatti is next up, then Max Angelard and Hugo Besson, Robin Sarg and Kevin Quevedo. Carmen Krav, she finished ahead of Mark Kastelich. And then we had the retirements. Jaime Sanz was one of them. And then we also lost Arno Shabdur, unfortunately, as well. We also had retirements from Luca Griggs and Arthur Rojon, who went off on the first lap in his Praga. So a very tricky race battle once again, as drivers will now walk their way back to the pits. There's only one race to go today, and that is going to put Oscar Pedersen back in pole position on the front row of the grid with Rafael Camara, the Brazilian with a good chance. We know that the interim leader is going to be Yugo Ugochukwu, whatever happens, because obviously with Gomez having raced and not having another race until tomorrow, Gabriel Gomez, it's obviously going to be about Yugo Ugochukwu keeping his advantage until tomorrow morning. So the American is going to remain the interim leader despite having been vanquished in one of his heats. He remains on top. So the American looking as good as James Igotzi. We might have to play the Star Spangled Banner twice on the podium this weekend. You never know. But we have one race to go, and one man in this one who is trying to make history to become a double world champion in the same season. He won at Kristianstad in front of his home fans, the very talented Noah Milel. Now he's hoping to do so here in Campillos in the OK category. We caught up with him as he rides the crest of history.
I feel good as a new crowned champion in the KZ class. I feel confident and exciting to make a new challenge this week in direct drive in OK. Yeah, we had we started off with the European in Wackersdorf with some good quali and some good pace, but some lack of speed and a bumper in the final didn't go as we wanted, but the speed was there. Also in Adria we had the speed, but at this point we were struggling in the quali this time. And then of course the World Championship, everything went in my way, and we could bring home a good result. It's a very nice track with a lot of ups and downs, and it's a long track, so a small mistake can make a big difference in the end of one lap. And with this grip we have right now is not the best grip, but so you need to learn how to drive on the limit, because it's very easy to drive over the limit in this track, and it's a bit difficult to understand the grip level in this track. Last week I think the KR Yamel looked very strong, and we were testing many things, so I hope we can find to compete with them, and also my teammates is very fast, Tuka and Yo, and I think they will be strong concurrents in the final. But at the moment, KR Yama looks quite strong.
Noah Milel, the history maker, 25 years after his uncle Johnny Mistijevic became karting world champion in 1996. He did it a few weeks ago in the KZ category. It's still a long shot for him to do it in the OK Senior, but you just never know with a race circuit and a week like this. Anything can still happen. It's all about keeping yourself in the hunt and keeping yourself in the battles. Speaking of battles, one man who's definitely been in them at both ends of the grid over the course of the first few races has been the very talented man for Forza Racing from Sri Lanka, Yavan David, who's been one of the stars of the 2021 season. He's with Guillaume.
A big revelation indeed this season. Yavan David, always nice to see you. So how has it been so far? This is the biggest race of the year, obviously. You've been struggling a little bit, you told us. So what was it like on track?
Yeah, today's been a bit of a struggle. We struggled on pace and got a bit unlucky with some penalties and positions. The wet, it sort of helped us in a way. We gained a few positions, but then again got unlucky with some penalties. Tomorrow we'll see how it goes. We're not expecting too much after what's happened today, but we'll still try and make the best of it.
So for the few of our viewers who don't know you yet, you know, you're coming from a country quite unfamiliar in the world of motorsport, Sri Lanka. And we remember you from the start of the season. You started climbing through the ranks and getting good results. Has the perception of motorsport and karting changed a little bit in terms of support, in terms of visibility in your country ever since you've been the star of karting from there?
Yeah, I mean, after around Genk, I started getting in some good results, and I got some notice in Sri Lanka, and they started looking up to me and realized how I was making my way through, and I got a lot of support since then throughout the whole season. So it's been good. I mean, there's a lot of drivers like coming through from unfamiliar countries, like you said, and I think it's good, and we've covered a lot this season, and it's been a great season.
It's been a great season, and hopefully for you, a great conclusion to it as well. A different track, a lot of challenges. Do you like it so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really fun track. It's got elevation, it's got banking, it's got everything. And it's just a really fun track to drive in the dry and the wet. And it's great for racing, and I really hope we do come back here.
All right, we do hope so. And the best of luck for tomorrow as well, and to the entire Forza Racing team. Thanks, David.
So time to rock the Casbah here at Campillos one more time today as the seniors get out on track. Oscar Pedersen and Rafael Kamara on the front of the grid from Dan Breers and Nicolo Kuman. Then on row 3 it is Joel Bergström who will line up alongside Joe Turney. Then Caspian Hagman and Olin Gali, Lenny Reed and Evan Gilter. Norton Andreasen and Ivan Dominguez from Roman Andriolo and Jesse Carrasquedo. Then Francesca Morenghi and Matthias Mogato. Then it's Giuliano Hodzem, Noah Milel, Pedro Hiltbrand, Ella Stevens, Max Obst, Jose Gomez, Flavio Olivieri, Matthias Pierre, Nathan Schaap, Jesse Lacey, Sandro Hodzem, Andrea Vibriantit and Jokubas Bogdanovicius. So the entirety of the field, all 29 drivers, for the Group D, so everybody on the even side of the grid. This is their last race before the final, so for several drivers, this is it. They've got to make this race count, and for Rafael Kamara in particular, win or bust as far as he's concerned up at that sharp end of the field. The Brazilian is currently sat 8th in the rankings alongside Nikola Tsolov before these races began. So let's see what the Brazilian can do.
Let's see what they can do indeed. Rafael Kamara on the front row of the grid, on the far side, coming to turn number 1. Against him, Oscar Pedersen in slightly better position as it stands in the classification. 3 overall for Oscar Pedersen with a 2nd and a 3rd as best results, but he has 1 heat less than Rafael Kamara, the other young man by his side, who has a win and a 2nd place as best results. So let's see who can actually come on top of the other at the end of turn number 1. And at the end of the opening lap as well, even though turn number 1 as well, we've seen as a crucial influence of the pursuit of the race, at least on the opening lap. So we are about to get ready for the last 10 laps of the day. There's been a busy schedule for everybody here. We have 7 more races, 5 more qualifying heats tomorrow before the 2 final on the afternoon.
Yeah, this is quite an important race for Oscar Pedersen to get right, because the Swedish driver could really do with a win here alongside Rafael Kamara to cement his position. He'd tie with points with the Brazilian Gabriel Gomez. There's no way this race is getting underway. They've just gone too fast around the course. It's a false start there. Called very early indeed by race director Nigel Edwards, with assistance, of course, from Pasquale Lupoli. as they continue to keep us abreast of information and keep everybody safe out there. But for Oscar Pedersen, this is an important race to win. It's even more so for Rafael Camara, but there's a lot of drivers who want to take a decent result after some difficulties in the previous heats.
Definitely so, and it's been a long day for everybody, so I'm pretty sure that some of the drivers, Oscar Pedersen and Rafael Camara, are maybe, you know, in a bit of a rush to get it done, get the job done, and go for a nice dinner and rest before the great battle of tomorrow. But before that, you guys need to make sure that the formation of the grid is good enough for everybody to join in. So that's down to Oscar Pedersen, the 66 on pole position, to really pace himself and allow everyone coming across the red line in the first sector to join in a beautifully compact group. We had a couple of them extra formation laps today, but this time around, coming across this red line that you've just seen, Oscar Pedersen is decreasing his pace. Let's see if this one is going to be the good attempt.
So that red line, what does that mean for those who are still new to the sport? Well, the red line is essentially the point at which drivers out of position need to make sure they are back into their original positions. Otherwise, they would start from the back. Are we racing? No, we're not. Twice over we've had to do this, and Oscar Pedersen, the nerves are getting to the Swede up at the sharp end of the field. Now, if Martin Bean, our dear friend and colleague, were race director at this point, you know exactly what he would do. 2 false starts. He'd red flag it, stop them on the back straight and go, what on earth are you guys playing at?
Yeah, a quick slap on the ear, you know, for each of the drivers. And then if you do it again, but no, this time around we need to get that right in order, guys. But let's remember that Maximilian Popov was the other driver actually who got a warning flag after 3 unsuccessful attempts of a start in the junior class. So this time around, this is for the senior, but Oscar Pedersen and Rafael Camara leading the way on the front row are really gonna have to wait for the others. I know the temptation is always huge to be the first one on the line and to get going, but you know, that's part of the race and that's part of the game.
Absolutely. Get well soon, Martin Bean. We know you're probably tuning in, irritated not to be here from the United Arab Emirates, where you're currently convalescing after a short illness, but hopefully you'll be back at full fitness and strength again as we continue the RGMMC karting calendar. Good luck in your recovery, mate. Get well soon. Right, Oscar Pedersen has a 3rd attempt to try and get this start underway with Rafael Camara alongside. Not that it's been tough going from pole position for Oscar Pedersen for the races he has started from, but he's certainly under pressure now to get this race started. And again, he's very eager coming off the final turn. Is this going to be yet another false start? I think it might be. It is indeed. 3 false starts in a row. That is absolutely unbelievable.
Come on, guys, please.
So this is getting silly now because you've got 3 attempts. They've got to be careful because otherwise they're going to run out of fuel.
Yeah, definitely. There's a bit factor in it actually, and you could see on the far side of the track.
Red flags.
There you go. So there's a decision from the race director. So no more of this. The drivers are going to need a quick slap behind the ear, at least an explanation onto the track.
Well, I have seen in the past. I'm not sure whether we would use that rule again, but I've known it in the past when a driver from pole position has had 3 attempts. Failed to get the start underway in all of them, and it's happened in previous years and in previous competitions. I'm not sure whether it would happen in this case or whether race director Nigel Edwards would choose to use this as an opportunity to do it. But the pole sitter in 3 consecutive starts that have failed has been put to the back of the grid before in races. I'm not suggesting that that's what's going to happen here. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but certainly in the past, I know it of old that if a driver starting from pole position has not been able to start a race 3 times over from the pole position, then they will start the race from the back of the grid. Now, if that's going to be the case now or not, we don't know. But as you can see, the karts have been brought to the front of the grid, into their starting positions. And, well, it's a rather embarrassing moment for the drivers. They've been red flagged. They'll be put onto the start-finish line. The race director, Nigel Edwards, will come out onto the circuit. He'll tell all the drivers to get out of their karts. And he will say, what are you guys doing? Come on. You've had 3 goes at this. It's not like it's the beginning of the weekend. You just want, I know you want to get this race done, and there's a lot of high pressure. But there could be all sorts of ramifications as a result of this. But it's red flags here at the start of the race. Now, interestingly, Nigel Edwards is instructing Oscar Pedersen to come and have a word with him. He's the only one who's coming to have a word with him, so that's interesting. Well, what is going to happen as a result of this conversation? We will have to find out. So after 3 failed attempts at the start in this final heat of the day at the Karting Centre Campillos in the FIA Karting World Championship 2021, we're going to try to see if 4th time is the charm. Oscar Pedersen will lead them around. Rafael Camara alongside him on the front row of the grid. Then Daniel Briz, Nicolo Kuman, Joel Bergstrom, Joe Turney, Caspian Hagman, Olin Galli, Lenny Reed and Evan Gilter. It's the last race of the day for the E Group, starting on the even side of the grid. It's the last heat of the weekend, of course, for the drivers in the even side of the grid as well. They won't get a heat tomorrow morning. For the likes of Camara, Kuman, Turney, Galli, Gilter, Dominguez and Carrasquedo, this is now or never as far as they are concerned, as Oscar Pedersen now goes very slowly in the final sector. This is more like it. It's interesting how he's had problems to get us started in the previous 3 attempts, because he'd obviously been on pole position many times over, but he's obviously feeling the pinch. He wants to go for the victory. This is going to be more like it. I think we should get the start this time. Green, 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 and up to the first corner, and it's a cracking start from Daniel Briz. He's going to draw alongside Pedersen. He doesn't move around the outside. Camara takes the lead. What a launch from Oscar Pedersen, but Camara got the better start. So Camara gets through into the lead from Pedersen, and then it is Nicolo Kuman, the Italian, who has moved his way up into 3rd position. Cracking start though from Camara, right round the outside, swept Bill before him, held it together, and now the Brazilian leads.
Yeah, that's what they had to do, having a great start. That's what he did, and now he's leading the way into that last qualifying heat of the day here in Campillos. And Oscar Pedersen, with not much of a surprise, is under investigation, as in the meantime one of the DPK Racing drivers is being overtaken. That's the 36 being attacked. Nicola Kuman, who's losing a place to Joel Bergström for 4th. Yes, indeed, as Camara is leading in front of Oscar Pedersen, under investigation for missing 3 start attempts. That's very much logical, as Maximilian Popov was investigated earlier today. So, lap 1 completed. We have Rafael Camara leading the way on Oscar Pedersen, Nicolo Kuman in 3rd. Fourth place for Joel Bergström. This was Daniel Briz losing fourth place to Joel Bergström. My apologies. He's now in fifth in front of Joe Turney, Caspian Hagman. Then we have Gilter, Gali, Andreasen, and Carrasquedo.
Le Certois, I think that is moving up. Oh no, sorry, that's Gilter. Gilter has gone through, so Gigi makes up another place there. And it looks as though we've got a mechanical problem for Ivan Dominguez. Ivan Dominguez has dropped down to the back of the field. He's got a mechanical issue with the DPK kart, and that has really caused a bit of an issue for Ivan Dominguez, who was running a very good race up to that point, but things are very tricky indeed for him. So Dominguez is slowly falling down to the very tail end of the field. So Kamara, Pedersen, then it is Bergström now who is in front of his teammate Kuman, so he's managed to get through into third position. Dan Briz is still having a good run in fifth position in front of Joe Turney, and then it is Evan Gilter from Olin Gali, the Brazilian. But what can Rafael Kamara do about Oscar Pedersen now that Pedersen has got back into the lead? And let's not forget, of course, that Pedersen may well be up in front of the stewards later, as he is, of course, under investigation for 3 false starts in a row. And if he gets a penalty at this stage, that is catastrophic for his World Championship chances.
I wonder if Rafael Kamara actually let him through, knowing that it could be the possibility for him of having a penalty afterwards. Of course, that's not part of who Rafael Kamara is, really. He's a true competitor, so I'm sure he's going to try to fight back. But having that in mind, maybe that could play actually as a part in his strategy. We're not there yet. This is only lap number 3. And Kamara is holding to a second position. He's going to have to go defensive already, because Joel Bergström from Forza is doing a great job at catching up the Brazilian. Look at him go already. Glued on the way to turn number 14, as Oscar Pedersen is being able to pull away just for now. So there's going to be the battle for second between Kamara and Joel Bergström coming his way very quickly. Then Nicolas Coman still in fourth, losing a bit of momentum on his teammate, about to attack Rafael Kamara, the young Brazilian from Czech Republic. Let's try to see if he can hold on to his position into the first sector, coming to turn number 5. But just a couple of meters splitting the two. And we have Kuman, Joe Turney making his way up to 5th, getting past Daniel Briz. So another place lost, I'm afraid, for the young Spaniard from DPK. Now 6 in front of Gigi, Evan Gilter, Olin Gali is 8, Norton Andreasen is 9. Then we have Romain Andriolo from VDK making his way up to 10th in front of Caspian Hagman at the moment.
So let's see what Joel Bergström is going to do about the Brazilian star in front of him, Rafael Kamara, vice champion of Europe, doing a fantastic job in behind Andrea Kimi Antonelli right to the very last race of the season at Zuera in Spain. But here we are in Campillos, and he's got a chance. Here's Bergström on the inside line, and Kamara has to let him go. He doesn't really have an option on that one. So Bergström gets passed into position, and now the number 2, Rafael Kamara, slips into P3. Nicolo Kuman is not far away. Joe Turney doing a grand job in 5th place from Breathe. Gilter, Andreasen, Gali, and then it is Roman Andriolo and Caspian Hagman still in the fight for the top 10. Jessica Carrasquedo doing a fair job in 12th place in front of Hildbrand, who's made up 6 places. And then it is Lenny Reitz in front of Francesco Marenghi and Flavio Olivieri. Roman Andriolo gets the fastest lap, a 60.50 for him. Fastest of all in the first sector on that last lap. That definitely helped. Oscar Pedersen is drawing clear of Bergström and Kamara.
A quick word about Andriolo, actually, in the VDK racing team. It's fair to say that so far we haven't seen much of the Belgian team that remains one of the strongest force in the direct drive classes. But with some of the standard beers being Evan Gilter and Arel Elkin at the top of the pack, it's fair to say that the Belgian team has been missing a bit of pace since the start of the weekend. And watch out, run inside. Joe Turney is going ahead of Nicolas Coman. It was beautifully put together, but Turney is back, making a place up to 4th in front of Nicolas Coman, as Daniel Briz is trying to catch up as well with the 2. The young driver from DPK into turn number 1. Joe Turney, after his scary stunt earlier today as he was pushed outside of the track on the way to turn number 10 against the tire wall. It was a heavy crash, heavy hit for Joe Turney, but you know, he's very much solid, the British driver, and he was back behind the wheel in no time, as now he seems to have found back his pace, making his way up to 4th.
Yeah, Joe Turney has lead balloons where his biceps and bones should be. He's very, very strong as Joe Turney. You're not going to stop him from racing if there's even half a chance of getting a decent result. And the 37, Daniel Breathe, is now closing up on Nicolo Kuman to put his own impression on the Forza Racing driver up in front of him. Daniel Breathe, one of the newest faces in the OK Senior category. Hasn't been that long since he's come out of the junior category, but here he is, battling away on the inside. It's going to be a late dive, but he gets there on Kuman. Kuman might have to get a slingshot maneuver to get back on terms with him, but Breathe has got the pace. Turney has got the pace on Kamara now. He is reeling in the Brazilian. So we've got two separate battles going on here, one for third and one for fifth. And Kamara is really going to struggle to hold off Joe Turney the way that the British driver is pushing. In fact, has Turney already got through? Yes, he has. Turney's already got Kamara. Well, that was very quick indeed from the British driver. So he's now in third place past the Brazilian.
I wonder if Joe Turney actually went for a fresher rubber for this last qualifying heat, because he has all to lose. He's 36 down in the classification as it stands because of his retirement. Otherwise, he had a fifth and a third. So he's really one of the top contenders in this class. Once again, Joe Turney on his way right now to another third place result in front of Kamara. But if it wasn't for his scary incident and his retirement as a result, he would have been, he would have been currently in the top 5 of the drivers, that's for sure. But now he's dragging at the back end of the 36th position. There's only 36 indeed qualified for the final straight away tomorrow. So there's really the need for a good result for Joe Turney, maybe on the stronger, fresh tyres for this time around.
It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Joe is one of these people who likes to use good tactics and good strategy to his advantage. He runs the gauntlet a little bit going into tomorrow. But I know from his point of view, actually, he doesn't run the gauntlet going into tomorrow, because for the man in the E group, he won't get another heat tomorrow, so he really needs to make good advantage of this. So he needs to make hay while the sun shines, as Roman Andriolo might well have done the same thing here with Evan Gilter. Oscar Pedersen, though, is doing a fine job leading the way here. Joel Bergström in second place, and Joe Turney, the leading driver of the evens off the grid, is in third position ahead of Rafael Kamara, Daniel Breeze and Nicolo Kuman. So they may as well adopt these tactics to try and make gains, but obviously Joe Turney utilising the strategy best at this point in proceedings to move up into third position of this one. He still has time to get Bergström in second place. He's going to have to drive like stink, but when does Joe Turney do anything other than flat out?
And we just saw that happening into turn number 14, but Evan Gilter unfortunately dropped another place to Norton Andreasson, I think it was. He has confirmation as a world racing driver. He's now upper place in front of the VDK. So it's not going quite according to plan for Evan Gilter ever since his world championship started. And watch out for the battle here between Rafael Kamara and Daniel Breeze. Breeze got up a bit, he got a bit of pace back since the early stages of this race. Is now threatening Rafael Kamara for fourth place. Kamara not quite able to catch up and to stay in the shadow of Joe Turney, who is now having to explain himself with Joel Bergström. So great battle, and there comes Daniel Breeze around the inside of Kamara, who's dropping another place on the top 5 for the Brazilian. So it's not really his race as so far for Rafael Kamara, with Daniel Breeze upper position. Joe Turney is coming very close to Joel Bergström. In the meantime, we have to keep an eye on that. But further back as well, we saw another move coming up as I think it was Andriolo, indeed, Romain Andriolo getting ahead of Nicolo Kuman for 6th place.
Yeah, good final effort here from Romain Andriolo, who's really making his weekend a positive one at the end of today, trying to get as much out of this final race as possible. Joe Turney still pushing Joel Bergström in the hope that he can come up with a strong result at the end of this race, and he is catching Bergström rapidly. The gap less than half a second visually now as they come through. It's only about 3 and a bit tenths of a second. So Joe Turney is absolutely hammering the throttle in these apexes to try and close in on Joel Bergström. It's going to need a brave manoeuvre, but down at the bottom of that back straight, he might just be able to pull one of those off. He closes right up on Bergström in the braking point. This man, though, Oscar Pedersen, don't forget, is under investigation. So even though he's going to come through for the race victory, he may not be able to keep it. We'll have to see what happens. But certainly up in front and on the road, Oscar Pedersen has done the job. Joel Bergström will be second on the road, Joe Turney third. So Oscar Pedersen, despite his investigation, comes through to take the checkered flag in first place. Pedersen gets the job done on the road. Bergström second, Turney in third from Breathe, Kamara, Andriolo, Kuman and Andersson. Well, what an interesting battle that was. But is that result going to stay that way?
Yeah, we'll keep you informed, obviously, throughout the official website of the World Championship, FIAKarting.com, where the official results will be published throughout the night tonight. So Oscar Pedersen finishing his day on a high with another win for him, and World racing for 1.9 seconds in front of Joel Bergström. Joe Turney running up the top 3 in front of Daniel Breeze, Rafa Kamara, Roman Andriolo, a 7th-position climb for the VDK racing driver. From Nicola Kuman, Norton Andreasson, Gilter, Casper Negman, JC Cascaredo, Pedro Hilbrand down in 12, from Lenny Reed, Arnin Galli, as well as Matthias Morgato, Noah Milel and Francesco Marenghi down in 17.
Well, a fabulous race and a fabulous battle. 18th position, Flavio Olivieri in front of Ella Stevens. That's her best result of the week so far. Sandro Hotzem in front of brother Giuliano. Then Andrea Vibriantit. She's done a good job to be in 22nd place, Vibriantit. Then Jose Gomez, Nathan Sharp, Ivan Dominguez, who's dropped back after a mid-race incident. I thought it was a mechanical problem. In fact, he was edged wide off the curbs and ended up losing a massive amount of ground. Then Max Obst, Matthias Bier, Jakobus Bogdanovicius, and the Australian Jesse Lacey. And very impressively, despite the hectic nature of that last race, everybody came home.
Yes, indeed. After 3 successful attempts, the 4th one was the good, and in the end, everybody home. That's always a positive sign, indeed. To wrap things up, this has been the Saturday of qualifying races here on beautiful Karting Campillos, and you know, all the way until the end. No rain coming our way. Maybe tonight, certainly tomorrow. That's what we've been expecting for quite a while. We had a bit of rain this morning. A few drops coming our way during the afternoon, but nothing to worry about. But it's been dry. It's been rather sunny. It's been very windy, and it has been certainly exciting on track.
Certainly has. Thanks, Guillaume. It's been a great race up in the commentary box, and thanks to Felipe Massa, who joined us a little earlier as well, FIA Karting president. Tomorrow is Judgment Day. Not only is it a scary one, being Halloween, but it's also the day we crown a junior and OK world champion. Join us tomorrow when we kick off our stream at 10:40 in the morning. We are going to have a great battle. It will be exciting, and 2 world champions will emerge.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused? To respect the rules? To be the quickest? To make a difference? Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. Promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.